Lila and her guards watched as the twins vanished, the silence of the battlefield filling the void they left behind. What was that about? Lila's brother asked, his spear still crackling faintly with residual energy. Lila stood slowly, brushing the dust off her uniform. Her psychic abilities had drained her significantly, and her breathing was still labored, but her composure remained intact. I don't know, she admitted, frowning slightly. But if it's urgent enough for them to leave like that, it must be serious. Her brother nodded, retracting his spear and folding it back into its compact form. Then we should leave too. It's unwise to linger here. If the Void Assassins regroup or leave traps behind, we'll be sitting ducks. Lila adjusted her gloves, her sharp eyes scanning the wreckage one last time. Agreed. Let's fall back to base. There's no point staying here now. She turned to her guards, gesturing for them to move out. The group quickly fell into formation, the two guards flanking her as they began their retreat. 2 days before Naira received the urgent message, Rex and his crew were wrapping up the final day of their camping trip. For most of the rich, spoiled young people aboard the luxury cruiser, the camping experience had been a tedious ordeal. With no extravagant parties, hollow lounges, or lavish distractions, many of the participants found themselves miserable, bored, and counting down the hours to return to their indulgent routines. But for Rex and his crew, things had been different. Thanks to Cleo's resourcefulness and an almost suspiciously well-prepared backpack, her team didn't suffer from a single moment of boredom. Somehow, Cleo had brought along a collection of compact gadgets that fit perfectly into the camping theme without feeling out of place. Portable holographic video game consoles had kept Carlos occupied for hours, while Wise had been enthralled with the mini projector Cleo had set up to play various classic and modern movies. Even Rex, who wasn't usually one to indulge in tech distractions, found himself enjoying the quiet downtime, lazing around and munching on snacks while watching a particularly absurd comedy Wise had insisted on. They had spent the last few days eating, laughing, playing games, and enjoying each other's company, something that had been hard to come by in their normally chaotic lives. As the camp settled into the usual quiet of the late morning, an announcement suddenly rang out, the holographic campsite speakers crackling to life. Less than attention everyone. This is your cute host talking once more. How was the camping? Did you all have fun? Greater than. The cheerful voice boomed through the speakers, a little too bubbly for some of the tired participants. Rex groaned, pulling a pillow over his head. Carlos let out a laugh, clearly enjoying his suffering. Less than I'm here to remind you all that it's time to start packing. In 5 Imperial hours, the transport ships will take off to bring you all back to the cruiser hangar. So, start tidying up those campsites, packing your things, and making your way to the rendezvous point. Greater than. Less than and remember, no one wants to be left behind. That's it from me. See you all back on the cruiser. Greater than. The announcement ended with a cheerful chime, and Rex rolled over, groaning as he stretched. 5 hours, guess it's time to start packing up. Wise, still sprawled on her inflatable lounge chair, yawned and waved lazily. Can't we just stay a little longer? I was finally starting to like this whole nature thing. Cleo, as efficient as ever, was already folding up their tent. You could stay if you want, but I'm not coming back for you when the ship leaves, she quipped, smirking slightly. Carlos let out a chuckle as he began gathering their cooking gear. Nah, I'm with Cleo. I've seen enough glowing trees and fake campfires for one trip. Let's get back to the cruiser and find some real entertainment. Once they had packed everything neatly into their transport ship, the crew began the walk back to the rendezvous point. The journey back was uneventful, with everyone in good spirits as they chatted and joked about the past few days. Upon arriving at the ship, they had to wait a couple of hours for the rest of the campers to trickle in. Finally, the transport ship's engines roared to life, lifting them off the ground and taking them back to the massive cruiser floating in orbit. As the transport ship docked in the cruiser's hangar and the group stepped off, Rex stretched his arms wide, savoring the feeling of being back in the more luxurious confines of the ship. So, he said, turning to his crew, did you guys have fun? Carlos stepped down behind him, rubbing his bald head with a grin. Hell yeah, I did. I don't even remember the last time I had a chance to just laze around like that. It was exactly what I needed. Wise nodded, her green eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Same here. It's been so long since I got to just relax with you all. I didn't think I'd like it as much as I did, but, yeah, it was fun. Glad to hear it, Rex said, smiling at the rare moment of camaraderie. Just then, Sharon approached, her elegant figure and natural feline grace making her stand out even in the bustling hangar. She was wearing a sleek white jacket and carrying a small bag, clearly ready to leave. I had a wonderful time too, Sharon said warmly. I don't remember the last time I enjoyed myself so much. Heading out already? Rex asked, noticing the private vehicle waiting for her in the distance. Sharon nodded, waving cheerfully. Yes, my car is here to pick me up. I need to take care of a few things, but thank you all for making this trip so lovely. As she walked away, Rex caught Carlos shamelessly staring at her retreating figure, his eyes firmly locked on her swaying hips. Rex smirked, raising an eyebrow as he turned to Carlos. Hey, weren't you afraid of her before? Rex asked teasingly. Carlos grinned, not even bothering to deny it. Afraid? Nah, I was never afraid of her. I was afraid of her husband, he admitted, rubbing the back of his head. But you know what? Carlos added, his grin widening into a cocky smirk. Even if her husband finds out and decides to kill me, so what? How many people in the galaxy can say they cut the CEO of a megacorporation? I'll die a legend. Rex let out a booming laugh, clapping Carlos on the back. Ha 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 ha. You're insane, man. But hey, I'll give you that. You're a hero in your own twisted way. Carlos puffed out his chest, clearly proud of himself. Damn right, I am. As the crew walked toward the main corridors of the cruiser, Cleo and Wise exchanged a knowing glance, both shaking their heads at the two men's ridiculous banter. Men are so weird, Wise muttered, though there was an amused smile tugging at her lips. Cleo smirked, crossing her arms. Weird doesn't even begin to cover it. As Rex and his crew made their way out of the bustling hangar bay, Carlos stretched his arms behind his head, flashing his usual mischievous grin. So, guys, what are your plans for tonight? He asked, his tone light and curious. Rex rubbed the back of his neck, his eyelids drooping slightly. Honestly, I just want to sleep. I miss a real bed. Those camping bags were too damn hot for me, he replied, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Carlos let out a loud laugh, clapping Rex on the shoulder. Ha, so damn true. I think I'll do the same. Nightclubs are fun and all, but honestly, I'm done flying solo in those places. It's a dangerous game for a guy like me. I go in just wanting to be a normal man, and somehow, I end up doing amazing stuff. He paused dramatically, placing a hand over his chest like a tragic hero. Yeah, whatever you say, Baldy, Wise shot back with a smirk, clearly unimpressed. Carlos narrowed his eyes at her, bristling. Ha, you want to go, pocket-sized grandma. I swear it's been a miracle you've kept quiet the past few days. What happened, huh? Did someone finally install a mute button on you? That's it, Wise growled, her green eyes gleaming dangerously as she took a step toward him. Both of you, Cleo interrupted, her calm voice cutting through the brewing argument like a knife. Don't cause a scene here. We're in a public area. She sighed before continuing. And to answer Rex's question, I have an appointment with Sharon later. She wanted Wise and me to join her at the spa. Carlos blinked, taken aback. Wait, Sharon invited you both to the spa. What kind of evil plot is that? Rex, on the other hand, yawned, waving the topic off lazily. That's cool. Just don't cheat on me, Cleo. You know how jealous I get, he joked with a half-asleep smile. Anyway, I really need to crash. I'm dead tired, more tired than after some of my toughest fights. I wonder why. Wise raised an eyebrow at him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Oh, I can think of a few reasons why, she muttered under her breath, earning a light snicker from Cleo. Carlos, oblivious as ever, simply shrugged. All right, sleepyhead, let's hurry back to the dorms before you pass out right here. Hours later, after the hangar bay had emptied and all the passengers had returned to their respective areas, The dimly lit space was quiet, the only sounds coming from the faint hum of machinery and the occasional shuffle of maintenance bots. But the hangar wasn't entirely empty. From one of the transport ships parked near the edge of the bay, a faint metallic click echoed. Hidden in the shadows, a small creature crawled down from one of the ship's vents. It resembled a spider, but its segmented body was sleek and metallic, coated in a glossy red shell. Its 8 legs moved with unnatural precision, clicking softly against the floor as it skittered forward. The creature paused briefly, its glowing green eyes flickering as it scanned its surroundings. It emitted a faint, rhythmic chittering sound, almost like an electronic pulse, as it searched for prey. Its gaze finally landed on 2 maintenance workers idling near the wall. The workers, oblivious to the predator in their midst, were resting while taking in smoke. The hangar bay was eerily silent as the red spiderbot skittered across the metallic floor, its movements unnaturally smooth and deliberate. After observing the 2 maintenance workers from the shadows for a few moments, the bot sprang into action with terrifying speed. With a single, fluid motion, it leapt onto the first worker's head, its sharp, metallic legs piercing through the skull like hot knives through butter. The worker didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The second worker, stunned by the sudden attack, froze in place, but the spiderbot was already moving. In a flash, it extended a small metallic dart from its underbelly and fired it into the worker's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. The dart left a clean hole, and the second worker crumpled to the ground, dead before he even realized what had happened. The spiderbot scuttled over to the bodies, its sleek red frame glowing faintly as it extended a thin needle from its abdomen. The needle punctured the chest of the first corpse, injecting a viscous, black liquid into the body. It repeated the process with the second corpse before retracting its appendages and silently disappearing into the shadows, its glowing eyes scanning for its next prey. Meanwhile, Rex barely lasted a second after hitting the bed. As soon as his body made contact with the soft mattress, he collapsed like a felled tree, his deep breathing filling the room as he drifted into a heavy, dreamless sleep. Carlos was no different. Despite all his boisterous talk earlier, he was out cold within moments, sprawled across his bed in an unflattering pose, snoring loudly. Across the cruiser, however, Cleo, Wise, and Sharon were far from relaxing. The 3 of them had spent the past 2 hours perusing the mall section of the cruiser, browsing for clothes and accessories while Cleo and Wise engaged in their usual passive-aggressive banter. Finally, they made their way to the spa, eager for a few hours of pampering and relaxation. But just as they were settling into their luxurious surroundings, something unexpected happened. The warm, calming glow of the spa's ambient lighting suddenly flickered, and then, in the blink of an eye, every light inside the cruiser shut off. The entire ship was plunged into darkness, the soothing hum of its systems abruptly silenced. Kya, what's happening? Where are the guards? Someone, help us! Panic erupted among the passengers as screams and shouts filled the once serene cruiser. The only source of illumination came from the swirling, multicolored light of the wormhole outside the ship's windows, casting eerie, shifting patterns on the walls. But as terrifying as the darkness was, the silence that followed was worse. For Cleo, however, the absence of light wasn't a problem. Her thermal and night vision activated instinctively, allowing her to see the room as clearly as if it were daylight. Her sharp, analytical mind began assessing the situation immediately. Wise crouched beside her, her green eyes faintly glowing as her natural night vision kicked in. As a Chrysari, she could see just fine in the dark, her serpent-like pupils narrowing as she scanned their surroundings. Sharon, with her race's innate ability to adapt to low light, was also able to see clearly, though her nerves were far from steady. Can either of you see what's happening? Sharon asked, her voice tinged with anxiety as they huddled behind the reception desk of the spa. Negative, Cleo replied calmly, her tone neutral as her glowing golden eyes flickered. Other than the panicked civilians running and falling over themselves, there's nothing unusual. No sign of an immediate threat in this area. Same here, Wise added, her tone frustrated. It's just chaos. People are screaming and trampling over each other like idiots. But that blackout, it's not normal. What could cause such a sudden loss of power? Cleo's eyes narrowed slightly as she processed the question. It's improbable that the energy core has been compromised, she said, her voice cold and calculated. If it had been, we'd all be dead already. The wormhole would have torn the cruiser apart the moment the core failed. Sharon's brow furrowed. Then what could it be? That's what I'm about to find out, Cleo replied. Without another word, Cleo moved to a nearby maintenance panel built into the wall. This USB terminal was normally used by the ship's maintenance crew to access local systems for repairs and diagnostics. She crouched in front of it, her left hand shifting fluidly as her fingers reshaped themselves into a metallic USB connector. Give me a second, Cleo said as she plugged into the terminal. I'll see if I can activate the emergency lights. They run on a separate hidden energy battery, so even if the main power is down, they should still function. Once connected, her glowing golden eyes began to fill with rapidly scrolling numbers and code, her neural systems syncing with the ship's local grid. The markings on her arm lit up with golden patterns, and these same markings extended onto the wall, pulsing faintly as they interfaced with the ship's systems. Wise leaned over the counter, her eyes on Cleo. I swear, if you tell me you packed a portable power generator in your magic backpack, I'm going to lose it. Cleo smirked faintly, though her focus remained on the terminal. Not this time. Let's hope the cruiser's emergency systems are as robust as advertised. Sharon peeked over the desk, her green eyes scanning the panicked passengers stumbling through the dark spa. If this is sabotage, it's extremely precise. The timing, the location. It doesn't feel random. Cleo's expression didn't change, but her voice carried a subtle edge. If it's sabotage, we'll know soon enough. As Cleo worked to bring the emergency lights online, the faint chittering of metallic legs echoed faintly in the distance, unheard by the trio amidst the chaos. While Cleo continued her work at the maintenance terminal, furiously sifting through code to activate the emergency lights and systems, something unexpected began to happen. The shift was subtle at first, a faint hum in the background suddenly cutting out, replaced by a strange, almost imperceptible silence. Then, chaos erupted. Wow, Cleo, I think you might want to hurry up, Wise said casually, her voice laced with amusement as she suddenly began floating off the ground. She stretched her arms out playfully, spinning slowly in midair. Wait, what's happening? Someone help me. A random passenger screamed as they, too, began to float, flailing helplessly as they drifted upward. All around the mall, people and objects alike began rising off the ground. Bottles of oil, towels, chairs, and even a floating fruit tray drifted lazily toward the ceiling. The disorientation caused a fresh wave of panic among the passengers. Who the hell turned off the gravity generator? Sharon shouted, her green eyes wide with alarm. She clung desperately to one of the desk legs, her golden hair drifting weightlessly around her face. Meanwhile, Wise seemed entirely unbothered, a smug grin on her face as she floated effortlessly. In fact, she looked like she was having fun, casually flipping in midair as though it were an amusement park ride. Cleo, of course, had already adapted. Without saying a word, she reshaped the soles of her feet into gravity boots, locking herself firmly to the floor. She continued typing into the terminal, her golden eyes glowing faintly as streams of data scrolled across her vision. Sharon, Cleo said suddenly, her voice calm but serious. How long can you survive without oxygen? Sharon froze mid-sentence, her panic escalating. What? Why are you asking me that? What kind of question is that? I don't know. I've never thought about it before. Cleo didn't respond immediately, her focus was still on her work. Her tone remained clinical. If the gravity generator is disabled, it's highly probable the oxygen generator is next. Whoever or whatever is doing this is taking out critical systems in sequence. Cleo didn't need oxygen, of course. Her body was made of nanomaterial, so that eliminated her need for any kind of oxygen entirely. And since Wise was a chrysari, a race of space-dwelling, atmosphere-independent beings that didn't need oxygen either. However, for someone like Sharon, who relied on oxygen to survive, the stakes were far more dire. Many of the other passengers, who required specific atmospheric conditions to breathe, were already wearing specialized atmospheric suits. But Sharon, as part of a species that relied on oxygen like most of the races, the cruiser atmosphere was of oxygen, so now she didn't have such protection. Then we need to move, Cleo said decisively, disconnecting her finger from the terminal. She turned and walked toward Sharon, grabbing her mid-panic and scooping her up into her arms like a princess. Wait, what are you doing? Sharon yelled, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Carrying you to safety. If the oxygen cuts off, you'll suffocate before we reach the medbay, Cleo replied, her tone utterly neutral. Wise, stop playing around and let's go, Cleo added, turning to her Chrysari companion. Something bad is happening, and we don't have time to waste. Wise sighed, her floating grin disappearing. Fine, fine, she muttered. Her arms extended unnaturally into long, glowing green tentacles, which she used to grab onto nearby furniture and propel herself forward like a strange, elegant spider. As they moved, Cleo glanced back at Wise, her glowing golden eyes narrowing. What? Wise asked defensively when she noticed Cleo staring at her. That's gross, Cleo said flatly, her tone as dry as ever. What? What? It's not like I have a choice, okay. If I take out my wings, everyone will see us. She shot back, her cheeks flushing faintly. She wasn't wrong. Her beautiful, green butterfly-like wings glowed brightly whenever she used them, making her incredibly conspicuous in the darkness. And by the way, Wise added indignantly, why didn't you activate the emergency lights? It's not that I didn't want to, Cleo replied coolly, her focus still on navigating the floating chaos of the mall while carrying Sharon. The emergency battery system was either disabled or destroyed. Activating it remotely is impossible until we figure out what caused the failure. Sharon, still being carried like a princess, frowned, her green eyes darting between Cleo and Wise. What do you mean, disabled or destroyed? Wise asked. Sharon dropped to an even colder, more analytical tone. It means this wasn't an accident. This is sabotage. Rex was floating peacefully near the ceiling of his room, arms and legs sprawled out like a lazy starfish. His back lightly bumped against the ceiling panels as he snored loudly, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding outside his door. The zero-gravity environment didn't faze him in the slightest. He was far too exhausted from the camping trip to care. Meanwhile, Mini Cleo, perched delicately on his chest, was growing increasingly panicked. The tiny, holographic version of Cleo was waving her arms frantically, her usually calm demeanor replaced with utter exasperation. Master, wake up, the original said, there's an emergency. She shouted, her tiny hands slapping his cheeks repeatedly. But there was no response. Rex didn't so much as twitch. Master RRR, wakey up, Mini Cleo cried again, practically bouncing up and down on his chest in frustration. Still, nothing. Mini Cleo frowned, her tiny golden eyes narrowing as she huffed. You leave me no choice, Master. The original warned me about this, she muttered. From her tiny backpack, Mini Cleo pulled out a small, square device with a single red button on it. Her expression turned nervous as she stared at the button, but after a moment's hesitation, she sighed dramatically and pressed it. WHAAATTTTT the Foots CCCCKKKKKKK. Rex roared as a jolt of electricity shot through his body. His limbs flailed wildly as he was rudely yanked out of his peaceful slumber, his nightshirt practically sparking from the charge. Mini Cleo quickly stuffed the device behind her back, her tiny form sweating nervously as she turned her head to the side and whistled innocently. Rex spun in the air, clutching his chest and blinking in confusion. What the hell was that? And why am I floating? He shouted, still feeling the lingering tingles of the electric shock. Good morning, Master. Glad to see you're finally awake, Mini Cleo said sweetly, though her voice wavered slightly. She clasped her tiny hands behind her back and avoided eye contact, looking everywhere except at Rex. Rex's eyes narrowed suspiciously. You didn't have anything to do with this, did you? Me. Of course not, Master. Mini Cleo said, her holographic form attempting to whistle again, though it sounded more like a high-pitched beep. Yeah, sure, Rex muttered, rubbing his head. Whatever. Now tell me why I'm floating, and what the hell is going on. Mini Cleo straightened up, suddenly remembering the urgency of the situation. Master, the original sent me an emergency message. There's a problem with the cruiser's systems. The gravity generator has been disabled, and there might be more failures coming. Rex groaned, his body still slightly tingling from the shock. Great. And I guess Cleo needs me to fix it, huh? Actually, no, Mini Cleo said, shaking her tiny head. The original is already working on it, but she needs you to help Carlos. The oxygen generators might go offline next, and Carlos is, well, you know, human. Ah, crap, Rex muttered, realizing the gravity of the situation. If the oxygen generators failed, Carlos wouldn't last long without a supply of breathable air. All right, I'm up. Let's get out of here and find him, Rex said as he started awkwardly swimming through the air, trying to orient himself. But then he paused, narrowing his eyes at Mini Cleo. Wait a second, you still haven't told me what electrocuted me. Was it you? Mini Cleo's tiny form froze, her golden eyes darting nervously from side to side. What? Me? No, of course not. I didn't see anything. Maybe it was a freak electrical surge, she said, waving her tiny arms in an exaggerated manner. Rex stared at her, his suspicion growing. Mini Cleo was cute, sure, but she was also an absolutely terrible liar. Rex said slowly, raising an eyebrow. You're lucky I don't have time to interrogate you right now. Master, now's not the time to be suspicious. We need to move, Mini Cleo said, pointing toward the door. Using his enhanced night vision and thermal optics, courtesy of Mini Cleo, who had activated his eyes with a quick zap, Rex finally made his way out of the room. The corridor was pitch black, save for the faint glow of the wormhole lights filtering through the portholes. Mini Cleo floated beside him, her tiny form zipping back and forth as she scanned the area. Master, watch your step. There are passengers floating around everywhere, she said, pointing toward a couple of panicked individuals who had drifted into a cluster near the ceiling. Rex shook his head. Man, this is worse than I thought. Any updates from Cleo? Not yet, Mini Cleo said, her holographic form flickering slightly. But we should focus on finding Carlos first. If we don't get him to a medical bay before the oxygen goes out, it'll be bad. Yeah, I got it, Rex muttered, moving quickly through the zero-gravity hallway. Carlos is probably passed out somewhere, drooling on himself like usual. Mini Cleo giggled nervously, but her usual playfulness was muted. Let's hope he's not floating upside down. That'd be messy. As they navigated the dark, disorienting corridors of the cruiser, Rex couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He wasn't sure if it was the eerie silence, the floating debris, or the faint sound of clicking he thought he heard in the distance. Mini Cleo, Rex said suddenly, his voice low, you hearing that? Mini Cleo tilted her head, her ears twitching like cats. Hearing what, Master? Rex stopped moving, his enhanced optics scanning the hallway ahead. The faint clicking sound was growing louder, almost rhythmic, like the tapping of metal legs against the floor or the ceiling. There's something here, Rex said quietly, his instincts kicking in. Mini Cleo floated closer to his shoulder, her tiny body trembling slightly. Master, be careful. Mini Cleo, Rex said, his voice steady as he crouched slightly to adjust to the zero-gravity environment. Craft me something so I can step on the ground. I'm tired of floating around like a loose balloon. Understood, Master, Mini Cleo chirped enthusiastically. Her tiny form began projecting golden streams of holographic energy from her fingertips as she accessed Rex's personal nanomaterial reserves. A few seconds later, the same gravitational boots Cleo had crafted for herself materialized around Rex's feet. The boots activated with a soft hum, and Rex slowly began descending to the floor, his movements stabilizing as the artificial gravity locked him in place. Good. That's more like it, Rex muttered, stretching slightly to shake off the awkwardness of floating. He then extended his hand, summoning a compact laser handgun. It wasn't fancy, but it was powered by his own energy core and carried enough firepower to deal with most immediate threats. He slid a small laser cell into the weapon with a satisfying click before gripping it tightly. All right, Mini Cleo, Rex said, his tone shifting into something more commanding. You're in charge of defense. I'll handle the offense. Mini Cleo saluted, her small face full of determination. Understood, Master, leave it to me, nothing will get through. The tiny AI linked herself to Rex's plasma shielding system, which Cleo had personally designed as a state-of-the-art defense mechanism. The honeycomb-like energy shield was invisible to the naked eye until something attacked it, at which point the shield would instantly flare to life at the point of impact. Cleo had fine-tuned the system specifically for Rex, creating a near-perfect second layer of armor that adapted to almost any threat. With his defenses in place, Rex began moving cautiously down the dimly lit corridor, his gun raised and his senses on high alert. As he crept forward, the eerie silence of the cruiser's hallways only made the faint clicking sound he'd heard earlier feel more sinister. Every step he took seemed to echo faintly, even though the ship was eerily devoid of people. The passengers who hadn't panicked and floated into the ceilings were either locked away in their rooms or unconscious, completely unaware of the danger stalking the ship. Rex finally arrived at the section of the corridor where he'd heard the sound. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his back against the corner and peeked around it. With a sudden burst of energy, he jumped out into the open, his laser gun trained on the long, dark corridor ahead of him. But there was nothing there. The hall stretched out in both directions, dimly illuminated by the faint, multicolored glow of the wormhole light filtering through a nearby window. There were no people, no floating debris, and no movement at all. Rex frowned, lowering his weapon slightly. "Weird," he muttered, his voice tinged with suspicion. "I could have sworn I heard something here." "Master, are you sure?" "I don't see anything either," Mini Cleo said, her small form floating just above his shoulder. "Yeah, I'm sure," Rex replied, still scanning the area. He took another cautious step forward, glancing up and down the corridor. "It's too quiet here. Not even a single passerby floating around. Something's not right." He tapped the side of his head. "Mini Cleo, activate the scanners. Let's see if we're missing anything." "Aye, Master," Mini Cleo responded with enthusiasm, though her tone carried a faint hint of concern. She quickly switched Rex's thermal vision to scanner mode, causing faint, golden light beams to emit from his enhanced eyes. The scanner worked by detecting movement, electrical signals, and energy patterns that thermal vision couldn't pick up. As Rex swept his gaze across the corridor, the scanner overlay illuminated his vision in a grid-like pattern. After a few seconds, something pinged on the scanner. "There we go," Rex muttered, his eyes narrowing. A faint red blip appeared on the overlay, pulsing softly about 20 meters ahead of him, near the floor. What's that?" Rex said as he slowly approached the anomaly. His weapon was raised, his finger hovering over the trigger. "Master, be careful," Mini Cleo whispered nervously. "That signal looks strange. It's not giving off a standard energy reading. It might be alive." "Alive, huh?" Rex muttered under his breath, his grip tightening on the gun. As he got closer, the anomaly began to take shape. At first, it looked like a small, dark object huddled against the floor, partially obscured by a piece of floating debris. But as Rex stepped closer, his scanner started picking up more details. It was metallic, with a glossy red exterior that reflected faintly in the wormhole's glow. Small, segmented legs twitched faintly, and the object emitted a faint clicking sound, like tiny gears shifting inside its body. Rex stopped dead in his tracks, his heart rate spiking slightly. "What the hell is that?" he said quietly, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the strange creature. The red metallic spider-bot suddenly twitched, its glowing green eyes flickering to life as if sensing his presence. "Master, it's moving," Mini Cleo squealed, her tiny hands gripping Rex's shoulder. "Yeah, no kidding," Rex muttered, taking a step back and aiming his weapon at the bot. The spider-bot tilted its head toward him, its movements unnervingly precise and deliberate. For a moment, it simply stared at him, the eerie glow of its eyes reflecting off its glossy red shell. Then, without warning, it scuttled sideways, disappearing into the shadows with a burst of speed that caught Rex completely off guard. "Shit, that thing's fast," Rex said, his scanner struggling to keep up with the bot as it darted out of view. "Master, it's heading toward the engine bay," Mini Cleo shouted, her voice laced with panic. Rex's eyes widened. "The engine bay? Yes, that's where the main oxygen generator is located. If it does something to the systems there, we're screwed." "Of course it is," Rex grumbled, already breaking into a sprint. All right, Mini Cleo. Let's move. Patch me into Cleo. She needs to know we've got company. On it, Master, Mini Cleo said, her tiny form flickering as she activated the communications link. Rex didn't wait for a response. His focus was locked on the corridor ahead as he chased after the mysterious spider bot, his mind racing. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't random. It was targeting the ship's critical systems with precision. And if Rex didn't stop it, they'd all be in serious trouble. How much longer until we reach the medical bay? She asked, her voice carrying a tinge of impatience. She was now running along the rooftop of the corridors, her lithe form moving with an eerie fluidity that could make anyone who saw her mistake her for a vengeful spirit from a horror movie. Approximately 30 Imperial minutes, assuming nothing slows us down, Cleo replied, her tone neutral as usual. She was still carrying Sharon effortlessly in her arms, as though the woman weighed no more than a feather. It could be faster if the elevators were functional, but since there's no energy, we'll have to take the stairs. Wise groaned, flipping effortlessly over a piece of floating debris. Stairs? Seriously? This ship is a luxury cruiser, not a dungeon. It should have redundancies for this kind of situation? Cleo glanced up at her briefly. It does, she said. That's the problem. Whatever caused this blackout bypassed or destroyed those redundancies. This isn't just an accident. Before Wise could respond, Cleo's earring began to blink softly with a white light. Miss Cleo, Sharon said, noticing the blinking light while peeking nervously over Cleo's shoulder. Your earring is flashing. Cleo turned her head slightly toward Sharon. Oh, can you press the back of it for me, please? It's a communicator. I can't activate it myself while holding you. Sure, Sharon replied, reaching up and feeling for the small button on the back of Cleo's earring. After a brief pause, she found it and gave it a gentle press. Master, Mini Cleo said cheerfully, her tiny form bouncing on Rex's head as if she were riding a mechanical bull. The communications link is live. Good job, Mini Cleo, Rex said, adjusting his position as he launched himself off another corridor wall. Thanks to the modified gravity on his boots, he was able to leap great distances with minimal effort. His movements smooth and precise despite the low-gravity environment. Big Cleo, are you there? Rex called out through the link, his voice echoing faintly in Cleo's mind. I hear you, Rex, Cleo's calm voice responded directly into his thoughts, courtesy of the communicator. Listen up, Rex said, his tone serious. I detected a small metallic spider-like creature heading toward the engine bay. It's faster than anything I've seen before, and I'm following it now. But I need you girls to go wake up Carlos. If the oxygen generator goes offline, he's toast. Cleo processed the information quickly, her expression unchanging even as Sharon looked at her with concern. Understood, Cleo replied. I'll send Wise to retrieve Carlos while I continue to the medical bay to secure oxygen for Sharon and possibly for Carlos as well. Thanks, beautiful, Rex said, a faint smile in his voice. Take care out there, and if anything weird happens, keep me updated. Understood, Cleo said curtly before disconnecting the call. Turning her focus to Wise, Cleo raised her voice slightly to get her companion's attention. Wise, change course. Rex needs you to head to Carlos's room immediately. I'll handle the medical bay. Once you've secured Carlos, regroup with me there. Wise slowed slightly, flipping around mid-run with a pout. Since my darling said it, I'll do it, she said with a mischievous grin. Then, without wasting another second, she altered her trajectory, accelerating toward the dormitory section at full speed. Her movements, combined with her faintly glowing eyes and the way her body clung to the ceiling, made her look more like a demonic entity than a person. Cleo watched her disappear down the dark corridor, her golden eyes briefly narrowing. That girl will scare half the ship to death one day, she muttered before picking up her pace toward the medical bay. Meanwhile, Carlos stirred awake as a faint knocking sound echoed through his room. At first, he ignored it, turning over with a groan, but the noise persisted, louder and more insistent this time. What? Who could that be? Carlos mumbled, still groggy as he rubbed his bald head. His thoughts were sluggish, but he instinctively reached for his arm device to check for any messages. Huh, he muttered, noticing there were no missed calls or notifications. Weird. It's not like Rex or the girls to just knock without calling first. Carlos sat up, blinking groggily in the pitch-black room. Wait, why is it so dark in here? I'm sure I went to sleep with the TV on, he said, frowning. He reached over and flicked the light switch next to his bed, but nothing happened. No lights either? Damn, don't tell me there's a power outage, he grumbled, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. The knocking continued, steady and rhythmic, as though whoever was outside had infinite patience. All right, I'm coming. Stop knocking, geez, Carlos shouted, his voice echoing faintly in the dark room. Years of living in the slums of a commercial city had taught Carlos to always stay on the side of caution. As he shuffled toward the door, he stopped just short of it and leaned down to peer through the small peephole embedded in the metal frame. His instincts, honed by years of surviving in dangerous situations, told him something wasn't right. Looking through the peephole, Carlos squinted into the corridor outside. It was dark, too dark to make out anything clearly. But there was movement. A faint shimmer of something metallic caught his eye, accompanied by a soft clicking sound that sent a chill down his spine. What the hell? Carlos muttered, his voice low as he strained to see more. The knocking suddenly stopped. Carlos froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't see anything through the peephole now, just empty darkness. But the clicking sound was still there, faint but growing louder, as though whatever was outside was moving closer to the door. Carlos took a cautious step back, his instincts screaming at him to stay quiet. He glanced around the dark room, his eyes searching for something he could use as a weapon. Okay, Carlos, he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible. Stay calm. You've been in worse situations before. Just figure out what's out there before you do anything stupid. He tightened his fists, his breathing steadying as he prepared himself for whatever was on the other side of the door. Since the room was pitch dark and the corridor outside wasn't any better, Carlos let out a quiet sigh, rubbing his bald head. I really like this shirt. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. With a resigned huff, he grabbed the sleeves of his shirt and tore them clean off, leaving his shoulders exposed. The faint, metallic sheen of his cybernetic arms glinted faintly in the dim light of his shield generators as they flickered to life. Carlos was no ordinary man. His arms were fully cybernetic prosthetics, decorated with glowing blue tech lines that pulsed faintly as his systems powered up. The eerie glow only added to the unsettling atmosphere of the dark room, but he smirked anyway, rolling his shoulders as the tiny shield generators on his arm joints became visible. All right, he said, his voice low and steady. This definitely makes things scarier, but at least it's better than being completely blind out here. His left hand began to morph with a soft mechanical hum, the fingers retracting and reforming into the shape of a compact minigun. A small red holographic screen flickered to life on his forearm, displaying ammo diagnostics. Carlos squinted at the readout, letting out a dry laugh. Only 200 rounds? TCH. Well, this will have to do, he muttered. The bicep section of his left arm shifted slightly, revealing an ammo magazine embedded where his muscle should have been. Satisfied, he locked it back into place with a loud click and aimed the minigun briefly to test its calibration. Locked and loaded, Carlos said, stepping toward the door with a faint grin. He placed his finger over the door's open button, trying to muster some courage before pressing it. But nothing happened. Carlos blinked and then frowned. Huh? Why's it not working? Oh, right, he said, slapping his forehead. There's no damn power. He sighed and glanced around the dark room, grateful no one else was there to see his blunder. At least there's no audience for this embarrassing moment. He crossed his arms, thinking for a second, before a devilish grin spread across his face. Well, if the door doesn't want to cooperate, there's only one way to deal with it. Carlos raised his left arm, the minigun spinning to life with a soft whir before erupting into a deafening roar. Bullets tore into the door, carving a crude circle in the middle of the reinforced metal. Sparks flew in every direction, the light from the gunfire briefly illuminating the room in strobe-like flashes. As the minigun clicked empty, Carlos lowered his arm, his grin widening as he admired his craftsmanship. Now that's how you knock, he said proudly. He stepped up to the door, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and drew back his right fist. With a powerful punch, the circle of metal broke free, clattering loudly as it flew into the corridor. Carlos smirked, flexing his cybernetic fingers. Man, I'm too good at this. Grabbing hold of the edges of the hole, he planted his feet and began pulling the door apart. The metal groaned in protest, but thanks to the enhanced strength of his cybernetic arms, Carlos forced the automatic door open with little effort. Once the door was wide enough to step through, Carlos carefully moved into the corridor, his shield generators casting an eerie blue glow that faintly illuminated the surrounding area. The corridor was silent, save for the faint hum of the wormhole energy outside the cruiser. Carlos glanced left, then right, his cybernetic eyes scanning for any sign of movement. "All right," he muttered. "Where's the joker that was knocking on my door? Hello, anyone here?" But there was no response. The only thing greeting him was silence. Carlos gritted his teeth, the faint unease creeping up his spine, making him shift uncomfortably. Damn, why does this feel like one of those cheesy horror videos? I swear, if a creepy doll shows up, I'm calling it quits, he muttered, gripping his minigun tightly. He took a cautious step forward, the sound of his boots faintly echoing in the corridor. The shadows around him seemed to stretch endlessly, and even with the faint glow of his shield generators, he couldn't see far. Suddenly, something cold and wet brushed against his shoulder. Carlos froze, his body going rigid as his heart jumped into his throat. Slowly, he reached up with his free hand, his fingers brushing against the damp spot on his shoulder. "What the hell?" he muttered, pulling his hand back to inspect it. His fingers glistened faintly in the blue light, the substance invisible but undeniably wet. He sniffed it cautiously, trying to identify what it might be. "The fuck is this? Water?" he asked aloud, his voice low and uncertain. But before he could think too much about it, he heard it, faint, rhythmic clicking. Carlos's head snapped toward the sound, his eyes narrowing as his grip tightened on his weapon. The clicking was coming from further down the corridor, just beyond the reach of his light. "All right, I don't like this," Carlos muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, "not one bit." He took a cautious step forward, his minigun primed and ready to fire at the slightest sign of danger. His shield generators hummed softly, a subtle reassurance in the oppressive silence. The clicking grew louder. Carlos stopped again, his chest tightening as the sound came closer. It was quick and precise, like the sound of sharp, metallic legs tapping against the floor. And then he saw it. At the edge of his light, something moved, something big and grotesque. Its glossy, metallic surface caught the faint glow of the blue light, and its glowing green eyes stared directly at him. Carlos's mouth went dry. "Oh, hell no," he whispered. The humanoid creature twitched, its legs clicking softly as it tilted its head, as though studying him. For a moment, neither moved, Carlos too stunned to react, and the humanoid creature seemingly waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Then, with a burst of speed, the creature darted toward him. Carlos didn't hesitate. "Oh, hell no," he shouted, opening fire with his minigun. The corridor lit up in a strobe of blue and red as bullets rained down toward the oncoming threat. Not far from the source of the gunfire, Wise was sprinting effortlessly across the ceiling of the darkened corridors, her glowing green eyes scanning the path ahead. She'd heard the unmistakable sound of Carlos's minigun roaring, and she didn't waste a second closing the distance. Her movements were fluid and otherworldly, her bare feet making no sound as she practically glided across the metallic ceiling like a spectral predator. When she finally arrived at the scene, she stopped abruptly, her gaze falling on the aftermath of what looked like a vicious battle. In the middle of the corridor was a mutilated humanoid corpse. Its grotesque body was twisted at unnatural angles, its face unrecognizable, slashed, burned, and seemingly chewed upon. Parts of its skin were missing, and its bald scalp glistened under the faint glow of Carlos's shield lights. A few of its spider-like limbs lay severed nearby, with jagged bone and metal sticking out of the stumps. Wise gasped dramatically, pressing her hands to her cheeks. "Oh no, don't tell me," she whispered, her voice trembling with exaggerated sorrow. She knelt beside the corpse, brushing one of the remaining strands of flesh with fake delicacy. "Carlos, I arrived too late, I'm so sorry. Look at how you ended up, my poor friend." A voice rang out from behind her, cutting through her theatrical monologue. "Cut the crap. I know you can see me," Carlos said gruffly as he stepped out of his room, his cybernetic arms still humming faintly. He was holding a weapon resembling a machete, made from his hand morphing into a blade. Wise immediately dropped the act, her pout morphing into a scowl as she kicked the corpse's limp body out of frustration. "Ah, you weren't dead? Return my tears and joy, Baldy, you owe me." Carlos rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. Yes, it's a touching reunion. Glad to see you too. Now can we move on to something more important, like figuring out what's going on here?" He gestured at the grotesque creature sprawled on the ground. Wise folded her arms, her glowing green eyes flickering faintly under her hair. "Nope. No clue," she said nonchalantly, crouching beside the creature and tilting her head in curiosity. "This is the first time I've seen anything like this on the cruiser. Up until now, it's just been darkness and floating furniture." Her slender hands reached down, gripping one of the corpse's limbs, an unsettling hybrid of bone and metal shaped like a spider leg, and twisting it gently to inspect its structure. Carlos flinched slightly. "Do you have to touch that thing? That's disgusting." Wise ignored him, turning the body over with ease. Her gaze fell on the tattered remains of its clothing, now soaked in a dark, sticky fluid. She brushed her fingers over it, her expression growing sharper. "By the look of this uniform, this thing used to be a passenger," she said thoughtfully. Carlos blinked, his brow furrowing. "Wait, what?" Wise nodded as she examined the body further. "Yeah, look. This was someone who was on board the cruiser. These spider-like limbs coming out of its back, they're made of a mix of bone and metal, almost like a forced transformation." She frowned, her finger trailing along the jagged edge of one severed limb. "Really interesting work, actually. Horrifying, but impressive." Carlos took a cautious step closer, his grip on his machete tightening. A passenger turning into that? What could even do that to someone? Wise shrugged casually, her glowing green eyes flickering as she continued poking at the corpse. Then, as she shifted its body slightly, her hand brushed against something unexpected. Her expression immediately soured. She froze, her fingers curling tightly around what she'd just found. What's this?" Wise muttered, tugging at the appendage and realizing what it was. Slowly, she turned her head to glare at Carlos, her glowing eyes narrowing with accusation. Carlos noticed her stare and immediately raised his hands defensively. "Hey, don't look at me like that, I had no choice, okay?" Wise arched an eyebrow, holding up the severed spider leg that had been lodged in a rather compromising position on the creature's backside. "Really, Carlos? You stabbed it there? Was that necessary?" "It was trying to eat me," Carlos shouted, pointing at the corpse as if it could defend itself. "I had to use everything I had to fight back. It's not my fault. That's where the blade landed." She sighed heavily, shaking her head. "Sure, let's call it that," she said sarcastically, tossing the limb aside. "You humans are so weird sometimes." Carlos glared at her, his frustration mounting. "Hey, I saved myself, didn't I? You should be impressed." Wise smirked slightly, folding her arms. "Impressed isn't the word I'd use. But fine, you survived. Good job, Baldy." As the tension settled, Wise stood, brushing off her hands. Her playful expression grew more serious as she adjusted her stance. "Anyway, enough of this. We need to regroup with Cleo at the medical bay. By the look of things, we don't have much time." Carlos nodded, glancing down at the creature's mutilated body one last time before stepping over it. "Yeah, let's get moving. I don't want to deal with any more surprises like this one." Wise was about to take off at full speed, but she stopped abruptly, turning her head slightly without looking at Carlos directly. "Carlos," she said after a moment, her voice unusually calm. Carlos frowned, tilting his head. What is it now?" Wise hesitated for a moment before asking, "I'm just curious. How exactly are you walking so normally when there's no gravity?" Carlos froze mid-step, his gaze flicking between Wise and his own feet. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then Carlos let out a nervous chuckle, scratching the back of his bald head. Well, I guess I'm just, naturally gifted?" Wise finally turned to face him, her expression blank but her glowing eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Naturally gifted, huh?" Carlos coughed awkwardly, muttering under his breath. "Yeah, let's go with that." Aha, Wise said, her lips curling into a faint smirk. Without another word, she turned around and didn't say anything, she just stood there. As Wise turned her head slightly to face Carlos, her sharp gaze caught something unusual. Her playful smirk froze, replaced by a look of confusion, then alarm. Carlos's mouth. It was changing. The edges of his lips twitched unnaturally, stretching wider than they should have been. The skin around his jawline started to split and peel back, revealing something grotesque beneath a jagged, serrated set of spider-like mandibles. His teeth sharpened unnaturally as the transformation continued, and a sickening wet sound accompanied the grotesque change. "What the?" Wise muttered, her glowing green eyes narrowing in disbelief. Carlos's head tilted at an unnatural angle, his eyes glinting with an inhuman, predatory gleam. His voice, distorted and unnatural, echoed through the corridor. "Something wrong, Grandma?" On the other side of the ship, Cleo and Sharon had just arrived at the sealed medical bay. The corridor around them was eerily silent, save for the faint humming of systems struggling to maintain basic life support functions. Cleo glanced at the sealed door, analyzing it with her enhanced vision. "Sharon, I'll let you float to the roof for now. I need to handle this door, and I can't do that while holding you. Be careful not to bump your head." "Okay, don't worry. I'll manage," Sharon said, letting Cleo gently release her. She floated upward, grabbing hold of a ceiling vent to steady herself while Cleo got to work. Cleo scanned the door carefully, her golden eyes glowing faintly. She muttered, examining the locking mechanism. It had a manual override switch, but the switch was on the inside of the room, making it useless from their position. "So much for subtlety," Cleo sighed, her voice as neutral as ever. She extended her hand, crafting a glowing energy blade. The blade was similar to Rex's plasma sword, drawing power directly from her internal energy core. Its light cast a faint golden glow across the corridor. Cleo brought the blade forward, pressing its searing edge against the door. The reinforced material began to melt under the intense heat, glowing red before finally giving way. Carefully, she carved an entrance large enough for both of them to fit through. Once finished, she stepped back and looked up at Sharon. "All right, it's done. Extend your hand." Sharon reached down, her hand brushing against Cleo's, and she easily pulled her through the opening. They both landed softly inside the medical bay. The room was dark, save for the faint emergency lights that flickered sporadically. Medical equipment and supplies were scattered everywhere, floating aimlessly in the zero-gravity environment. Cleo's night vision activated automatically, turning the room into a crisp grayscale view, while Sharon stuck close behind her. "I'll search for the oxygen masks and tanks," Sharon said, moving cautiously toward one of the storage cabinets. "Good idea," Cleo replied, scanning the room for any signs of immediate danger. A few moments later, Sharon called out, "Cleo, I found the masks. They're in this cabinet, but it's locked." Cleo turned and approached the cabinet, observing the bulletproof glass. "Understood, stand back." Sharon floated aside as Cleo activated her energy blade again. The blade cut cleanly through the glass, the intense heat causing it to crack and shatter within seconds. Cleo reached inside, pulling out 2 oxygen masks and tossing one to Sharon. "Here, take these," Cleo said. "I'll grab the oxygen tanks from over there." Sharon caught the mask, her hands trembling slightly as she fitted it over her face. Meanwhile, Cleo moved to a larger storage unit and retrieved 2 small oxygen tanks, strapping one to Sharon's waist. "All right, that's taken care of," Cleo said, her voice calm but firm. "Let's sit tight until Wise and Carlos regroup with us." As they waited, Cleo decided to make the most of the time. She began crafting a pair of gravity boots for Sharon, using leftover materials from the medical bay and components from her nanomaterials. She also assembled temporary batteries for the boots to ensure they'd last long enough. Sharon, now seated on one of the medical beds, kept glancing nervously toward the broken door. Her anxiety was evident in the way she fidgeted with her mask straps. "They're taking too long," she muttered. "Do you think something bad happened to them?" Cleo, who was working on one of the room's maintenance terminals, didn't look up as she responded. "It's possible. This situation isn't normal. But Wise is capable, and Carlos, well, he's stubborn enough to survive anything. I'm more worried about what else is out there." As if on cue, Cleo's radar pinged faintly in her HUD. Her golden eyes flickered as the radar feed projected a silhouette of something moving in the corridor outside. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Sharon, stay away from the door, something's coming." Sharon frozen, her eyes widening. What, could it be another passenger? Cleo shook her head, her voice cold and firm. "I don't think so. The radar signature doesn't match any of the passenger profiles in my database." Sharon's breath hitched. "What does that mean?" Cleo didn't answer immediately. Instead, she studied the radar feed closely. The images showed multiple humanoid figures, but they weren't moving like normal passengers. Some were crawling on the walls, others on the ceiling. Their movements were erratic, unnervingly fast, and accompanied by the faint clicking sound of metallic limbs scraping against the corridor. "They're all over the place," Cleo muttered under her breath, gripping her energy blade tightly. The sound of skittering legs grew louder, echoing through the medical bay. Cleo's body tensed, her golden eyes scanning the room for entry points. She tossed a small laser pistol to Sharon, along with 2 energy cells. "Take this," Cleo said, "for self-defense." Sharon stared at the weapon, her hands trembling as she clutched it tightly. She nodded silently, her fear palpable as she moved to take cover behind one of the medical desks. The clicking sounds grew louder, almost deafening now. Cleo pressed herself against the wall beside the broken door, her energy blade poised to strike at anything that entered. The tension in the room was suffocating. Sharon held her breath, gripping the pistol tightly as her eyes darted toward the open doorway. And then they saw it. A long, skeletal leg with jagged metal edges slowly reached through the doorway, tapping against the ground. Another followed, then another. The creature crawled into view, its emaciated body hunched over unnaturally. Its eyes glowed a sickly green, and its back was adorned with jagged, spider-like limbs made of bone and metal. Behind it, more figures appeared, crawling along the walls and ceiling, their glowing eyes piercing through the darkness. Cleo's grip on her energy blade tightened. "Sharon," she whispered without turning her head, "stay behind cover, don't make a sound." Sharon nodded, barely able to breathe as the creatures began spilling into the room. Cleo's golden eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, her voice cold and steady. "Come on, then," she muttered under her breath. She then jumped from the dark corner and swinged her energy sword toward the head of the first creature that stepped inside. The cut was clean. Cleo's energy blade hummed faintly as the head of the humanoid creature rolled off its shoulders, a grotesque stench filling the room as thick, black, mud-like blood oozed from the wound. "Shoot them, Sharon," Cleo commanded, twisting her body gracefully to avoid the razor-sharp claws of another creature that leapt at her from the corridor. To Cleo's surprise, Sharon reacted immediately. Without hesitation, she raised her laser pistol and fired. The searing beam of energy struck the creature squarely in its head, burning a hole clean through its skull. The creature collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud, its limbs twitching for a moment before going still. Sharon's hands trembled, but her aim was true. "Don't stop, keep shooting," Cleo yelled, cutting down another incoming creature with a swift swing of her blade. The energy blade sliced through its torso with ease, the black sludge splattering across the floor like oil. The creatures didn't stop. They kept crawling in through the door, their sharp limbs clattering against the floor and walls as they pushed forward. Sharon gritted her teeth, firing rapidly at anything that moved. Her shots found their marks, dropping several of the grotesque monsters in quick succession. But they kept coming. Cleo moved like a force of nature, her golden eyes glowing with cold focus as she danced through the chaos. Her energy blade carved through the creatures with precision, the hum of her weapon punctuated by the sound of Sharon's laser shots. After what felt like an eternity, the pile of bodies began to clog the opening in the door. The creatures struggled to push through, but the narrow space worked against them. Cleo seized the opportunity, cutting down the last few that managed to squeeze through. Finally, the assault slowed to a halt. The pile of mangled, disfigured bodies now blocked the entrance entirely, sealing the medical bay. Sharon slumped against a nearby desk, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. What are these things?" she asked, her voice shaky. She gave one of the severed heads a small kick, sending it rolling across the floor like a grotesque soccer ball. Cleo kneeled beside one of the corpses, her expression calm but focused. I don't know, she admitted, her golden eyes scanning the creature's form. But I'm going to find out. She reached for the head of one of the creatures, intending to interface with its organic brain and extract any information she could. But before she could make contact, a sudden, deafening explosion shook the entire cruiser. The floor vibrated violently, sending both Sharon and Cleo sprawling to the ground. Medical supplies and debris floated through the air as the ship's artificial gravity faltered briefly before stabilizing again. What the hell was that? Sharon cried, gripping the edge of a desk to steady herself. Cleo's golden eyes darted toward the reinforced medical bay window. Her expression turned grim as she saw the view outside. The cruiser was tilting, its massive frame veering dangerously close to the shimmering, unstable walls of the wormhole. Sparks and debris floated around the ship as the faint glow of the engine trails behind them disappeared entirely. Her voice was sharp and urgent. The engines are offline. We're falling into the wormhole wall. Sharon's eyes widened in horror. Falling? What does that even mean? Are we going to die? Yes. Unless we get to the hangar bay immediately, Cleo interrupted, her calm yet commanding tone snapping Sharon out of her panic. Cleo moved quickly, helping Sharon to her feet. Why the hangar bay? What's going on? Sharon asked, her voice frantic as she grabbed her laser pistol and oxygen mask. Cleo spoke quickly while scanning the room for supplies. Without the engines, the ship can't stay in the center of the wormhole. If it touches the wormhole wall, we'll be torn apart. The only chance we have is to evacuate and get to a smaller vessel in the hangar bay. Now move. She turned to the medical bay door, which was still partially sealed by the backup systems. Of course, Cleo muttered under her breath, her voice laced with irritation. She slammed her foot into the bent metal door repeatedly, each kick denting the reinforced material further. With a final, powerful kick, the door groaned and bent open just enough for them to squeeze through. Let's go, Sharon, Cleo said, her tone leaving no room for argument. I'll control the remaining creatures while we run. Just stay close. Sharon nodded, her fear momentarily overcome by Cleo's confidence. She clutched her pistol tightly and followed Cleo through the door. The corridor outside the medical bay was a scene of utter chaos. Dim emergency lights flickered sporadically, casting eerie shadows across the walls. Floating debris and blood smeared the floor, evidence of the carnage that had already unfolded. Cleo's radar pinged faintly in her HUD, displaying a new set of incoming signals. More creatures, lots of them, were moving rapidly through the ship's corridors, converging toward their location. They're coming, Cleo said, her voice calm but firm. She crafted a second energy blade, holding it in her left hand while her right hand adjusted Sharon's gravity boots. You'll need these to keep your footing. The hull integrity won't hold for much longer. Sharon looked down at the boots, her face pale as she tried to focus on fastening them quickly. What about you? She asked. Cleo smirked faintly. I don't need them, now let's move. As they ran through the corridor, Cleo moved with precision, her dual blades cutting down any creature that crossed their path. Sharon stayed close behind, firing her pistol with surprising accuracy whenever one of the creatures got too close. The ship groaned ominously as another explosion rocked its frame. The lights flickered again, plunging the corridor into brief darkness before the emergency systems sputtered back to life. Sharon glanced at Cleo, her voice trembling. How far is the hangar bay? Cleo's golden eyes flickered as she calculated the distance. Too far for comfort, she admitted, but we'll make it. Suddenly, her radar pinged again, this time showing a massive, fast-moving signal ahead of them. Cleo stopped abruptly, holding out an arm to block Sharon's path. Wait. Sharon froze, her eyes wide. What is it now? The sound of skittering claws grew louder, echoing through the corridor ahead. Cleo narrowed her eyes, her blades humming softly as she readied herself. Something big, Cleo said coldly. Cleo's radar flashed ominously in her HUD, the glowing outlines of her enemies becoming clearer with each passing second. Apart from the massive signal ahead, she could see smaller ones scattering around it. It were more of those humanoid spider creatures from earlier. Her golden eyes narrowed as her internal systems kicked into overdrive. The soft hum of her energy core grew louder, and with a faint shimmer, her beautiful white wings extended outward, Their glowing edges refracted the dim emergency lights, creating an ethereal shield in front of her. Sharon, standing just behind Cleo, gripped her laser pistol tightly, her eyes darting nervously between the radar and the dark corridor ahead. What is it now? What's coming this time? Before Cleo could respond, the humanoid spiders emerged at the far end of the corridor, their grotesque forms scuttling along the walls and ceiling. But before Cleo or Sharon could act, the corridor darkened further as something massive appeared behind them. A deep, guttural hiss echoed through the air as the creature lunged forward, swallowing two of the humanoid spiders whole in a single, effortless motion. The massive black serpent glowed faintly, its body sleek and sinuous, covered in glossy black scales with streaks of luminous green running along its length. Two sharp horns protruded from its head, and its glowing green eyes pierced through the darkness. But what caught Cleo's attention the most was the creature's butterfly-like ears, glowing green and fluttering faintly as it moved. The massive serpent paused, its head lowering slightly as it regarded Cleo and Sharon. Its glowing eyes narrowed as if studying them. "Wait," Cleo muttered, her eyes widening in sudden realization. She retracted her wings, letting them fold seamlessly back into her body. "So it's you, Wise, isn't it? Did you find Carlos?" Sharon's head snapped toward Cleo in shock, her fear momentarily replaced by confusion. "Wait, what? Who are you talking to?" Cleo ignored her, her golden eyes locked on the massive serpent as it began to shrink and shift. The glossy black scales receded, and its glowing green eyes softened, taking on a more humanoid shape. Within moments, the serpent had transformed into a petite, naked female figure with glowing butterfly wings and pale, flawless skin. The girl's wings fluttered softly, their luminous green glow casting a gentle light across the corridor. She stood nonchalantly, using her wings to cover her otherwise exposed body as black clothing materialized across her frame, forming a dark, elegant outfit. "Nope," Wise said casually, brushing her long light green hair back as her piercing green eyes met Cleo's. "When I got to Carlos's location, these ugly creatures were already there, but there wasn't a trace of him." Sharon, still clutching her laser pistol, stared at Wise with her mouth slightly open, her fear now replaced by utter disbelief. What are you?" she whispered. Wise gave Sharon a playful smirk. "I'm someone who doesn't like explaining things to people who can't keep up." She glanced back at Cleo. "Do you think Carlos is dead?" Cleo's expression remained neutral, though her golden eyes sharpened slightly. "Unlikely. If he was dead, I'm sure we would have found his body or parts of it by now. Did you track his scent?" Wise nodded, her glowing green wings shifting behind her. "Yeah, I can still smell him. He's definitely alive. I was following his scent before I ran into you two." She tilted her head slightly, her smirk widening. "Oh, and good job fixing the emergency lights, Cleo. You really outdid yourself this time." Cleo shook her head. "That wasn't me," she said, her voice calm but firm. Wise blinked, her expression briefly puzzled. "Huh, well, that's interesting." Cleo turned to Sharon, who was still staring at Wise in shock. "We don't have time to stand around. Follow me. We're heading to the hangar bay." Sharon snapped out of her daze. "Hangar bay? Why?" Cleo's voice was sharp and urgent as she started running. "The engines are down, and the cruiser is falling into the wormhole wall. According to my calculations, we have 30 Imperial minutes before the ship collapses and ceases to exist." Wise let out a low whistle, casually floating alongside Cleo as she ran. "Well, that's not terrifying or anything." "Talk while we move," Cleo said, her wings glowing faintly as she picked up speed. "If Carlos is alive, we'll find him. But first, we need to get off this ship." Meanwhile, minutes before the explosion, Rex had finally arrived at the engine bay, his glowing eyes scanning the dim, debris-filled corridor. The massive reinforced metallic door that led to the room was completely destroyed, torn apart as though a powerful force had ripped through it. Rex stopped just outside the entrance, his plasma shield humming faintly. His free hand reached up to tap the small holographic projection on his forearm. "Mini Cleo, do you detect any life signs inside?" Mini Cleo, sitting cross-legged on his shoulder, frowned as she checked the readouts. A small hollow screen appeared above her, filled with glitching data. "I can't scan the room, Master. There's a jamming system in place. It's blocking all sensors. Definitely not standard cruiser tech. Rex sighed, rubbing the back of his head. A jamming system, huh? That's not good. He glanced at the torn door again, his grip tightening on the plasma sword in his hand. Well, there's only one way to find out what's inside. Mini Cleo saluted playfully. Be careful, Master. I'll keep an eye on the rear. Rex stepped forward cautiously, his glowing eyes switching between night vision and thermal as he crossed the threshold into the engine room. The air inside felt wrong, heavy. The engine bay was massive, with towering machinery and massive turbines lining the walls. Sparks flickered from damaged conduits, and pools of black, tar-like liquid coated the floor. That's not oil, Rex muttered, kneeling to inspect the strange liquid. It smelled rancid, almost like decayed organic matter. As he stood, he noticed faint claw marks gouged into the metal walls. His eyes followed the marks upward, leading to a large vent that had been torn open. Great, he muttered. Just what I needed, more things crawling around in the dark. Mini Cleo's voice crackled in his ear. Master, I'm detecting movement behind you. Rex spun around, his plasma sword flaring to life just as a figure lunged out of the shadows. It was one of the humanoid spider creatures, its jagged limbs glinting in the dim light as it pounced toward him. Rex moved swiftly, slashing downward with his plasma blade and cutting the creature clean in half. The two halves of the creature hit the ground with a wet splat, but Rex barely had time to breathe before more movement appeared in his peripheral vision. Here we go, he muttered, his eyes glowing brighter as he prepared for the fight. Mini Cleo, keep scanning the area and stay alert. I don't want some horror cliché where a monster jumps out of the shadows and tries to surprise me, Rex muttered, gripping his plasma sword tightly. Understood, Master, I'll keep an eye out for anything suspicious, Mini Cleo chirped cheerfully, floating beside him like an adorable, slightly chaotic pixie. Rex reached into his pants pocket, pulling out a compact laser gun he had crafted earlier. Normally, he would decraft weapons he wasn't using to save resources, but for situations like this, it paid to have something extra on hand. Now armed with his plasma sword in his left hand and the laser pistol in his right, Rex took a step forward, his eyes scanning the dim, debris-filled engine room. The faint, oily stench of burnt machinery and rotting organic matter filled the air. All right, come on, you ugly bastards, Rex growled. I don't have all day. A creature scuttled out from behind one of the massive engine turbines, its jagged limbs clicking against the floor as it moved. Rex didn't hesitate, raising his pistol and firing. The bright red beam of the laser gun struck the creature squarely in the forehead. Its head snapped back, now with a smoking hole left in its place while it collapsed to the floor in a heap. Headshot. Mini Cleo cheered, doing a tiny victory dance in the air. Thanks for the targeting assist, Mini Cleo, Rex said, keeping his pistol aimed forward. Another creature lunged at him from the shadows, its bone-like limbs swinging wildly. Rex sidestepped the attack with ease, slicing through one of its legs with his plasma sword. The severed limb clattered to the floor, black sludge pouring out of the wound. Next, Rex muttered, spinning on his heel to face two more creatures rushing toward him. He fired his pistol at one, the beam piercing its chest and sending it tumbling back. The other swung its clawed arm, aiming for Rex's head, but he dove under the attack and drove his plasma sword upward into its jaw. The fight continued for less than 2 minutes, with Rex weaving between attacks and dispatching the creatures efficiently. By the time it was over, the engine room was littered with mutilated bodies. The black, mud-like blood of the creatures coated the floor, and a faint sizzling sound filled the air where the plasma sword's heat had cauterized their wounds. Is there anything else nearby? Rex asked, pulling his plasma sword free from the skull of the last creature. Mini Cleo scanned the room, her tiny holographic screen flickering as she processed the data. Her cheerful demeanor dimmed slightly. I don't know, Master. The jamming field here is too strong. It's beyond my capabilities to penetrate. Only the original Cleo could break through it. Rex sighed, wiping some of the black residue off his sword before turning his gaze to Mini Cleo. Hey, don't feel bad about it, he said, giving her a gentle pat on the head with his finger. You're doing great, all right? This is out of your control. Minnie Cleo's tiny face brightened, and she saluted him with a big grin. "Thank you, Master, I'll keep doing my best." Rex chuckled softly, then turned his attention back to the engine room. He scanned the walls and machinery, his enhanced vision highlighting anything out of place. That's when he noticed it, a section of the wall that was slightly sunken compared to the rest. "Wait a second," Rex muttered, stepping closer. "Minnie Cleo, what do you think? That looks like a secret compartment." Minnie Cleo floated over to the wall, her tiny legs dangling as she leaned forward to inspect it. According to the data the original sent me, this part of the cruiser is supposed to be completely empty, just the hull and structural supports." She tilted her head, her glowing eyes narrowing. "But this definitely doesn't look normal." Rex frowned, crossing his arms as he considered the situation. "So, what do you think? Does this thing lead to some hidden treasure? Or is it a trap that'll launch me into the void and make me scream like a little kid while suffering from terrible pain while being torn apart by the wormhole?" Minnie Cleo giggled. "Hard to say, but I don't detect anything dangerous from here." Probably. She floated closer to the slight gap in the wall, peering inside with her holographic scanner. "Nope, I can't see much, it's too narrow." Rex sighed and rolled his shoulders. "Well, no point in just standing here. Let's see what's behind door number 1. He crafted a crowbar, the metallic tool forming seamlessly in his hands. Gripping it tightly, he jammed it into the small gap in the wall and began pulling with all his strength. "Go, Master, you've got this. Push harder." "Almost there," Minnie Cleo cheered, bouncing up and down on the crowbar like a tiny cheerleader. Rex's face turned red with effort as he strained against the wall. "Almost there, huh? You sure about that, Minnie Cleo?" Minnie Cleo blinked, tilting her head. Let me check." She floated down to the gap and pulled out a tiny holographic ruler, measuring the distance the wall had moved. After a few moments, she floated back to Rex with an innocent smile. "Master, it hasn't moved." "At all?" Rex froze, his muscles still straining as he processed what she'd just said. "Wait, what?" Minnie Cleo gave him a sheepish grin, her tiny hands fidgeting nervously. "Yeah, I just measured it. The wall hasn't budged even a little bit." Rex let out an exasperated groan, dropping the crowbar and leaning against the wall. "You could have told me that before I nearly dislocated my shoulder." Minnie Cleo giggled, floating around him playfully. "But you looked so determined, Master, I didn't want to ruin your heroic moment." Rex sighed, shaking his head. "You're lucky you're cute," he muttered before picking up the crowbar again. "Okay, new plan," Rex said, adjusting his grip on the tool. "Let's try this one more time, but this time, give me a countdown or something. I need all the mental support I can get." "Yes, Master, I'll count down for you," Minnie Cleo said, raising her tiny fist in excitement. As Rex prepared to try again, the faint sound of something metallic clicking echoed through the engine room. He frozen, his eyes narrowing. "Minnie Cleo," Rex said quietly, his voice tense, "did you hear that?" Minnie Cleo's playful demeanor immediately shifted, her tiny scanner flaring to life. "Yes, Master. It's coming from behind you." Rex gripped the crowbar in one hand and his plasma sword in the other, slowly turning to face the source of the sound. Rex cautiously scanned the room, his plasma short sword humming faintly in his hand. His eyes darted to every corner, every shadow, but there was nothing, no movement, no heat signatures, no signs of the noise he'd heard earlier. "Minnie Cleo, did you find anything with the scanner?" he asked, his voice steady but laced with tension. "Negative, Master," Minnie Cleo chirped, sitting cross-legged on his shoulder like a smug little sentinel. "There's nothing here except you, me, and the crowbar." She gestured toward the tools in his hands as if to prove her point. Rex frowned, still unconvinced. Well, change of plans. I'll just destroy the wall," he said, letting out a small sigh. Minnie Cleo gave an excited cheer. "Yay, destruction time." Without hesitation, Rex deconstructed his plasma short sword, reshaping the energy into his favored plasma claymore. The glowing blade grew in size, its edges crackling with dangerous heat. The weapon now looked almost comically oversized for the confined space of the engine room, but that didn't seem to bother Rex. "All right, let's see what's behind door number 2, Rex muttered, gripping the hilt tightly. With a few heavy, precise swings, the plasma claymore sliced into the sunken section of the wall, sparks flying as the blade cut through the reinforced metal like butter. In moments, the wall fell away in chunks, revealing the hidden compartment behind it. "Well, that was way easier than I expected," Rex said, shrinking the claymore back into its short sword form. The plasma hissed softly as the blade condensed into a more manageable size. "Should have done that from the start. Guess I wasted time with the crowbar." Minnie Cleo floated in front of him, placing her tiny hands on her hips proudly. "Indeed, Master, I was just about to suggest using your sword, but when I saw you craft the crowbar, I didn't want to ruin your fun." The original said, "You can be silly sometimes, so I should let you enjoy yourself." Rex gave her a blank stare, his disbelief practically radiating off his face. "You're calling me silly? When you're the one who literally acts like a hyperactive child half the time?" Minnie Cleo puffed up her tiny chest, placing a hand on her chin as if deep in thought. That's true. But Master, don't worry, I'll keep your silliness a secret. It's only you and me here, I'm really good at keeping secrets," she said, wagging her finger at him with an exaggeratedly smug expression, as if scolding him for being a naughty child. Rex ran a hand down his face, exhaling deeply. "Yeah, all right, whatever you say, Minnie Cleo. Let's just focus. There has to be something important in this room if it was hidden this well." Minnie Cleo floated back to his shoulder, waving her hand dismissively. "Of course, Master, I'm always focused." Rex shook his head but couldn't help the small smirk creeping onto his face. Despite her antics, Minnie Cleo's cheerfulness was oddly comforting in this tense situation. As he stepped into the hidden compartment, his enhanced vision quickly locked onto the centerpiece of the room. It was a massive white cube reinforced with black iron-like plating. The object hummed faintly, its smooth surface unmarred except for a few small panels and what looked like severed cables hanging from its side. "Minnie Cleo, what is this thing?" Rex asked, gesturing toward the cube with his free hand. Minnie Cleo floated down to the object, her eyes glowing faintly as she scanned it. "This is a space shelf external battery, Master," she explained. "It's an emergency power supply system. Normally, these are used when a ship's main energy core goes offline. They can temporarily restore vital systems like lights, gravity, or oxygen generation." Rex kneeled beside the cube, inspecting the severed cables. "Yeah, well, it doesn't look like it's doing much right now. These cables have been cut clean." He held up one end of the cable, the frayed wires sparking faintly. "This wasn't an accident. Someone did this on purpose." Minnie Cleo floated closer, inspecting the damage. You're right, Master. This was a deliberate sabotage. But if we reconnect the cables, it should restore emergency power to the ship." Rex raised an eyebrow. "Should? That's not exactly comforting." Minnie Cleo gave him a thumbs up. "Don't worry, Master, I'm pretty sure it'll work." Rex sighed, shaking his head. "All right, fine. I'll hold the cables steady. You fix them. I don't know the first thing about repairing this kind of stuff, and the last thing we need is for me to cause some kind of energy discharge." Minnie Cleo gave him a cheeky salute. "Leave it to me, I'm an expert at fixing things." Rex crouched beside the battery, holding the severed ends of the cables just close enough for Minnie Cleo to work. "Okay, but be careful. If this thing explodes, I'm blaming you." Minnie Cleo giggled, pulling out a set of holographic tools from her small storage unit. She began manipulating the wires with precision, her tiny hands moving almost too fast for Rex to follow. "Almost done, Master," she chirped. As Minnie Cleo worked, Rex couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. His enhanced hearing picked up faint creaks and groans from the engine room behind him, but when he glanced over his shoulder, there was nothing there. "Minnie Cleo," Rex said quietly, his voice tense, "are you picking up any movement? Anything at all?" Minnie Cleo paused for a moment, her holographic tools hovering midair. Her eyes flickered as she scanned the surrounding area. Nothing on my end, Master. The jamming field is still messing with my sensors, so I can't detect much beyond this room." Rex nodded slowly, though his grip on his plasma sword tightened. "All right, just keep working. Let's get this done and get the hell out of here." Minnie Cleo finished reconnecting the cables with a triumphant cheer. "Done? Try it now, Master." Rex stepped back, letting the cables touch the battery. Sparks flew for a moment, and the battery hummed to life, glowing faintly as it powered up. Suddenly, the room's lights flickered back on, illuminating the space in harsh white light. The hum of the ship's systems returning to life filled the air, and the slight weightlessness Rex had been feeling disappeared as gravity was restored. "Good job, Mini Cleo," Rex said with a small smile. Before Mini Cleo could respond, a loud, mechanical screech echoed from deeper within the engine bay. The sound was followed by the heavy clanging of metal against metal, growing louder and closer with each passing second. "Oh," Mini Cleo said, her voice trembling slightly. The moment Mini Cleo finished cheering and the battery's hum filled the room, the ship's engines detonated with a catastrophic roar. The engine bay was consumed in an instant by an eruption of black flames, their hue so dark they seemed to devour the surrounding light. The explosion ripped through the engine bay with a deafening roar, a shockwave of black flames and searing heat, consuming everything in its path. The volatile space fuel ignited with such force that it seemed as though the entire ship would split apart. The metallic walls warped and melted, machinery was shredded to pieces, and Rex stood at the epicenter of it all. "Master!" Mini Cleo shrieked, her voice filled with both fear and determination. Without hesitation, her tiny form shimmered with golden light as she rapidly crafted a series of dome-shaped energy barriers around Rex. Each barrier activated in succession, layering themselves in front of him like shields of pure light. The first barrier held for only a fraction of a second before the black flames tore through it as though it were made of paper. Mini Cleo crafted another and then another, pouring every ounce of energy from Rex's reserves into the defenses. Sparks flew from her glowing hands as she worked frantically, her face twisted in desperate concentration. The black flames licked at the shields with an unnatural hunger, their heat so intense that it was warping the very air. "Master, it's not enough. The energy reserves are dropping too fast," Mini Cleo warned, her voice trembling as her holographic form flickered erratically. "Shit!" Rex roared, his voice cutting through the chaos as he activated overdrive mode. His golden halo flared to life, spinning rapidly behind him as he channeled every ounce of strength he had left into the fight for survival. His body surged with raw power, and he drew even more nanomaterial from his dwindling storage reserves. Despite his efforts, the explosion's sheer power was too much. One by one, the energy shields failed, their golden glow consumed by the inky black flames. Mini Cleo's form flickered one final time before vanishing completely. "Master, I'm sorry," Mini Cleo whispered before disappearing into the void, leaving Rex alone. Her disappearance was a dire signal that his energy reserves had dropped below 15%, he was running on a tiny line. The black flames reached him, searing through his honeycomb shield layer by layer, sending waves of blistering pain through his body. The metallic floor beneath him melted into slag, and the air itself felt like molten lead pressing down on his chest. He reached into his space storage, pulling out a glowing energy battery that hummed ominously with unstable power. The green light from the battery flickered erratically, like a warning beacon, but Rex didn't hesitate. "I swear, I'll find the mother f***er who did this," Rex snarled through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. "And I'll shove space fuel straight up his ass to see if he likes it." With a defiant roar, he bit down on the energy battery, shattering the casing with his teeth. The moment the energy was released, it exploded inside his mouth like a lightning storm, sending tendrils of electricity surging through his body. Pain racked him from head to toe as the volatile energy coursed through his veins, but he held on, his willpower forcing his body to absorb the energy rather than succumb to it. His honeycomb shield flared back to life, glowing brightly as it bought him a few more precious seconds of survival. Rex folded his wings around his body, the golden glow of the appendages creating a second layer of defense against the relentless flames. But even with the boost from the energy battery, the black flames were merciless. They clawed at him, tearing through his shields faster than he could repair them. Every time his shield shattered, the flames licked at his skin, burning him despite his reinforced body. The pain was unimaginable, but Rex's rage burned hotter than the flames themselves. He reached for another energy battery, biting into it with a feral growl. The volatile energy exploded in his mouth again, sending another surge of electricity through his body. His hands trembled as the pain and exhaustion began to take their toll, but he refused to stop. "Come on! Come on!" Rex roared, his voice echoing through the collapsing engine bay. The flames battered against his defenses relentlessly, but Rex stood firm, his golden wings glowing like a beacon of defiance amidst the chaos. His body was battered and broken, his reserves nearly depleted, but his sheer willpower refused to let him fall. Blood dripped from his lips where the energy batteries had scorched him, and burns covered his exposed skin, but Rex didn't care. The only thing that mattered now was survival and revenge. With each passing second, the pain grew worse, but so did his resolve. The roar of the flames was deafening, but it was drowned out by Rex's primal scream, a shout of pure defiance that reverberated through the engine bay. He wasn't going to die here. Not like this. Carlos stood on the command bridge, sweat dripping from his brow as he gripped one of the humanoid spider creatures by the neck. Its grotesque, twisted limbs flailed wildly as it screeched in his face. With an annoyed grunt, Carlos raised his arm and fired the last few rounds from his minigun, shredding the creature's head into a mess of black sludge. The creature's limp body fell to the floor with a sickening thud as Carlos's minigun sputtered and clicked, the ammo counter flashing 0 on his arm display. "TCH, out of bullets already? That's just great," Carlos muttered, glancing around the bridge. His eyes locked onto a weapons cabinet bolted to the wall. "Guess it's time to restock." As Carlos floated toward the cabinet, the emergency lights suddenly flared to life, bathing the room in a harsh red glow. Almost immediately, the gravity system kicked back online, yanking him out of the air and slamming him face first onto the cold, metallic floor. "Ow! Damn it!" Carlos groaned, rubbing his forehead as he staggered to his feet. "Well, at least the gravity's back, that's something." Ignoring the dull ache in his head, he reached the cabinet and yanked it open. Inside, he found a modest selection of weapons, mostly electric pistols with copper rounds. Not ideal, but far better than being unarmed. He grabbed 2 handguns, stuffing as many ammo clips as his pockets could hold. He scanned the cabinet for anything his arm-mounted minigun could use, but luck wasn't on his side. "No heavy rounds, huh? Figures. Guess I'll have to make do with these pea shooters," he muttered, inspecting the handguns. After securing his gear, Carlos sighed and leaned against the console, staring at the remains of the spider creature he had just killed. He raised his left arm, examining the damaged communication device built into his cybernetic prosthetic. The screen was cracked, and sparks occasionally flickered from the exposed wiring. "Damn thing got me good," Carlos grumbled. "If I hadn't blocked with my arm, I'd probably be a corpse by now, lucky me." He sighed again, shaking his head as he glanced at the various inactive control panels around the bridge. The emergency power hadn't fully restored the ship's systems yet, leaving the bridge in an eerie silence broken only by the occasional groan of the ship's hull. Minutes passed, and finally, the hum of the emergency battery activating coursed through the ship. The control panels flickered to life, displaying various diagnostics and warning messages. "Oh, finally, took long enough," Carlos muttered as he moved to the central console. "Time to see if I can get a message out to the rest of the ship. Hopefully, there's still someone alive out there who can hear me." He grabbed the microphone connected to the intercom system, but just as he was about to speak, the entire ship was rocked by a deafening explosion. The blast sent Carlos flying backward, his body crashing into a console with a loud clang. Sparks rained down around him as the lights flickered violently. "What the hell is happening now?" Carlos shouted, dragging himself to his feet. He stumbled over to the ship's status display, which showed a 3D hologram of the cruiser. The engine section of the ship glowed an ominous red, with flashing alerts reading total system failure and critical damage. Carlos's stomach dropped. He knew exactly what that meant. Red status. Total loss. He whispered, gripping the edge of the console. His voice rose in panic. "Oh, shit." The engines were completely destroyed. With no propulsion and no stabilization, the cruiser was a dead ship drifting aimlessly in the wormhole. And worse, the black flames from the explosion would have damaged key systems, threatening the ship's integrity. Carlos slammed his fist against the console, his mind racing. He had no time to panic. He had been in this exact kind of no-win situation before, back in his days as a mercenary. If there was one thing he knew, it was that waiting around for death wasn't an option. "All right, Carlos," he muttered to himself, cracking his neck. "Think, you know what to do in this situation. If the engines are gone, then we don't need the engines." He sprinted to the navigation console, which controlled the ship's emergency wormhole navigation system. It was a failsafe designed to eject the ship from a wormhole in the event of catastrophic failure, but it came with massive risks. The system was not designed to be used during active travel. Forcefully deactivating the wormhole could rip the ship apart or, worse, leave it stranded in the void between dimensions. Carlos didn't care. Death was already knocking at the door. If he was going to die, he'd at least make sure it was quick and not at the mercy of those spider freaks. "All right, you piece of junk. Let's get this over with," he growled, his fingers flying across the controls. The console's display shifted to show a warning in bright red text. Less than warning. Forceful hull deactivation detected. The integrity of the vessel is in danger. Reconsider the decision. I repeat, reconsider the decision. Greater than. Carlos snorted. "Yeah, I'll reconsider." "Not," he slammed the confirmation button, ignoring the system's continued protests. The ship groaned violently as the wormhole destabilization sequence began. Outside, the colorful, swirling lights of the wormhole started to distort, twisting into chaotic patterns as cracks formed in the dimensional space. "Let's just hope I'm not signing our death warrant," Carlos muttered, gripping the console tightly as the ship began to shake. The wormhole finally collapsed with a massive shockwave, ejecting the cruiser at blinding speed. The sudden force sent the ship spinning wildly, tumbling end over end through open space. Carlos was thrown across the bridge, slamming into the wall and collapsing to the floor in a heap. Alarms blared all around him as the ship's systems struggled to regain control. Note to self: next time, don't mess with wormholes, he groaned, staggering to his feet. The ship continued to spin violently, its hull groaning under the strain, but Carlos managed a weak grin as he looked out the window at the stars beyond. "At least, we're not dead yet." As if the universe had a twisted sense of humor, the damaged luxury cruiser spiraled wildly through space, locked in an uncontrolled orbit around the oceanic planet they were supposed to visit. It might have been an idyllic sight under different circumstances, an endless expanse of blue with swirling white clouds over shimmering seas, but now, it loomed like a death sentence. The ship's engines were gone, leaving it as nothing more than a massive, vulnerable metal coffin hurtling toward the planet's gravitational pull. The luxurious amenities, the crystalline chandeliers, and high-tech furnishings of the cruiser suddenly felt like a cruel joke. None of it mattered now. Carlos stared at the holographic display on the command bridge, which showed the ship's trajectory in real time. The cruiser was wobbling erratically, spinning like a wounded beast in the vast emptiness of space. The display showed the planet growing larger with each second, its gravitational pull dragging the doomed vessel into an inevitable descent. Damn it, of all the planets to crash into, why did it have to be this one? He thought, clenching his fists. Carlos knew that crashing into the ocean wasn't any better than hitting solid ground. The sheer speed and force of impact would tear the ship apart, turning water into a wall harder than concrete. Carlos's jaw tightened as he turned to the comms terminal. With a flicker, the system sputtered to life, since it now had power barely, but it was enough. He grabbed the microphone and took a deep breath before speaking into the ship-wide intercom. "Attention, all passengers," Carlos's voice boomed across the ship, distorted slightly by the static of the failing systems. "This is Sub-Captain on the command bridge. Listen carefully. The ship has been compromised. The attackers are unknown, but we're out of time. Right now, we're heading straight for the oceanic planet below us, at terminal velocity." The intercom crackled, his words echoing ominously through the dimly lit halls, now illuminated only by the emergency lights. Carlos pressed on. "Here's the deal. The engines are gone, navigation is screwed, and the ship is completely out of control. There's only one chance to survive this. I'm ordering everyone to go to the hangar bay immediately. Get to the same transport ships you used for the camping trip. Stick with the people from your original teams, and for the love of whatever deity you pray to, oh, and don't panic." He paused for a moment, glancing at the planet displayed on the console. It was growing larger by the second. "That's all from me," he said finally, his voice grimmer now. "If you believe in any kind of god, now would be a good time to start praying. We're going to need all the help we can get." Carlos slammed the microphone back into its holder, the sound echoing through the otherwise silent bridge. His lips curled into a bitter smile as he muttered to himself, "I really need a drink after this." With nothing else to do on the command bridge, Carlos turned toward the elevator, which miraculously still had power. He pressed the button for the hangar bay, and with a soft hum, the elevator began its descent. Across the cruiser, Carlos's announcement sent waves of panic through the remaining passengers. Screams and cries echoed in the hallways as people rushed for the hangar bay, tripping over one another in the dark, their faces illuminated only by the flickering emergency lights. Families clutched each other tightly, while nobles and rich passengers screamed at their servants to grab their belongings. Even in the face of death, they couldn't let go of their vanity. Among the chaos, Cleo, Wise, and Sharon were sprinting down one of the main corridors toward the hangar bay. Cleo's white wings shimmered faintly in the dim light as she ran, carrying Sharon like a princess in her arms to keep her from slowing them down. "Did I hear that right?" Sharon shouted over the noise. "We're going to crash." "Affirmative," Cleo replied, her voice calm but firm. "And we'll be dead if we don't get to the hangar bay in time. Stop asking questions and focus." Wise darted ahead of them, her glowing green butterfly wings brushing against the walls as she ran. Despite the grim situation, she seemed almost amused. "Well, this is exciting," Wise said, a wild grin on her face. "Darling always says I need to get out more, and here we are. What an adventure." "This isn't the time for your nonsense," Cleo snapped, glancing at Wise out of the corner of her eye. "Oh, relax, wife number 2, Wise teased, her grin widening. "We've got this. If worst comes to worst, I can just fly us all out of here. You, me, Sharon, well, maybe not Carlos." "Shut up and run," Cleo hissed, her tone laced with irritation. The cruiser hurtled closer and closer to the planet, its hull creaking and groaning under the strain of re-entry. The once luxurious ship was now a fiery, spinning wreck, its exterior glowing red-hot as it pierced through the planet's atmosphere. Inside, the chaos only grew as passengers flooded into the hangar bay, scrambling to board the transport ships. Families clung to each other, guards shouted orders, and panic reigned supreme. Cleo, Wise, and Sharon arrived at the hangar bay just in time, their transport ship already prepped and waiting. Cleo shouted out orders, organizing the passengers as efficiently as she could, while Wise floated lazily nearby, occasionally scaring people with her glowing wings just for fun. Carlos arrived moments later, stumbling out of the elevator with a pair of handguns in his hands. He looked around at the chaos and let out a loud whistle, silencing the crowd. "All right, listen up," Carlos shouted. "You want to live? Get on a ship and strap in. No fighting, no whining, and no baggage. We don't have time for your fancy crap." "Carlos, there's no time. Get inside the transport ship already," Sharon shouted, her voice strained with panic as she waved frantically from the entrance of their transport. Carlos stood frozen, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Around him, the hangar was still a chaotic mess. Families and stragglers scrambled to board the transport ships, but it was painfully obvious that there wasn't enough time to save everyone. Carlos's chest heaved as he struggled with the choice in front of him. His eyes darted to the sea of terrified faces, and the realization hit him like a punch to the gut. There were too many people, and the countdown to doom was ticking faster than anyone could move. "Carlos," Sharon's voice broke through his turmoil, snapping him back to reality. He gritted his teeth and shouted back, "I got it, I'm coming." With a heavy heart, he turned and sprinted toward their transport, his cybernetic legs whirring softly with every step. He could barely look at the passengers he was leaving behind as he ran. The guilt was already tearing at him. The moment Carlos jumped onto the transport, Cleo's golden eyes flashed as she finished hacking the ship's automatic navigation systems. With a few mental commands, all the transport ships roared to life, their engines igniting as they prepared to launch from the hangar bay. "Let's leave then," Cleo said coldly, piloting the small fleet of ships with precision through her neural interface. Carlos was catching his breath when he suddenly realized something, or rather, someone, was missing. His head snapped toward the hangar bay doors, his expression one of horror. Wait, hold on, where's Rex? Cleo's face was calm but unreadable as she adjusted the controls. I don't know, she said bluntly. But I can feel he's still alive. Rex is not someone who dies so easily, but, she paused. He'll likely be heavily injured. Wise, standing near the entrance of the transport ship with her arms crossed, suddenly perked up at the mention of Rex. Oh, please, she scoffed. My darling is tougher than steel. He's not dead. But, her playful smirk faded into something more serious. He probably will be if we leave him here. Before anyone could react, Wise suddenly stepped forward. She gave them a quick, mischievous wave. You guys go out first. I forgot my toothbrush, she said with an exaggerated grin before leaping out of the transport ship and disappearing back into the hangar bay. "YS, what the hell are you doing?" Carlos shouted, leaning out of the transport's hatch, but it was too late. Wise was already gone. "Let her go," Cleo said firmly, her voice brooking no argument. Wise is more than capable of finding Rex. If anyone can, it's her. Carlos cursed under his breath but didn't argue. The transports broke free from the hangar bay's shield, leaving the cruiser behind as they blasted into the void. Wise soared gracefully through the chaotic remains of the ship, her glowing green butterfly wings casting an ethereal light against the dark, flickering corridors. Fires roared in the distance, and the smell of burning metal and flesh filled the air, but she paid it no mind. "Now, where are you, my darling?" she muttered to herself, her glowing wings fluttering as she sniffed the air. She paused mid-flight, sniffing in all directions like a predator tracking its prey. Her sensitive chrysalis nose usually made it easy to find Rex's unique scent, a mix of iron, sweat, and the faint tinge of plasma from his energy core. But strangely, this time, she couldn't pick it up. "Weird. I can't smell him," she murmured, her expression darkening. "Well then, on to plan B." Wise closed her eyes, her wings slowing to a gentle flutter as she activated one of her more unique abilities. A ripple of mental energy pulsed from her body, traveling outward like sonar. As it expanded, Wise began to sense the emotions of every living being on the ship. Fear, desperation, hopelessness. The passengers who hadn't made it to the transports were still scattered throughout the ship, their panic burning like small flames in the mental image Wise was building. But none of them were Rex. She knew Rex's presence, it was impossible to miss. Then she felt it. A massive surge of energy burned like a bonfire on the edges of her mental map. Unlike the other passengers, this presence wasn't consumed by fear or despair. It was something primal, something terrifying. Pure, unrelenting rage. YS's eyes snapped open, her heart skipping a beat. The mental image in her mind solidified, showing her a figure kneeling on the ground, surrounded by a blazing red aura of fury. Even without seeing him directly, she knew. Darling," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. The connection she shared with Rex came to life, confirming her suspicions. Without wasting another second, Wise bolted toward the source of the energy, flying at full speed through the damaged corridors. She moved so quickly that she left a faint green afterimage in her wake, ignoring the debris and the lingering creatures still lurking in the shadows. In the depths of the ruined engine bay, Rex kneeled amid a sea of charred metal and lifeless bodies. His white wings were battered and blackened, and his armor was scorched from the relentless flames of the earlier explosion. But Rex didn't care. His mind was consumed by one thing only: vengeance. The spider-like creatures that had survived the engine explosion moments ago were now nothing more than piles of smoking ash and shredded limbs. Rex had slaughtered them all in blind fury while he was being burned by the black flames. His plasma sword, and sheer willpower carving through the horde like a hot knife through butter. The air around him crackled with raw energy as his golden halo glowed brighter, pulsing with every beat of his heart. Despite his injuries, Rex radiated an almost demonic power, his rage keeping him on his feet when his body should have long since collapsed. A faint sound echoed behind him of soft footsteps approaching rapidly. Rex's glowing eyes narrowed as he gripped his plasma sword, ready to strike. "Darling." The familiar voice stopped him cold. Rex turned his head just as Wise flew into the room, landing gracefully a few feet away from him. Her glowing green wings shimmered in the dim light, and her usually playful expression was replaced with one of genuine concern. "Rex," she said softly, stepping closer. Rex exhaled slowly, his golden halo dimming slightly. "Wise," he said, his voice quieter now. "What the hell are you doing here? You should have left with the others." Wise smirked, her playful demeanor returning. "And let my darling die alone in this scrap heap? Not a chance." Rex let out a bitter laugh, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. "You're insane." "And you love it," she shot back, winking. "Come on," Wise said, extending her hand to him. "This ship's about to crash, and I don't plan on dying today. Let's get out of here, darling." Rex hesitated for a moment, his burning rage still simmering beneath the surface, but as he looked at Ys's outstretched hand, he let out a long sigh and took it. "Fine," he said. She grinned, her wings flaring brightly. "Then let's hurry. We've got a planet to not crash into." Together, they sprinted toward the hangar bay, the faint rumble of the ship's descent growing louder with every step. Rex's white wings dissipated into faint trails of glowing light, leaving behind a faint shimmer in the air. His injuries were extensive, from burned flesh to cracked bones, and his energy reserves were dangerously low, but he was alive, barely. His HUD displayed a grim update, 23 hours to optimal recovery. That was an eternity in their current situation, but at least the medical nanobots were working overtime, knitting his damaged tissue back together at a pace no normal human body could manage. "Where are the others?" Rex asked as he ran, his breathing labored but his determination unwavering. "Cleo got them out safely," Wise replied, effortlessly keeping up with him as she floated inches above the floor, her green wings pulsing softly. "But there are still hundreds of passengers in the ship. Judging by their speed or lack of it, they're not going to make it." Rex cursed under his breath. His golden eyes flicked toward the walls as if the metal corridors themselves were to blame for their current predicament. Why are people so damn slow in emergencies? Wise floated closer with a playful glint in her eyes despite the chaos. She extended her arms toward him as if offering a hug. "You know," she teased, "I can always carry you out. It'll be faster." Rex shot her a glare, though the corners of his lips twitched. "Fine," he said reluctantly, slowing his pace. "But if you so much as mention this to anyone, I swear." "Relax, darling," Wise interrupted with a sly grin. "Your secret's safe with me, now hold still." Before Rex could protest further, Wise scooped him up effortlessly, cradling him in her arms like a princess. Her strength, even in her petite frame, was formidable, a testament to her Chrysari biology. "This feels so wrong," Rex grumbled, crossing his arms as his battered body begrudgingly accepted her help. "Just, don't drop me, all right?" Wise giggled, her wings fluttering as she lifted off the ground and accelerated through the corridors. "Oh, don't worry, darling. I wouldn't dream of dropping you. On purpose, anyway." Rex rolled his eyes, letting out a tired sigh. He focused on his HUD, trying to divert his attention from the mortifying situation. With what little energy he had left, he began crafting a makeshift recharging device directly on his chest, integrating one of the energy cells he had bitten into earlier. It was slow work, but it would stabilize him for now. The hangar bay was a scene of pure chaos. Passengers were still scrambling to board the remaining transport ships, but greed and panic had taken hold. Many nobles and wealthy passengers were demanding their servants load crates of luggage onto the transports, ignoring the cries of those left behind. Wise and Rex arrived just in time to witness the tragic spectacle. From above, Wise hovered near the hangar's edge, watching as servants struggled under the weight of suitcases filled with jewels and priceless artifacts, while families were shoved aside in the mad rush to board. Rex's golden eyes narrowed, his frustration and anger bubbling to the surface. "There are still so many people left," he said through gritted teeth. His gaze lingered on the children crying as their parents begged for spots on the crowded transport ships. "They're going to die because of their own stupidity." Wise glanced at him, her playful demeanor softening. "Darling," she said gently, "you know there's nothing we can do. The greedy ones always end up digging their own graves. You can't save them all." Rex clenched his fists, his cybernetic joints creaking under the pressure. He wanted to argue, to fight, to find some way to save the stragglers, but deep down, He knew Wise was right. The ship was seconds away from entering the planet's atmosphere. Time had run out. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "Let's go," he said finally, his voice heavy with resignation. Wise nodded and flew toward the hangar bay's exit, her wings glowing brighter as she increased her speed. Rex held onto her tightly, his chest burning with a mix of anger, guilt, and exhaustion. The moment they exited the hangar bay, Rex felt the biting chill of the planet's upper atmosphere. The wind howled around them, roaring like a living beast as it whipped against his exposed skin. With his clothes burned away in the earlier explosion, all he had left were the tattered remains of his armor pants and the glowing recharging device on his chest. Wise slowed to a hover, her green wings keeping them steady as they floated high above the ocean. Below them, the endless expanse of water stretched as far as the eye could see, shimmering faintly under the planet's twin suns. In the distance, the cruiser appeared, a massive, flaming metal carcass spinning uncontrollably as it plummeted toward the ocean. "It really is a perfect day for a tragedy," Rex muttered, his voice hollow. Wise turned to him, her expression unusually somber. She gently set him down next to her. Rex's white wings reappeared, now fully repaired, as he stretched them cautiously. "I'm fine now," Rex said, flexing his fingers. "You can let me go." Wise hesitated for a moment, watching him carefully. Despite his words, she could see the turmoil in his eyes. Without saying anything, she floated closer and wrapped her arms around him, resting her head against his bare chest. Rex stiffened slightly, surprised by the sudden gesture, but after a moment, he sighed and returned the embrace, wrapping one arm around her. They stood there in silence, watching as the cruiser hurtled toward its watery grave. The cruiser hit the ocean with devastating force. The front half of the ship crumpled on impact, shattering into countless pieces that sprayed into the air like shrapnel. The rest of the ship followed, groaning and twisting as it was swallowed by the waves. A massive shockwave rippled across the ocean, sending towering walls of water in every direction. The once beautiful luxury cruiser, a symbol of opulence and excess, was now nothing more than a sinking pile of scrap metal. Rex and Wise watched in silence, their expressions grim. The screams of those who had survived the initial crash were faintly audible even from their distance. But the sight of dark shapes moving beneath the waves made it clear that their suffering wouldn't last long. The ocean's native creatures, massive, predatory beasts that were supposed to be hunted remotely by robots, were now converging on the wreckage. Their massive, serpentine bodies sliced through the water like shadows, and their glowing eyes focused on the flailing survivors. "Those who survived the crash won't survive that," Rex said bitterly, his hands clenching into fists. She tightened her embrace around him, her wings folding slightly. "There was nothing you could do," she whispered softly. Rex stared at the sinking ship, his golden eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. His voice was low and filled with quiet rage. "Someone planned this," he said. "And when I find out who, I'm going to make sure they pay for every single life they took." While the ocean's turbulent waves churned below and the remains of the cruiser disappeared into the depths, Rex's energy core finally reached the 20% threshold. The soft hum of power returning to his systems was followed by a faint golden glow from his chest. "Master RRRRR," Minnie Cleo's voice echoed from nowhere before she appeared in a flash of golden light, floating excitedly above Rex's shoulder. She zipped around him frantically, her tiny hands covering her mouth as she took in his battered state. "I'm so glad you're safe. But, your body, it's so burned and tattered. Does it hurt? Are you okay? I'm sorry I was so incompetent. I should have done more." Her chirping, high-pitched voice echoed against the grim backdrop of their situation, and despite the chaos, Rex couldn't help but laugh with a bitter, tired laugh, but a laugh nonetheless. The tense atmosphere between him and Wise eased slightly as the little AI fussed over him. "Yes, Minnie Cleo, I'm fine," Rex said, his voice soft. He reached up and gently patted her tiny head with his finger. "You did your best, and I'm still alive because of it. Don't be so hard on yourself." "Master," Minnie Cleo murmured, her tiny hands gripping Rex's finger as if she might lose him again. Her tearful expression was almost comical given her size, but there was genuine concern in her glowing golden eyes. Then, suddenly, her demeanor shifted. She straightened her posture, puffed out her little chest, and saluted. Master, we need to leave this area right now. Something's not right, there's danger nearby. Rex's smirk faded as her words sank in. He noticed that Wise had already let go of him and was now staring out at the vast ocean, her emerald butterfly wings glowing faintly as they twitched with agitation. It's too late already, Wise said, her voice low and steady, but there was tension in her tone. Her sharp green eyes were fixed on the horizon, and her wings folded slightly as if preparing for flight. Something powerful is coming. Rex followed her gaze, his golden eyes narrowing as he scanned the ocean's surface. At first, there was nothing, just the endless, shimmering expanse of water. But then the temperature in the air seemed to drop, and an ominous rumble resonated from deep below. The water beneath the sinking cruiser began to ripple, small waves giving way to massive swells as if the ocean itself were alive and angry. The sound of creaking metal echoed across the open air as the wreckage of the luxury cruiser suddenly shifted, as though something beneath it was moving. Mini Cleo, scanners, Rex commanded, his voice calm but urgent. On it, Master, Mini Cleo said, her tiny form glowing as she activated her scanning systems. A holographic display appeared before Rex's eyes, showing a 3D rendering of the ocean and the massive biological signatures lurking beneath its surface. Oh! Mini Cleo's voice trembled. Master, there's something huge under there. It's bigger than the cruiser, and it's heading straight to it. Rex's jaw tightened. His white wings flared slightly as he prepared for whatever was coming. The water exploded. A massive, serpentine creature erupted from the ocean, its sheer size dwarfing even the largest skyscrapers Rex had ever seen. Its jet-black scales shimmered with a faint green glow, and its glowing emerald eyes radiated an otherworldly intelligence that sent a shiver down Rex's spine. Its body seemed to stretch endlessly, coiling and twisting through the air as it let out a deafening roar that shook the skies. Its head alone was the size of a small building, adorned with sharp, jagged horns and glowing veins of green light that pulsed with energy. The beast's enormous wings, if they could even be called that, spread out from its sides, translucent and webbed like the fins of a deep-sea monster. Well, that's new, Rex muttered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Darling, you don't look surprised, Wise said, smirking faintly despite the danger. She floated closer to him, her wings shimmering with readiness. I'm not, Rex replied dryly. Because of course there's a giant sea monster. Why wouldn't there be? It's not like today's been bad enough already. The beast roared again, its glowing eyes locking onto Rex and Wise as if sensing their presence. The air around it seemed to distort, crackling with some kind of electric charge. Mini Cleo, give me options, Rex shouted, his golden halo flaring brighter as he readied himself for a fight. Master. Option 1. Run away really fast, Option 2. Try not to die, Option 3. Pray to every deity you know because this thing is way out of your league right now, Mini Cleo said in a panic, her holographic display flickering as she tried to process the data. Not helpful, Rex snapped, but he couldn't help but smirk at her honest assessment. Wise stepped forward, her green wings flaring wide as she raised her hands, small tendrils of glowing green energy swirling around her fingertips. Darling, she said, her voice calm but commanding. We can't fight this thing head-on. Not in your condition. Let me handle it. Wise, don't, Rex started, but she cut him off with a sharp glare. You're still injured. Even with 20% energy, you'll burn out before this thing even gets tired, Wise said, her tone leaving no room for argument. She turned back to the beast, her emerald eyes narrowing. Just trust me, darling. I'll hold it off while you get to safety. Rex hesitated, his fists clenching. He hated the idea of running, but he knew she was right. He wasn't at full strength, and this creature wasn't just any random monster, it was something far worse. As Rex reluctantly took to the air, his white wings beating against the wind, Wise floated higher, her green energy coalescing into a glowing spear in her hands. She stared down at the massive serpent, her smirk fading into a look of deadly determination. The beast roared again, its massive body twisting as it lunged toward her with terrifying speed. Wise darted to the side, her wings propelling her with incredible agility as she dodged the creature's massive jaws. Mini Cleo, Rex said quietly. Start scanning for weaknesses in that thing. We're going to need every advantage we can get. Already on it, Master, Minnie Cleo chirped, her holographic display lighting up with data as she analyzed the creature's movements. Wise was trying her best to dodge the ocean creature's mouth, but contrary to her expectations, the creature was way too agile. When Wise dodged, the creature's head would turn around so fast that Wise didn't have enough time to make a counterattack. "Damn, you're really ugly, you know," Wise said while some green butterflies materialized around her and started to fly toward the ocean creature body, and once they touched it, they exploded in a green light that was the same as if the creature was fired by a small gunboat laser cannon. Did that work?" Wise asked while floating just on top of the green smoke cloud the explosions left behind, but just a second later the big mouth of the ocean serpent came out of the cloud, aiming directly at Wise. "Tisk. Of course it didn't work," Wise said while dodging again and looking at its body to search for damage, but there was none. "Wise, look out," Rex said while flying fast toward her, but it was already too late. When Wise was focused on watching out for the creature head, a second head came out from the water and went directly toward Wise. When Wise saw this, she opened her eyes wide. The figure of the oceanic serpent open mouth and hundreds of teeth could be clearly seen on Wise's green eyes. All she could do at this moment was to let go of her humanoid form if she wanted to survive this. In a fraction of a second, black organi material came out of Wise's body, covering her in a black ball that the second serpent head bit strongly and entered into the ocean with a loud splash. Rex's eyes widened in shock as the ocean serpent's second head clamped down on Wise's cocoon-like form and dragged her into the depths. The massive splash sent waves crashing outward, rocking the surrounding transport ships and making the ocean appear like a boiling cauldron of chaos. "YSSS!" Rex shouted, his white wings flaring with a burst of light as he dove toward the water's surface. His fists clenched tightly, and rage burned hotter than ever in his glowing eyes. Minnie Cleo floated next to him, frantic. "Master, her life signs are still active. They're faint, but she's alive," Minnie Cleo shouted, her voice trembling. "She better be," Rex growled, his jaw tightening as he craved his plasma claymore, "because if she's not, this thing's not going to have any heads left." Deep beneath the waves, Ys's black cocoon pulsed faintly, glowing with green veins that snaked across its surface. The serpent's powerful jaws were attempting to crush it, but the alien material was holding strong, absorbing the immense pressure and impact. Inside, Wise floated in her primal form, her consciousness reeling from the sudden attack. Her breathing was steady, but her thoughts raced. "This thing is fast. Too fast. And it's strong enough to pin me down." Then she felt it, a shift in the serpent's movements. It wasn't trying to bite through her shell anymore. Instead, it was dragging her deeper into the ocean, the pressure increasing with every meter. "Oh no, you don't," Wise muttered, her voice resonating through the cocoon. The green veins on her shell began to glow brighter, pulsating with energy. Her form started to shift, tendrils extending outward like black, jagged claws. "If I can't overpower you, I'll poison you instead," she growled, her tendrils piercing through the serpent's flesh from inside its mouth, releasing a highly corrosive substance that began eating away at the creature's throat. The serpent writhed in agony, bubbles exploding upward as its second head thrashed wildly, trying to dislodge Ys's cocoon from its mouth. The acid-like substance burned through its flesh, leaving a trail of bubbling black blood that rose to the surface. "Hee, so this is indeed effective against you." When she was saying this, she saw how they weren't two different creatures. It was only one creature, and what scared her the most was that this creature didn't have only two heads. She could see several glowing eyes deep in the ocean coming toward her at fast speed, and by the number of them, there weren't only 5 or 6 heads. There were a whole lot of 8 heads. There was not time to doubt, not more time to hide. Even though she was a Chrysari princess, she was the youngest of her cousins. She was only a tier 3 peak at best, and this creature would be a tier 4 peak, so this was a fight for survival. Her instincts clicked in, her human-like eyes now changed toward serpent-like eyes. Her body started releasing massive quantities of the black living material she used before to protect herself, but now she was transforming herself into a massive black and gray snake with horns and butterfly-like wings from ears. Wise hovered in the water, her once petite, human-like form now replaced by the imposing figure of her primal chrysaori transformation. The glowing veins of green light that pulsed through her dark scales made her look like a terrifying demon of destruction. Her horns gleamed as they extended upward like curved obsidian blades, and her butterfly-like wings, now enormous and translucent, shimmered with an ethereal green glow. The ocean seemed to recoil as her massive serpent body unfurled, curling and coiling into the water. Her serpent eyes narrowed, locking onto the eight-headed monstrosity that was surging toward her with incredible speed. Each of the creature's heads, adorned with glowing green eyes and gaping jaws lined with countless razor-sharp teeth, churned the water into chaos as they moved with terrifying coordination. 8 heads. Perfect. I just need to rip off 8, Wise growled, her voice deeper and more primal, resonating with the power of her true form. She could feel her chrysaori instincts taking over, her blood pumping with adrenaline. This was no longer a fight for dominance or pride, it was a battle for survival. As the first of the heads broke the surface, it lunged straight at Wise with its jaws wide open. She hissed, baring her venomous fangs as her massive tail whipped upward with blinding speed, slamming into the head with a crack that echoed across the ocean. The impact sent a shockwave rippling outward, causing the water to spray violently in all directions. Another head surged up from her right, snapping at her midsection. She spun in the water, her serpentine body twisting gracefully as her tail lashed out again, catching the attacking head and smashing it back into the depths. But as she defended against one attack, another head emerged from the depths, aiming for her exposed back. Not so fast, she roared, releasing a volley of glowing green butterfly-like projectiles from the veins in her wings. The projectiles shot toward the attacking head, each one detonating on impact with the force of a plasma cannon. The head recoiled with a guttural screech, black blood spilling from its wounds. But Wise had no time to celebrate her small victory. The ocean began to churn violently as the full size of the creature became visible. The beast wasn't just massive, it was colossal. Its 8 heads were attached to a single, gargantuan body that extended far below the surface, its scales glistening like molten obsidian and etched with glowing green runes. The ocean seemed to quake as its sheer size displaced the water around it. "You've got to be kidding me," Wise muttered, her eyes widening as the creature began to encircle her, its heads moving in perfect synchronization. It wasn't just strong, it was smart. This wasn't an ordinary predator. It was a true apex beast, and it had decided Wise was prey. The heads began striking one after another, forcing Wise to stay on the defensive. Her massive body twisted and turned, her tail whipping through the air and water to parry the relentless attacks. She unleashed another wave of green butterfly projectiles, aiming to buy herself some time, but the creature's regenerative abilities were absurd. The wounds she inflicted were already beginning to close. From a distance, Rex watched the chaos unfold, his eyes narrowing as he saw the full scale of the creature Wise was facing. His wings flared with silver light as he flew closer, ignoring the warnings Mini Cleo was frantically shouting in his ear. "Master, you're still heavily injured. You need to retreat and recover. This is beyond your current capabilities," Mini Cleo pleaded, her voice filled with panic. "No chance," Rex said, his voice cold and resolute. "Wise needs me. I'm not letting her fight that thing alone." As he approached, he saw Wise managing to hold her ground, but barely. Her once mighty tail was now covered in gashes, and her projectiles were becoming less frequent as her energy reserves dwindled. One of the serpent's heads managed to graze her side with its teeth, tearing into her scales and drawing green blood. "That's enough," Rex growled, summoning his plasma claymore once more. His white wings blazed brighter, and he dove straight toward the creature, aiming for the closest head. With a powerful slash, he drove the claymore into the serpent's skull, the blade cutting deep and unleashing a torrent of black blood. The head let out an earth-shaking screech, thrashing wildly as Rex pulled the blade free. He hovered above the creature, his body glowing with a faint silver aura as he activated what little remained of his overdrive energy. "Need some help, my dear wife?" Rex shouted, his voice carrying over the chaos. Wise, with her massive body battered and bleeding, shouted through their telepathic link, her voice trembling with urgency. "What are you doing here? Get out of here, Rex. Escape while you still can. This creature is too powerful for you to handle." Rex, undeterred, laughed loudly as he soared toward her serpentine head, his movements deliberate despite the chaos. What? Leave you to fight this thing alone? Sorry, but I don't have the energy to fly all the way back. It looks like I'll have to stand with you. He landed firmly on the crown of her head, grinning. So don't shake too much, all right? I'd rather not fall to my doom just yet. His laugh rang out defiantly as if mocking the very idea of fear. YS's heart clenched, knowing the grim reality they faced. If Rex fled, she would die. If he stayed, they would both die. There was no victory to be found here. And yet, the thought of not dying alone, of fighting together until the bitter end, brought a strange sense of solace. Rex, ever the joker, even in the face of death, gazed at her, scales shimmering faintly in the moonlight. By the way, why didn't you ever show me this form before? It's beautiful. Wise hesitated, her serpentine eyes narrowing as the monstrous beast's 8 heads lunged closer, jaws snapping viciously. Meanwhile, one of the heads darted toward Rex, fangs gleaming. Before it could strike, a well-aimed blast struck its open maw. Rex turned, grinning wildly. Nice shot, Mini Cleo. He shouted. Mini Cleo had already deployed 2 floating laser cannons, both firing with rhythmic precision. Rex gestured at them with an exaggerated expression. I swear, if I didn't have you, I'd be dinner by now. Keep it up. Wise dove suddenly, plunging beneath the water's surface in a desperate bid to escape the circling heads that dominated the air. The beast roared in frustration, its heads following in relentless pursuit. Her voice came to him again, quieter now. I thought you wouldn't like this form. It isn't beautiful. Rex tightened his grip on one of her horns as the rush of water threatened to tear him off. His voice softened, though his words carried the same reckless honesty. You're ridiculous, you know that. Your true form is amazing. Cute, even. Now stop worrying about what I think and listen up. Wise swam faster, the pressure building around her as the creature closed the gap. Her blood, green and glowing faintly, trailed behind her from countless wounds. The sight of it twisted something deep inside Rex, but he forced himself to stay focused. Head that way, Rex shouted over the rushing current, pointing ahead. We're taking this thing to a little surprise I set up earlier. Trust me, you'll love it. Or it'll kill us both, but hey, we're out of options, right? Despite the agony racking her body, she couldn't help but chuckle faintly. All right, darling, I'll leave it to you. Summoning every ounce of strength she had left, she surged forward, water breaking around her in violent waves. Behind them, the monstrous beast gained ground, its 8 heads tearing through the water with a hunger that refused to be denied. Rex held on tightly, his knuckles white as the current whipped at his face. The tension pressed against them like the weight of the ocean itself. Yet amidst the chaos, a grin tugged at his lips. If we're going down, he muttered to himself, we're going down in style. Meanwhile, Cleo's calm demeanor cracked the moment she received the urgent transmission from Mini Cleo. Her heart raced as she read through the detailed message. Without hesitation, she initiated a direct link. Mini Cleo, I've read the report. Tell Rex to head to these coordinates immediately. We'll face that monster there. Her voice was firm, but the urgency couldn't be hidden. Mini Cleo's holographic form saluted sharply, her tiny fist thudding against her chest with all the drama of a soldier in battle. Got it, original. You can count on me. She chirped, her small yet determined form beaming with confidence. The moment the call ended, Carlos, who had been pacing nearby, spoke up. Was that about Rex? What's going on? How is he? His voice wavered with concern. Cleo let out a long breath before responding, her expression as unreadable as ever. He's alive for now, but they won't last much longer if that thing catches them. She pulled up the footage Mini Cleo had sent, projecting it for Carlos to see. Carlos stared in stunned silence as the video played. On screen, Rex and Wise were battling a massive Tier 4 beast, its 8 monstrous heads tearing through everything in their path. It wasn't a fight. It was a slaughter. Blood and desperation filled the screen as the beast relentlessly pursued its prey. Carlos's voice was barely above a whisper. How are we supposed to help them? That thing. He paused, gesturing toward the video. It's unstoppable. Cleo closed the projection with a flick of her wrist, her expression calm and calculating. Reinforcements are already en route. They'll be in orbit within minutes. Carlos's brow furrowed in confusion. Reinforcements? From where? Cleo's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smile. You'll see soon enough. Meanwhile, Wise was straining every fiber of her being as she swam toward the surface, her body racked with pain. It's here, Wise. Go up. Now, Rex shouted, his voice filled with an urgency that left no room for doubt. Got it, darling, Wise replied, summoning every last ounce of strength to propel herself upward. The water erupted around them in a colossal explosion of foam and spray as they broke the surface. Behind them, the monstrous beast followed, its 8 heads rising like a nightmare-given form, water cascading from its jaws. Rex didn't hesitate. He leapt off Ys's head. His energy levels recharged to 50%, just enough to fight on his own. Let's do this, Wise. We've got to hold out until reinforcements arrive. As soon as he took off, one of the beast's heads lunged at him with terrifying speed. Its jaws opened wide, and for a split second, Rex knew there was no way to dodge in time. Mini Cleo. Max output on the energy shields. Rex shouted, his voice steady despite the chaos. In an instant, multiple energy shield domes deployed, lighting up in rapid succession. The head slammed into the barriers, but the sheer force sent Rex tumbling backward and straight into the creature's throat. Well, that's just great, Rex muttered, his voice thick with sarcasm as he hovered inside the foul, pulsating cavern. It smells like something died in here. Be careful, Master. Mini Cleo's holographic form appeared beside him, her tiny face covered by an exaggerated gas mask, her voice tinged with both concern and playful mischief. The corrosive liquid in here is highly dangerous. If it touches you, you'll be in serious trouble. Rex waved her off, though he couldn't help but grin at her antics. Got it, got it. But don't worry, I've got an idea. His smirk widened as he gripped his claymore, the blade glowing brighter as it expanded in size. Mini Cleo tilted her head, curious. What's the plan, Master? Rex licked his lips, his tone both cocky and excited. Tell me, Mini Cleo, do you ever hear what happens when you accidentally swallow a fishbone? Mini Cleo blinked, then giggled behind her gas mask. Oh, this is going to be fun. Rex raised his claymore, the blade now a blinding beacon in the darkness of the creature's throat. Let's see how this beast likes a little indigestion. Inside the monstrous creature's throat, Rex held on tight to his claymore, grinning like a madman. With all his strength, he spun the massive blade in wild arcs, tearing through the pulsating walls of flesh as he tumbled up and down like a whirlwind. Ha 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 ha. Enjoy the fishbone, you ugly bastard. He roared, his voice echoing within the beast's throat as he became a spinning, living saw. Mini Cleo, clinging tightly to a lock of his hair, screamed in protest. Master, I'm feeling so dizzy, she whined, her holographic form flailing helplessly. Rex, who shared everything Mini Cleo experienced, immediately felt the dizziness hit him like a hammer. His vision swirled. Oh no, I think I'm going. Meanwhile, outside, the battle was going from bad to worse. Wise fought fiercely against the remaining 7 heads, her immense serpentine body coiling and striking like a force of nature. But the difference in strength was undeniable. Her injuries were taking their toll, and with every move, her speed was slowing. Her once beautiful scales were now marred by countless wounds, her green blood streaking through the water. One of the heads finally got its chance. It lunged forward with terrifying speed, its jaws closing around Ys's midsection in a crushing bite. A pained, guttural roar erupted from her as the creature clamped down, its teeth digging deep into her flesh. But Wise wasn't one to surrender. With a savage twist of her body, she turned her head and sank her own fangs into the offending head. Her thick and corrosive venom bubbled through the creature's flesh, forcing it to release her with an ear-splitting howl. But not before it tore a massive chunk of flesh from Ys's body, leaving her even weaker. Rex, still spinning like a hurricane, finally delivered the decisive blow. With a deafening roar, he cleaved the creature's head clean off from the inside, emerging from the stump drenched in black blood and other unmentionable substances. Gasping for air, he took a quick look around, and his heart dropped when he saw Wise struggling to stay afloat. Wise. he shouted, his voice cracking as he took off toward her. Her serpentine body began to sink, her strength all but gone. Darling. Her voice was faint, trembling with exhaustion and pain. I don't think I can keep fighting. Slowly, she collapsed into the water, her body limp as the 7 remaining heads surged toward her, ready to devour her. No. Rex's anguished scream tore through the battlefield as he dove toward Wise with everything he had. His wings burned with effort, his heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. Minnie Cleo. He shouted desperately. Find her core. I know she's not one to die like this. She's tougher than Carlos, and that guy's practically immortal. Minnie Cleo's holographic form appeared beside him, her scanners whirring at full speed. Found it, Master. Her core is in the egg, the one from when you first met her. She's retreating back into it to regenerate. Rex's eyes locked on the faint glow of the egg, resting on the seafloor beneath Ys's sinking form. Without wasting a second, he tucked his wings and dove underwater, cutting through the currents with every ounce of his strength. But as he neared the egg, his blood ran cold. One of the creature's heads had seen the egg too. Its massive form twisted through the water like a missile, its jaws opening wide as it sped toward Ys's core. No, Rex shouted, his voice raw as he pushed himself to go faster. But the difference was abysmal. He was built for the skies, not the sea. Against the speed of the creature, it was like watching a baby sloth race an adult swordfish. The head was closing in fast. Its gaping maw was just inches away from swallowing the egg whole. Desperation surged through Rex's veins. He extended his arm as far as it would go, straining to reach the egg. But it wasn't enough. The beast was faster. The gap was closing. I said fuck off. Rex roared with every ounce of strength and fury he had left. A massive shockwave of silver energy burst forth from him, radiating like an explosion. The aura blasted through the water, slamming into the creatures' heads and forcing them back in a violent ripple. The few precious seconds the shockwave bought were all Rex needed. With a final, desperate lunge, he wrapped his fingers around the egg and held it close to his chest. His wings ignited in a fiery glow as he shot upward, breaking through the surface of the water in an explosive burst. Soaring high into the air, drenched and gasping for breath, Rex clutched the egg tightly against his bare chest. He glared down at the beast below, his eyes blazing with defiance. You're not taking her from me, he growled. The egg that held Wise began to glow softly in Rex's arms, its surface shimmering like liquid light. Slowly, it started to dissolve, its radiant material seeping into Ys's injured body. As the egg vanished completely, Wise was left cradled in Rex's arms, her human form limp and battered. The material from the egg spread over her wounds, knitting her flesh together little by little, the glow of healing faint but steady. Rex stared at her, holding her close. This was Wise, the Wise who was always carefree, who loved to joke and laze around, who teased him endlessly with that mischievous glint in her eyes. Seeing her now, fragile and broken, tore through him like a blade. His chest tightened with a pain he had never felt before, a pain so deep it seemed to echo in his very soul. His grip on her tightened, and with that pain came something else, an uncontrollable, seething rage. Below, the monstrous beast stirred, finally shaking off the effects of Rex's earlier shockwave. Its 8 heads, now thrashing with fury, burst from the ocean's depths. This time, its movements were different, more calculated, more deliberate. It wasn't just hunting Rex anymore. It was hunting a threat. A threat that had dared to challenge it, that had dared to hurt it. The creature surged toward him with terrifying speed, the ocean parting in its wake. Rex didn't flinch. He wrapped Wise tighter in his left arm, shielding her with his honeycomb-like energy barrier. The shimmering shield expanded around her, encasing her in a protective cocoon. With his free hand, Rex crafted a glowing silver chain from the nanomaterials stored in his golden halo. The chain coiled around his claymore like a living thing, securing the massive weapon to his wrist. No matter how fierce the fight became, he wouldn't drop it. Not this time. His eyes blazed with silver light as he turned to face the charging beast. Bring it on, Rex roared, his voice cutting through the air like thunder. Today, you go down. As if it understood his words, the creature let out a deafening roar of its own, all 7 mouths opening in unison. The sound was so powerful it rippled through the air and water, shaking the very battlefield itself. But Rex didn't falter. He answered with a roar of his own, primal and raw, as his entire body erupted in a brilliant silver light. The golden halo on his back flared to life, releasing streams of nanomaterial that surged into his body. Cleo's voice echoed in his mind, a warning from earlier. 3 meters is your safe limit, Rex. Don't push past that. Your body won't hold. But Rex knew this wasn't the time to play it safe. YS's fragile form in his arms reminded him of what was at stake. There was no room for hesitation. His body began to grow, stretching and expanding as he infused more and more nanomaterial into himself. 3 meters. 4, 5, 6. His muscles burned with the strain, his veins glowing like molten silver. He was a giant now, shining like a star, a silver comet falling from the sky. With a battle cry that shook the heavens, Rex dove toward the creature, his claymore swinging in massive, earth-shaking arcs. Each swing unleashed devastating shockwaves, splitting the air and ocean alike. The water below churned violently, pushed back by the sheer force of his strikes, creating massive craters in the waves. The beast lunged upward to meet him, its 7 heads snapping and thrashing as they closed in. Rex's silver light clashed with the creature's black, oily aura, their power colliding in a storm of chaos and fury. The ocean below them became a battleground, each swing of Rex's sword sending tsunamis outward. The creature roared again, its jaws snapping dangerously close to Rex's body, but he was relentless. For every head that lunged at him, he met it with a devastating swing of his blade, sending shockwaves that cut through the air like thunderclaps. Is this all you've got? Rex shouted, his voice echoing across the endless expanse of water. His rage fueled him, his every strike driven by the image of YS's fragile body in his arms just moments ago. He would protect her. He would destroy this monster. And he would not stop until it was nothing but ash. The Silver Star and the 8-headed nightmare clashed in a battle that lit up the horizon, a war that could be seen from the heavens. Amidst the chaos of the battle, as Rex clashed against the monstrous Tier 4 beast, the sky above began to change. The ocean shimmered faintly as an enormous shadow descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of a force that had never been seen before in the vastness of space. The fleet appeared without warning, their ships breaking through the atmosphere like blades piercing the clouds. Each vessel was a testament to engineering and purpose, their designs sleek yet menacing, their hulls emblazoned with unregistered symbols that no intergalactic system could recognize. This wasn't a force tied to any known military alliance or galactic power. This was something entirely new. At the heart of the fleet, an enormous flagship dominated the skies. It resembled a fighter carrier, its size and majesty eclipsing anything the galaxy had known. Inside its command bridge, 4 figures stood, each gazing at the battlefield below. Their faces were lit by the glow of the screens showing the battle between Rex and the Tier 4 beast. Each of them reacted differently to the spectacle unfolding before them. The first figure, a golden-haired woman of otherworldly beauty, stood still with her eyes closed. Though she couldn't see the fight with her eyes since it was an ability she lacked, her senses extended far beyond sight. She felt the clashing power below, the sheer magnitude of the 2 titanic forces battling for dominance. The intensity of it made her tremble, her slender hands gripping the railing tightly. Beside her, an older man with silver-streaked hair and a face carved by wisdom watched the battle on the largest screen. His expression was radiant, tears streaming down his face as if he were witnessing the creation of a masterpiece. His voice broke the silence, filled with unrestrained joy. Beautiful, magnificent, glorious, he exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the scene. This is a moment worthy of history. It should be immortalized, not with some cheap holographic projection but with a real painting. A masterpiece to hang on the walls of eternity. He laughed loudly, overcome by the spectacle of raw power and will on display. Further down the bridge, 2 younger women stood side by side, both with silver hair that shimmered faintly under the dim lighting of the command room. They looked almost identical, like mirrors of one another, but their reactions couldn't have been more different. The first, the timid one, watched the fight with a pained expression. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides, and her lips quivered as she saw the blood on Rex's body. Every injury he suffered seemed to strike her heart as if it were her own. The second, in contrast, was flushed, her cheeks glowing a soft pink as she stared unblinkingly at Rex. Her eyes glimmered with something akin to admiration or perhaps something deeper. She shifted her weight, her legs moving restlessly as if trying to contain her emotions. Her focus never wavered from Rex, even as the beast's massive heads thrashed around him. At the center of it all stood the commanding presence of Admiral Lilla. Her voice finally broke the tension in the room, clear and commanding, cutting through the hum of the ship's systems. All forces, prepare to engage. She shouted, her tone brimming with authority and purpose. The objective is the beast. Unleash the full might of the new human empire. Show the galaxy the strength of the Angel's followers. Understood, Admiral. The officers on the bridge responded in unison, their voices sharp and resolute. The air was charged with energy, their morale surging. For many, this was the moment they had been waiting for, their first true test of strength, their first chance to unleash their fleet against an enemy of unimaginable power. But more than that, this was their chance to fight alongside the symbol of their faith, Rex, the bloody angel. It was not just a battle. It was a declaration. To some, they might have seemed like fanatics. But to the soldiers aboard the fleet, faith and conviction were all that mattered. Their belief in Rex, their symbol of defiance and hope, burned brighter than any sun. This wasn't just about destroying the Tier 4 beast. This was about sending a message to the galaxy. For centuries, humanity had been cast aside, enslaved, and treated as disposable. Their time as victims was over. This fleet, this force, was the answer of a people who had been beaten down and yet refused to die. This was the rebirth of humanity's pride. The new human empire had arrived. And this battle, this bloody, desperate battle was their call to the galaxy. A call to those who would stand with them. A warning to those who would oppose them. The bloody angel's light would not falter. Today was not just the day humanity fought back. Today was the day the galaxy bore witness to the return of its once proud humans. And with that, the skies above the battlefield erupted in blinding light as the fleet prepared to unleash its full might. The ocean roared in anticipation, and the beast let out a furious cry as it turned to face the new threat. Less than Wing 1 Commander reporting for duty. Greater than Less than Wing 2 Commander reporting for duty. Greater than Less than Wing 3 Commander reporting for duty. Greater than The calls echoed across the command bridge, one after another, crisp and confident. The entire fleet was ready. The battle had reached its boiling point, and there was no turning back. All they awaited now was the signal, the sacred command that would unleash the full might of the new human empire. Admiral Lilla stood tall in the center of the bridge, her golden hair shimmering faintly in the glow of the monitors, her eyes still closed as she focused entirely on the energies below. Her voice rang out, sharp and commanding, cutting through the tension like a blade. Fire! Lilla shouted with all her might. In an instant, the fleet roared to life. 4 massive destroyers, designed to resemble the maritime warships of humanity's distant past, unleashed their payload. These vessels, painstakingly rebuilt by Carlos and enhanced with Cleo's technology, had become fearsome war machines of the stars. Their turrets pivoted and fired with surgical precision, filling the air with the deafening symphony of war. Explosive rounds tore through the skies, their trajectories arcing toward the Tier 4 beast, while streaks of brilliant laser beams followed closely behind. Every shot was aimed with deadly accuracy at the massive creature. Master! Incoming fire from above. Dodge! Mini Cleo's voice rang out urgently in Rex's mind, cutting through the haze of his overwhelming rage. What? From who? Rex shouted, his silver aura flickering for a moment as he processed the warning. He flapped his wings furiously, propelling himself higher into the sky just in time. The first wave of laser beams struck the beast with pinpoint accuracy, slicing through its scaled hide and drawing a roar of pain. The creature's roar was deafening, its agony reverberating through the air. It twisted violently, trying to retreat back into the safety of the ocean. But before it could react, the explosive rounds struck next, detonating upon impact with a series of thunderous booms. Shrapnel and chunks of flesh erupted from the beast's massive body, splashing into the water below. Prepare the tractor beams. Don't let it escape into the water. A commanding voice shouted from outside the main bridge. Standing boldly at the bow of the massive carrier, his silver hair whipping wildly in the gale, was none other than Oscar. The scientist's white lab coat fluttered dramatically in the powerful winds, and a confident grin stretched across his face as he watched the battle unfold. He stood there as though he were a king overseeing his kingdom, utterly unbothered by the chaos around him. What? Professor? What are you doing out there? Lila's brother, speaking through the communicator, sounded equal parts exasperated and alarmed. Ha ha ha. What else would I be doing here? Oscar's voice crackled back through his oxygen mask, his tone brimming with delight. This is the first time my creations are being brought to light. Of course, I'm going to choose the most spectacular seat in the house. Despite his recklessness, Oscar wasn't entirely foolhardy. His oxygen mask ensured he could breathe in the harsh environment, and the magnetic boots he wore kept him firmly planted on the carrier's deck despite the violent winds. Lila let out a long, tired sigh, shaking her head. She was far too familiar with Oscar's eccentricities to waste time arguing with him. Do as he says, she ordered calmly. Understood, Saintess. The officers on the bridge responded, their hands flying across their consoles as they carried out the orders. The carrier's powerful tractor beams activated, locking onto the Tier 4 beast. Beams of blinding blue energy shot out, latching onto the creature and halting its retreat. The beast writhed and thrashed, fighting the pull with every ounce of its monstrous strength. Saintess! One of the officers shouted, his voice filled with panic. The beast is pulling us toward it. Its strength is overpowering our tractor beams. Lila's expression remained calm and resolute. Do not falter. Keep the beams locked on it. Max out the engines, every last ounce of output. We will not lose to a beast. Yes, Saintess. The carrier's engines roared to life, the massive vessel straining against the overwhelming force of the creature. Despite its immense size, the carrier groaned under the pressure, but it held firm. Meanwhile, the destroyers continued their relentless assault. Volley after volley of explosive rounds and lasers rained down on the beast, tearing through its flesh and lighting up the battlefield. The creature's roars grew louder, more painful, each one echoing across the ocean like a shockwave. And yet, the beast fought back with ferocity. Its 8 heads thrashed and coiled, its movements desperate and wild. This wasn't just a battle for survival anymore, it was a battle for dominance. From the skies above, Rex hovered, watching the chaos unfold. His eyes, burning with silver light, scanned the battlefield. The rage that had consumed him moments ago was still there, but now it was tempered by something else. But as the creature's roars grew louder, something gnawed at the edge of his mind. For now, the fleet was holding its ground, but Rex had learned one painful truth during his time fighting the beast. Tier 4 beasts weren't just monsters. They were forces of nature. And nature, when cornered, always struck back with devastating fury. Mini Cleo, Rex muttered, tightening his grip on his claymore as his wings flared with light. Scan the surroundings while I go to the main ships to see who is helping us. Understood, Master, Mini Cleo chirped, summoning a small holographic screen in front of her. Her tiny hands moved with incredible speed as she analyzed data and relayed commands, her voice maintaining its usual playful yet efficient tone. Rex flew toward the human carrier, his wings leaving trails of silver light in the sky. As he neared the flagship, his immense figure cast a shadow over the deck, and the sheer heat radiating from his body created a haze of steam around him. His naked form, now standing at 6 meters tall, was etched with golden tech marks that pulsed faintly with residual energy. Hot fumes rose from his glowing body, making him look more like a divine warrior than a man. As Rex landed on the deck with a heavy thud, the platform trembled beneath his weight. The crew stared in awe, their mouths agape, some even dropping their tools as they beheld the giant figure. Who's this guy? Rex asked, his deep voice resonating like celestial thunder, as he turned his gaze toward the silver-haired man standing confidently in front of him. Mini Cleo popped up on his HUD, her holographic form pointing to the figure. Master. That's Professor Oscar. According to the database, he's part of the human empire's upper ranks and one of the chief engineers responsible for their advanced technology. Oh, yes, I remember now, Rex said with a nod. He slowly knelt down to bring himself closer to eye level, the ground beneath him creaking slightly under his weight. Despite his attempt to appear humble, his towering frame and radiant energy made him seem anything but humble. Professor Oscar, Rex said, his voice calm but commanding, it's been a long time. Oscar, ever composed, saluted with a smile, his silver hair still whipping in the strong winds. Ah, Sir Rex, what an honor to meet you again on such a glorious day. His tone was filled with genuine delight, as if he were greeting an old friend at a tea party rather than standing on the front lines of a battlefield. Rex glanced around the deck. Where are Cleo and the others? He asked, concern lacing his thunderous voice. Oscar adjusted his glasses and smiled warmly. They're safe and sound, resting in their quarters inside the carrier. Rest assured, Sir Rex, they are unharmed. Rex let out a soft sigh of relief, the tension in his massive shoulders easing slightly. That's good, he said. He shifted, revealing YS's battered and unconscious form in his arms. Her body was still glowing faintly from the egg's healing properties, but her wounds were severe, and her breathing was shallow. Please, Professor, Rex said, his voice softening. Help me take her to a medical tank. She needs immediate treatment, possibly tons of food and minerals, though I'm not entirely sure what she really eats. You'll have to ask her when she wakes up. Oscar's cheerful demeanor dimmed as he stepped forward, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of YS's injuries. By the stars, those wounds are dreadful. He quickly tapped on the device strapped to his wrist, inputting commands with precision. Fear not, Sir Rex. The medical team is on its way as we speak. We'll do everything in our power to save her. As he spoke, the carrier's alarms briefly sounded, signaling the approach of the medical team. They'll be here shortly, Oscar added, his tone firm. You should rest as well, Sir Rex. Your body has been pushed far beyond its limits. Rex shook his head, his glowing eyes narrowing as he turned to glance back over his shoulder. The destroyers continued their relentless bombardment of the Tier 4 beast, their combined firepower illuminating the ocean below. But despite the constant assault, Rex's instincts screamed at him. While I appreciate the offer, I can't rest yet, Rex said, his voice low but filled with resolve. There's something wrong. That beast, it's not done. It's not in its last breath. His silver aura flickered faintly, his grip on Yan tightening protectively. Oscar's brows furrowed as he followed Rex's gaze. You believe it's holding back? Rex nodded, his expression grim. Yes. It feels like it's waiting for something we haven't seen yet. Oscar frowned, his mind racing. A Tier 4 beast is no simple creature, that's for certain. If your instincts are telling you this, Sir Rex, then I won't disregard them. As Rex stood tall once more, holding Wise close, his silver aura flared brighter. I won't let it hurt anyone, he muttered. Not Cleo. Not the fleet. Not anyone. Oscar adjusted his glasses, a determined smirk forming on his lips. Well, Sir Rex, if it does have a trick up its sleeve, then let it come. Between you and the might of the new human empire, we'll show this beast exactly what it means to challenge humanity. The medical team finally arrived, rushing to take Wise to the medical bay. As they worked quickly to secure her, the battlefield raged on in the distance, the creature's roars echoing louder and more furious with each passing moment. And though the destroyers' firepower seemed relentless, the tension in the air was palpable. Everyone could feel it. The beast wasn't done. The real fight was only just beginning. Master. Multiple energy levels detected beneath the ocean. Mini Cleo's voice chimed urgently, her holographic form flickering on Rex's HUD as a map appeared, covered in ominous red marks. The energy readings range from Tier 1 to Tier 2 peak beasts. Shit. I knew it. Rex growled, gripping his plasma claymore as it materialized in his hands, the blade crackling with volatile energy. Professor. Get inside now. Things are about to get ugly. From the depths of the ocean, shadows began to emerge. At first, they were indistinct blurs beneath the surface, but within seconds, the water exploded with motion. Massive maritime beasts, sleek and alien, burst forth into the air, their aquatic forms defying logic as they propelled themselves skyward. Rex's eyes widened as the creatures took flight. What the hell? They can fly. Who's ever heard of a damn fish that could fly? He shouted in disbelief, his grip tightening on his weapon as he prepared to take off and intercept them. But before he could move, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. Wait, Rex. His eyes flickered with surprise. Cleo, what are you doing here? What about your body? Rex asked, his tone edged with confusion. He knew Cleo could only project herself in one place at a time unless she gave specific consent for Mini Cleo to stay with him. Don't worry, Cleo replied, her voice firm but calm. My body is fine. It's recharging as we speak. But I'd worry more about you right now. Why, for the love of all things holy, did you push your body to its absolute limits? How many times have I told you not to do that? This was the first time Rex had ever heard Cleo nag him like this, and the unexpected scolding almost made him smile. Almost. Letting out a heavy sigh, Rex responded, his voice steady but resigned. Cleo, there was no other option. You know that. Check my memories if you want. You'll see why I did it. I regret nothing. His gaze turned back toward the incoming swarm of beasts, their numbers growing by the second. But I don't have time for this right now. I need to deal with those creatures before they rip apart the destroyers. We can talk about this later. Wait, Cleo said again, her voice sharper this time, cutting through Rex's focus. Rex paused, mid-step. What now? Let the humans handle those creatures, Cleo said, her tone firm with certainty. They're not as weak as you think. In fact, I'm impressed by how quickly they've adapted to the new technologies. Give them a chance to prove themselves, Rex. Rex raised an eyebrow, staring at her holographic form as it appeared on his palm, glowing faintly against the backdrop of chaos. And what do you suggest we do? A faint smile played on Cleo's lips as she looked up at him. While they handle the small fry, you and I are going after something bigger. Meanwhile, on the command bridge of the flagship carrier, the tension was palpable. Lila stood in the captain's seat, exuding calm authority despite the chaos unfolding outside. Saintus. Bad news. A communications officer called out, his voice frantic. Destroyer 2 and Destroyer 3 are under attack from unknown enemies. They're requesting immediate aerial support. Lila remained composed, her golden hair swaying as she tilted her head slightly. Do not panic, officer, she said with her voice steady and resolute. Deploy the Imperial wings. Show those beasts the might of our fighters. Yes, Saintus, the officer responded, his tone instantly steadier as he relayed the order. Imperial wings. Turn on your engines. May the glory and might of the angel guide your path. Inside the fighter bay, rows of sleek, gray fighters hummed with power, their engines already warmed and prepped for launch. The pilots, clad in advanced flight suits, strapped themselves in, their faces lit with determination. The leader of the first wing has his fighter painted bright red to distinguish him from the others, grinned as he flicked on his comms. All right, you heard the saint. It's time to show these oversized guppies what the Imperial wings are made of. The other pilots cheered over the comms as their engines roared to life, the metallic hum reverberating through the bay. The green light flashed on their screens, signaling clearance for takeoff. Go, go, go. The officer's voice echoed through the speakers. With a deafening roar, the fighters launched from the carrier, one after another, their thrusters igniting in streaks of blue flame. The ships shot into the skies, sleek and deadly, their forms reminiscent of the old fighter planes of humanity's past but updated with cutting-edge technology for space and atmospheric warfare. The Red Leader led the charge, his voice booming through the communications. Form up. We're taking the fight to them. Wing 3 and Wing 4, divert immediately to support Destroyer number 4. Wing 2, stay with me and follow my lead. The Red Leader shouted through the communicator, his voice sharp and unwavering amidst the chaos. Understood. The leaders of the other wings responded in unison, their voices filled with determination as they broke formation, guiding their squadrons toward their assigned objectives. The Red Leader's eyes narrowed as the swarm of flying beasts came into view, their alien forms twisting and flailing as they relentlessly harassed Destroyer number 4. We're almost in missile range. He shouted. Prepare to fire the first volley. Be ready to light these bastards up. The moment his fighter's targeting system pinged the green light, he gave the command. Launch the fireworks. A symphony of smoke trails streaked across the sky as dozens of missiles erupted from the fighters, their sleek forms arcing toward the swarm of beasts. The creatures screeched in disarray, their movements becoming frantic as they attempted to dodge the incoming barrage. But the missiles weren't ordinary projectiles. Developed by Cleo herself, each missile was equipped with a basic AI guidance system. Even as the beasts twisted and dove to evade, the missiles recalibrated mid-flight, locking onto nearby targets with ruthless precision. They wouldn't stop until their targets were destroyed or until their fuel ran dry, and these missiles had enough fuel for an hour of high-speed pursuit. Explosions rippled through the air as the missiles found their marks, tearing into the swarm with devastating effect. Several beasts were engulfed in fire and smoke, their charred remains plummeting toward the ocean below. Others were left wounded, shrieking in pain as the missiles continued to hound them. "Good hits, everyone," the Red Leader shouted over the communications. "Second Wing, take the high ground and prepare for a diving assault. First Wing, stick with me." As the Second Wing climbed higher into the skies, the Red Leader pushed his engines to maximum, surging forward with the First Wing close behind. The swarm was disorganized now, but not broken. There was still work to do. When they were close enough, the Red Leader gave his final order. "First Wing, break formation. Enjoy the hunt." The First Wing scattered like a cloud of angry wasps, each pilot taking their own path through the swarm. The Red Leader himself twisted sharply to avoid the snapping jaws of a flying beast, rolling his fighter to the side before locking onto another target behind it. His dual laser cannons lit up, firing searing beams of light that pierced clean through the creature's hide. The beast roared in pain as its flesh burned, falling away in a spiral toward the ocean. Meanwhile, the Second Wing completed its climb and swooped down in a tight circular formation, raining fire on the swarm from above. Their coordinated assault sent a barrage of lasers slicing through the air, injuring multiple beasts in one coordinated strike. Once they were deep inside the swarm, the Second Wing broke formation and scattered, only to regroup moments later and repeat the tactic, keeping the beasts off balance. But the beasts weren't just mindless prey. They fought back with brutal ferocity. And soon, the elites among them arrived. Tier 2 beasts spotted. The Red Leader warned as his targeting system locked onto the incoming reinforcements. Unlike the weaker beasts, these were larger, faster, and deadlier, their forms bristling with natural weaponry. The closest one lashed out with writhing tentacles, their ends sharp as spears. The Red Leader narrowly avoided the attack, his fighter rolling to the side in a sharp maneuver, but two of his wingmates weren't as lucky. The tentacles pierced their fighters straight through the middle, causing fiery explosions that lit up the battlefield. "Shit, we've lost two. Everyone, disperse." Bee swarm tactic. The fighters immediately broke away from the Tier 2 beast's range, zigzagging wildly to avoid the flurry of attacks. As they flew out of range, they turned sharply and unleashed everything they had: missiles, laser fire, and even flares to disorient the creatures. The combined firepower slammed into the beast swarm, cutting through their ranks with ruthless efficiency. Before the beasts could retaliate, the fighters retreated once more, using their speed and agility to stay just out of reach. It was a dangerous game of cat and mouse, but it was the only way to handle the overwhelming numbers and power of the beast swarm. The Red Leader gritted his teeth as he dodged another tentacle strike, sweat dripping down his face. His comms crackled as one of the wing members shouted, "Leader, these Tier 2s are everywhere. We need support out here. Hold the line." The Red Leader shouted, firing another volley of lasers that sliced through the wing of a charging beast. "We just need to buy time for the Saints' orders to turn the tide. Stay sharp and keep moving." From his cockpit, he could see the larger battlefield below, the destroyers still bombarding the Tier 4 beast, the carrier's tractor beams struggling to hold it in place, and now, the swarm of flying beasts adding to the chaos. The Red Leader gripped his fighter's controls tightly, his focus darting between issuing commands and keeping himself alive in the chaos. His squadron's mission was clear: buy time for the destroyers to finish off the Tier 4 beast. But the battle had devolved into a brutal game of endurance, one where both the massive beast and the destroyers themselves were on the verge of collapse. He barely had time to process the worsening situation when a shadow loomed in front of him. His heart sank as his cockpit alarms blared. The towering form of a Tier 2 beast had appeared, its massive tentacles spreading wide to ensnare him. Time seemed to stretch, slowing to a crawl. The Red Leader's eyes widened as he realized the full gravity of his mistake. He had gotten too distracted watching the battlefield, and now he was staring death in the face. The tentacles shot toward him, closing in from every direction like a deadly cage. There was no way out. No room to maneuver. This is it, he thought, his grip tightening on the controls. The ace of humanity's fighters is about to go down. But just as the tentacles were about to crush him, a flash of radiant light split the sky with a powerful wind. Golden swords, dozens of them, rained down from the heavens. Each blade shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, slicing through the air at impossible speeds. One of the swords struck the Tier 2 beast squarely in its body, detonating with a powerful shockwave that sent the creature spiraling downward, its screech drowned out by the roar of the impact. The Red Leader blinked in shock. It had happened so fast, he hadn't even processed what had saved him. What the actual fuck? He muttered, his voice shaky as his fighter steadied itself. More golden swords rained from above, piercing through the flying beasts that surrounded the destroyers. Each blade struck with unerring accuracy, severing wings, cutting through armor like scales, and leaving destruction in their wake. What stunned the Red Leader even more was what followed. The swords didn't simply vanish after their strikes. They returned, spinning gracefully through the air, back toward a single source. He squinted, his cockpit HUD tracing the trajectory of one of the swords as it disappeared into a cloud bank. His curiosity pushed him to follow it, and what he saw behind the clouds nearly made his jaw drop. Emerging from the mist was a massive, gleaming figure, a white and gold giant mecha. Its design was unlike anything he had ever seen, impossibly advanced and radiating a divine energy that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. The mecha's enormous wings stretched out for several meters, each metallic feather gleaming with light. In its right hand, it held a colossal sword, the blade practically humming with a menacing energy. And behind the mecha, there was an enormous golden halo, pulsating with light. From the halo, the golden swords emerged, shooting outward like divine arrows of judgment before returning to their source. The Red Leader could do nothing but stare in awe as the mecha moved. Its movements were impossibly fluid for something so massive, each step and flap of its wings radiating power. Then, the mecha turned its head, and the Red Leader froze as its glowing, silver eyes locked onto his fighter. The mecha nodded once, a simple yet commanding gesture. The Red Leader felt a shiver run down his spine as he instinctively nodded back. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, the mecha shot downward like a falling comet. Its target was clear, the Tier 4 beast. On the flagship's command bridge, the chaos continued as updates poured in from across the fleet. "Sir, we've just received a priority order from High Command," one of the communication officers shouted. "All destroyers are to cease fire on the Tier 4 beast and redirect their attacks toward the Tier 1 and Tier 2 flying beasts. I repeat, cease fire on the Tier 4 beast." "What?" one of the destroyer captains roared in disbelief as he slammed his fist against his chair. "What the hell is High Command thinking? We've got that massive bastard on the ropes, and now they want us to stop. Are they insane?" "Captain," another officer yelled, his voice frantic. "We're detecting a high-energy reading heading straight toward the Tier 4 beast. The source is, it's another Tier 4 peak entity." The captain froze, his face paling. Another Tier 4. He clenched his fists, a sense of dread creeping over him. "Quickly, put it on the screen." "Right away, sir." The main display lit up, showing a live feed of the battlefield. At first, the captain saw only the chaotic scene they were already familiar with, the Tier 4 beast thrashing against the carrier's tractor beams, the flying beasts swarming the destroyers, and the fighters weaving in and out of combat. But then, his eyes were drawn to a blinding light descending from the sky. The bridge went silent as everyone stared at the screen, watching the white and gold figure dive toward the Tier 4 beast with terrifying speed. Its sword glowed brighter with every passing second, the energy around it growing so intense that even the radar systems began to glitch. The captain's voice was barely above a whisper. "What is that?" It's him," one of the officers muttered, her voice trembling. "The bloody angel." The Saintess, seated calmly in her chair, allowed a faint smile to cross her lips. Do as the order says, she commanded. The Tier 4 beast is no longer your concern. Focus all the fire on the flying beasts. Our angel will take care of the rest. The captain hesitated for only a moment before nodding. You heard her. Redirect all fire, target the swarm and clear the skies. Below, Rex broke through the last layer of clouds, its wings folding slightly to increase its speed. His glowing silver eyes locked onto the writhing Tier 4 beast below, its massive form still thrashing against the bombardment from the destroyers. Cleo, Rex said, his voice calm but firm, it's time. Understood, Cleo replied, her voice echoing through the cockpit. Let's finish this. The golden swords circling Rex's halo shimmered with renewed energy, their light blazing like stars. As he dove, the swords shot forward, each one finding its mark on the beast's body. The Tier 4 beast roared in fury, its massive heads thrashing as it sensed its true enemy approaching. Rex raised his colossal sword, the blade glowing brighter and brighter as it absorbed energy from his core systems. His voice rumbled like thunder as he charged forward. This ends now. With a devastating swing of his plasma-clad claymore, Rex sliced clean through one of the Tier 4 beast's massive heads. The plasma energy crackled violently as it seared through flesh and bone, sending the severed head crashing into the ocean below with a thunderous splash. The moment the head hit the water, Rex raised his left hand, pointing directly at the creature. The golden energy swords hovering behind him shot forward like meteors, slamming into the beast's colossal body with explosive force. Each impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air and water, the sheer power of the assault forcing the creature to thrash wildly in pain. Rex, stop treating the swords like disposable weapons, Cleo's voice rang out in his mind, sharp and commanding. Your energy reserves can't handle the strain. Let me take control of them while you focus on the heads. Rex let out a small chuckle, dodging a snapping maw as one of the beast's remaining heads lunged at him. Fine, fine. I leave them to you, Cleo, he shouted as he pivoted in midair, his wings glowing as he dodged another incoming attack. But then something unexpected happened. The creature's throats began to glow, each one lighting up with a fierce, pulsating energy that sent a shiver down Rex's spine. He narrowed his eyes, his instincts screaming at him to prepare for the worst. High energy signatures detected, Cleo's voice came through urgently. Rex, stay alert, activating plasma shields. Rex's golden halo pulsed, deploying protective barriers around him just as the beast unleashed its next attack. The 6 remaining heads roared in unison, spewing streams of fire and crackling electricity into the air. The sheer power of the assault was enough to scorch the skies, creating a hellish storm of energy that filled the battlefield. What the hell are those? Rex shouted as he twisted and weaved through the chaos, barely avoiding the fiery blasts and bolts of electricity. Since when can it do that? As he dodged, one of the heads came dangerously close, snapping its jaws inches from his face. Rex snarled and punched it with all his might, his fist glowing with silver energy. The impact sent the head reeling backward with a guttural roar. This is a Tier 4 peak beast, Rex, Cleo explained, her tone calm yet firm. Just as you can manipulate energy, so can it. Its abilities are likely evolving under stress. Proceed with caution. We don't have enough data on its full capabilities. Cleo's holographic form appeared next to Rex, this time holding mini Cleo in her arms like a doll. She stroked the tiny AI's head lovingly, rubbing her hair as if soothing a frightened child. It's easier said than done, Cleo, Rex snapped, his voice tinged with frustration as he twisted through another barrage of fire and lightning. This big sushi has 6 heads left, and it's hard to dodge all of them. His words were cut short as one of the heads finally landed a hit. A burst of fire breath slammed into Rex, the searing heat causing him to falter in midair. The plasma shields absorbed most of the damage, but the force of the attack still knocked him off balance for a few crucial seconds. Deploying enhanced plasma shields, Cleo said calmly. From Rex's golden halo, 2 metallic rhombus-shaped figures emerged, spinning rapidly before projecting a honeycomb-like barrier that completely encased Rex. Rex grinned as he steadied himself. Would you look at that? These shields are pretty damn useful, keep them up, Cleo, I've got an idea. He flapped his wings hard, accelerating straight toward the head that had just blasted him with fire. The massive maw opened again, preparing for another attack, but Rex showed no signs of slowing. "Now it's my turn, you bastard," he shouted as he plunged directly into the creature's mouth. The beast's jaws snapped shut, but it was already too late. Rex tore through its throat like a blazing comet, his plasma claymore slicing upward as he emerged from the top of the creature's skull. With a single explosive strike, he decapitated the head from the inside, sending it tumbling into the ocean below. "That's another one down," Rex roared triumphantly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "Only 5 left." The Tier 4 beast let out a deafening, guttural roar, its remaining heads thrashing violently. Blood poured from its massive wounds, staining the ocean beneath it a sickly black. It was clear the battle was no longer in its favor. Sensing its inevitable defeat, the creature shifted its strategy. Its massive body began to sink, dragging itself toward the ocean depths. The carrier's tractor beams strained against the pull, the immense force causing the entire ship to groan under the pressure. "Saintus!" A voice crackled over the carrier's communications. "The Tier 4 beast is attempting to retreat into the water. It's pulling the carrier with it. We're losing stability." Lila, seated calmly on the command bridge, opened her eyes. Her gaze was sharp even though she was blind. Her voice was steady. "Redirect all energy to the tractor beams. Do not let it escape." "But Saintus, do not argue," she cut him off, her tone resolute. "If that creature escapes underwater, it will recover, and all of this will be for nothing. Hold the line, no matter the cost." On the battlefield, Rex hovered in the air, his silver aura blazing brightly as he watched the beast thrash against its bonds. His wings flared as he turned to Cleo. "It's trying to retreat," Rex growled. "We can't let it get away." "Agreed," Cleo said, her holographic form glowing faintly. "But you'll need to move quickly. The tractor beams won't hold it for long, especially not with its size and strength." Rex's grip on his claymore tightened. His voice was cold, determined. "Then I'll make sure it never gets the chance." With a powerful flap of his wings, he shot upward like a comet, aiming directly for the beast's massive body. "Cleo," Rex said, his voice steady but laced with anticipation as he hovered high above the thrashing Tier 4 beast. The wind roared around him, whipping his silver hair and wings as his body glowed faintly from the strain of the ongoing battle. He tightened his grip on his claymore before letting it dissolve into a shower of golden particles. Both of his hands now clasped together, pointed downward, as if channeling all his energy into a singular focus. "Let's do that thing you told me about before." Cleo's holographic form appeared beside him, her expression unreadable but her presence calm and confident. Without a word, her form shimmered and grew, becoming as large as Rex. She floated behind him, her arms wrapping around his neck in a protective, almost intimate embrace. Her glowing wings extended wide, mirroring Rex's own, and her voice was a soothing whisper in his ear. "Understood, my husband," Cleo said, her tone soft but filled with a dangerous edge. The battlefield seemed to still for a moment as her voice echoed into the system. Less than releasing the limiters greater than golden circuits on Rex's body flared to life, their glow intensifying as the once dormant systems in his body awakened. The air around him shimmered with heat and energy, his silver aura burning brighter and hotter with each passing second. Less than powering up the forbidden systems greater than Rex's hands began to tremble under the sheer force building up within him. Streams of golden light poured out of the halo on his back, spiraling into the air before coalescing into a massive, glowing sigil. The intricate design pulsed with ancient energy, a symbol of power that hadn't been seen for centuries. Less than proceeding with the high energy release greater than the light from the sigil intensified, painting the entire battlefield in blinding gold. The destroyers, the fighters, even the Tier 1 and 2 beasts paused momentarily, their movements faltering as they felt the raw power emanating from Rex. Cleo leaned in closer, her whisper barely audible over the crackling energy. "Execute?" Rex's voice rumbled like thunder, a single word resonating with absolute authority. "Affirmative." Cleo's golden eyes flared as her wings spread to their fullest, their tips glowing white-hot. Less than releasing Royal Armory blueprints greater than the sigil above Rex began to shift, its lines and patterns moving like living things as it morphed into a massive, circular array. Golden light poured from it, materializing into what appeared to be components of a weapon. Piece by piece, the fragments assembled themselves in the air, forming the outline of an enormous sword. Cleo's voice, now layered with both her own and that of the system, resonated with divine clarity. "Execute the Conqueror sword." With those words, the glowing fragments snapped together, and the sword came to life. The golden halo, once glowing humbly on Rex's back, had now moved to his feet and expanded to an enormous size, spanning several hundred meters. Its intricate, glowing tech marks pulsed violently as golden energy coursed through it, rippling across the battlefield like waves in a storm. Suddenly, a deep, resonant crack echoed through the air as the halo fractured down the middle. From its center, the tip of a massive golden blade emerged, its edge gleaming with an intensity that seemed to defy reality itself. The enormous sword pointed directly at the Tier 4 beast, its presence overwhelming. Rex could feel the weapon siphoning his energy, pulling from his very core with relentless hunger. His breath grew heavier as his reserves rapidly drained, but there was no time to hesitate. The longer he delayed, the closer he came to being consumed by the very weapon he had crafted. "Cleo," Rex called out, his voice calm but strained, his silver eyes locked on the thrashing monstrosity below. "What are the chances that thing survives this move?" Cleo's voice drifted into his ear, soft and teasing yet laced with lethal certainty. She let out a small, almost playful giggle before whispering, "If you aim well, Master. There's a 0% chance it will survive." Her delicate hand rested gently on Rex's metallic helmet, her presence a calming anchor in the chaos. "That's good," Rex said, exhaling deeply as his gaze hardened. He raised his claymore in one hand, the blade glowing faintly, and pointed it at the beast. His eyes burned with a mix of rage and resolve, staring down at the creature as if it were nothing but an insect beneath him. "Then let's get this over with." In the next instant, the golden sword, crafted by the immense energy of the halo, shot forward at a speed that defied all comprehension. It tore through the air, vanishing in a blink, faster than even the sharpest eyes could follow. For a moment, everything seemed frozen in silence. Even the Tier 4 beast appeared unaware of what had just happened, its massive body thrashing as if nothing had changed. Then came the pain. The creature let out an ear-piercing roar, a guttural scream of agony that shook the battlefield. The golden sword had impaled it cleanly, its massive blade buried deep within the beast's body. Energy pulsed violently from the sword, sending shockwaves rippling outward with enough force to churn the ocean below into chaos. The beast thrashed violently, its 6 remaining heads flailing in desperation as it tried to free itself from the golden weapon. It clawed at the sword with its jaws, tearing at its own flesh in the process, but every attempt to dislodge the weapon only deepened its torment. The pain radiating from the sword was unbearable, searing its very essence with divine intensity. Suddenly, Cleo's massive holographic form appeared at the pommel of the golden blade. Her towering, ethereal figure stood atop the weapon, her glowing wings spread wide and radiant, her calm expression contrasting starkly with the chaos below. She was a vision of divine judgment, her presence radiating authority and power. For those watching from their ships or monitors, it was a moment of pure awe. Gasps filled the command rooms as even the most hardened officers felt chills run down their spines. "Foul beast," Cleo said, her voice ringing out across the battlefield, calm yet unyielding. "I do not know what offense you committed to earn the wrath of the future emperor of the Kael'zars, but such a mistake can only be paid with your life." Her words were devoid of emotion, spoken with an almost mechanical neutrality, and yet they carried an undeniable weight. She raised a single hand and snapped her fingers. The golden sword began to glow brighter, its edges burning like a miniature sun. Energy surged through the weapon, crackling and pulsing with unfathomable power. The battlefield seemed to tremble under its might. "Not good," Lila shouted from the carrier's command bridge, her calm composure finally breaking. "Order all ships to divert energy to their frontal shields and ascend immediately, now." The officers snapped out of their stunned stupor and began issuing commands. "Why yes, Saintess." The fighters retreated from the front line, streaking back toward the carrier as fast as their engines could take them. The destroyers ceased their bombardment of the Tier 4 beast, redirecting all available power to their shields as they began to ascend. Their hulls groaned under the strain, but there was no alternative. As the Allied forces moved to a safer distance, Cleo's holographic form glanced upward, her golden eyes scanning the battlefield. Satisfied that everyone was far enough away, she faded from the pommel of the sword. Her last words before vanishing carried an eerie finality. "Goodbye, beast." The golden sword reached its peak brightness, glowing so fiercely that it rivaled the sun itself. Then, with an earth-shattering roar, it detonated. The explosion wasn't just light or fire, it was a supernova. A compact yet overwhelmingly powerful burst of energy that consumed everything within several kilometers. The ocean vaporized instantly, leaving a gaping, burning hole where once was water. Every creature within the blast radius, whether Tier 1 or Tier 2, was obliterated in an instant, reduced to nothing but ash. For a few moments, there was nothing but silence. The battlefield was eerily still, save for the rising clouds of steam and vapor that blanketed the area, obscuring everything in a dense, blinding fog. The water began to rush back into the massive crater, filling the void left by the attack, but the scene remained shrouded in mystery. From the carrier, Lila watched the monitor intently, her sharp eyes scanning the fog for any signs of life, but there was nothing. "What happened in there?" one of the officers whispered, his voice trembling. No one could see what remained of the battlefield, not the crews of the destroyers, not the pilots in their fighters, not even Lila herself. Only Rex and Cleo, hovering above the devastation, knew the truth of what had occurred. And as the vapor cleared, it became evident that the Tier 4 beast was gone. Not a trace of its massive form remained, its very existence wiped clean from the face of the ocean. Rex floated in the air, his silver aura dim but steady. His breath was ragged, his body trembling from exhaustion, but his eyes burned with satisfaction. "It's done," Rex said, his voice low and firm. Cleo's voice, soft and comforting, echoed in his mind. "Yes, Master, it's over." As the steam from the supernova slowly dissipated and the battlefield settled into an uneasy calm, Rex turned his head to face Cleo's holographic form, a playful smirk spreading across his face. Despite the exhaustion etched into his features, the glint in his silver eyes told her trouble was coming. "Wanna know something?" Rex asked, his tone teasing as he floated above the still steaming ocean. Cleo tilted her head slightly to the left, her golden eyes narrowing in curiosity. "What is it, Master?" she asked, her usual calm demeanor firmly in place, though she was wary of where this conversation might go. "You've been calling me husband and master for a while now," Rex said, his smirk widening into a full grin. "So tell me, what's the deal? Is this some new fetish of yours, or have you finally fallen for my irresistible charms?" Cleo's golden eyes widened slightly, her holographic form freezing for a moment as her mind raced. "What are you talking about, Master?" she said, her voice unusually defensive. "I have never done something like th." Her words stopped abruptly as realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. Her hands flew to her mouth, her glowing cheeks turning a deeper hue of gold as if she had just uncovered some deeply embarrassing truth. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Rex burst into laughter, clutching his sides as his booming voice echoed across the battlefield. "Oh, this is great, don't worry, Cleo. I don't mind if you keep calling me that. In fact, I'm totally fine with it." He grinned even wider, his laughter ringing out as he relished her reaction. Cleo, who was now visibly flustered, had her face turn as red as a virtual tomato. "I never," she stammered, her voice flaring with indignation before she promptly shut down her holographic form. "Ha ha ha. Now you're being shy," Rex said, his laughter growing louder. "Cleo, come on. I didn't think I'd ever see you like this again. This is priceless." Inside Rex's mind, Cleo's voice returned, flustered and defensive. It's not my doing, it's all Mini Cleo's fault. She's corrupting my way of thinking." Mini Cleo's tiny holographic form popped up in Rex's HUD, sitting cross-legged on one of his displays with a mischievous grin. "What? Me? Master, I'm innocent," she said, clearly anything but innocent. "You know, Rex, it's not my fault Cleo's been calling you those things." Maybe she just repressed her true feelings for too long, and they're finally bubbling to the surface. You little. Cleo's voice roared in Rex's mind, the volume loud enough to make him wince slightly. Ha ha ha, oh, this just keeps getting better, Rex said, still laughing. Cleo, don't blame Mini Cleo for this. You've been calling me, master, and husband, since the beginning of this fight. Just admit it already. I will not, Cleo huffed indignantly, her voice echoing in his mind with a mix of anger and embarrassment. And for the record, I only called you those things as a formality. It has nothing to do with any feelings. You're delusional. Rex smirked, his tone still teasing as he floated through the air, wings beating softly to keep him steady. Sure, Cleo. Whatever you say. But you know, he added, leaning back slightly with a cheeky grin, I wouldn't mind if you kept it up. It's got a nice ring to it. Master, husband. I could get used to it. Stop talking. Cleo shouted, her embarrassment now at its peak. I'm shutting down all your interface systems for the next 5 minutes. Hey, wait, Rex protested, still laughing, don't take it out on me. Before he could finish, his HUD flickered, and Mini Cleo disappeared from his displays, replaced by a blank screen. In the silence that followed, Rex let out one final chuckle. Totally worth it, he muttered to himself, a faint smile still lingering on his face as he was falling like a rock toward the ocean. Deep within his mind, Cleo's voice grumbled quietly, her tone still flustered. Stupid master. Stupid Mini Cleo. Stupid feelings. Deep inside Rex's mind, Cleo was spiraling into what could only be described as an existential crisis. Her usually calm and logical thoughts were now tangled in a storm of doubt and emotions she had never fully processed before. I mean, I've already done the deed with him back there, but that was different, feelings weren't needed for reproduction, she muttered to herself, pacing back and forth in the virtual space of her own consciousness. Since I'm probably the last one of my race, it was a logical decision, yes, purely logical, it was my duty to ensure the continuation of my kind. She paused, her golden holographic eyes narrowing as she tried to convince herself further. This has nothing to do with feelings. There's no way I'd develop feelings for someone so imprudent and reckless. He's constantly throwing himself into danger without a second thought, like some daredevil idiot. Her pacing quickened, and her hands balled into fists, and his big mouth. He can't even stop himself from saying things that infuriate everyone around him. Who would ever fall for someone like that? But then, her thoughts took a different turn, much to her own horror. Well, he is good looking, she admitted reluctantly, her pacing slowing, and his muscles do make him look undeniably sexy. Her face grew redder as she continued, her voice becoming softer and more hesitant, and he was pretty good in bed. Her eyes widened as she realized where her thoughts had gone, and she frozen in place, covering her virtual face with her hands. No, this has nothing to do with feelings, she shouted to no one in particular, desperately trying to reset her composure. I'm just overanalyzing things, that's all, it's purely biology, purely. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Rex had his own problems. His exhausted body, still radiating heat from the supernova's proximity, plunged into the ocean like a meteor. The water hissed and boiled on contact, creating an explosion of steam that sent waves rippling outward. The temperature of his body had been pushed to extreme levels despite the shields protecting him, and now, without Cleo's systems online, he was left stranded. Well, this is awkward, Rex muttered as he floated aimlessly in the water, slowly sinking deeper with every passing second. He crossed his arms behind his head, looking entirely too relaxed for someone drifting in the middle of the ocean. Without the systems, I can't even fly. Guess I'll just sink to the bottom and wait for Cleo to finish her temper tantrum. The water around him grew darker as he sank deeper, but Rex showed no signs of concern. His energy, now elevated to that of a Tier 4 peak powerhouse, radiated like a beacon in the depths. The surrounding marine creatures, sensing his overwhelming presence, kept their distance. Even the more aggressive predators dared not approach him. Well, at least there's no company down here, Rex mused, his voice echoing faintly in the water. He glanced around, noting the eerie stillness of the ocean. By the looks of it, that Tier 4 beast I just took down was the big boss around here. Guess the rest of the food chain decided to steer clear of me. Minutes passed in silence, save for the occasional sound of bubbles rising to the surface. Rex's wings floated limply behind him, his silver aura dim but still present as he waited. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, his systems rebooted. A faint hum filled his ears as Cleo's voice returned, her tone noticeably calmer but still carrying a faint trace of embarrassment. "Systems restored," she said curtly, trying to sound professional despite the earlier events. Rex smirked as his HUD flickered back to life. "Oh, finally. And here I thought I was about to become a reef for fish to live on," he said with mock exasperation, giving his body a quick stretch. He flapped his wings once, propelling himself upward with ease as the water parted around him. "Don't be dramatic," Cleo replied, her voice sharp but slightly flustered. "You were perfectly fine. I calculated your safety down to the millisecond. There was no danger." Rex chuckled, his wings glowing faintly as he surged toward the surface. Sure. Keep telling yourself that. You know, it wouldn't have hurt to bring me back sooner, unless you were busy thinking about something." Cleo's voice stuttered for a brief moment, the faintest hint of a virtual gasp escaping her. What? No, I wasn't, I mean, you." She trailed off, clearly flustered, and Rex's grin widened. "Ah, I see," Rex teased, his tone smug as he broke through the surface of the water with a burst of energy. "It's okay, Cleo. You don't have to explain. I'm sure whatever you were thinking about was very important." "I wasn't thinking about you, if that's what you're implying," Cleo snapped, her voice louder now, but the crack in her composure was obvious. "Of course not," Rex said, laughing softly as he floated above the ocean, shaking water from his wings. "Whatever you say, Cleo, whatever you say." Inside his HUD, Mini Cleo reappeared, sitting cross-legged with her hands on her chin, grinning mischievously. "Master, I think you hit a nerve," she said, giggling. "Shut up, Mini Cleo," Cleo roared, her voice nearly deafening in Rex's mind. "Ha ha ha," Rex laughed, the sound of his amusement echoing across the calm ocean. "It's good to be back." While Rex and Cleo were busy having their playful exchange, the allied human forces aboard the carrier were still grappling with the aftermath of the battle. The command bridge was alive with tension as officers scrambled to make sense of what had just occurred. The massive steam cloud, a lingering consequence of the Golden Sword's supernova, continued to obscure everything in the area. "Have there been any reports of the beast or the angel?" Lila asked, her sharp eyes fixed on the main screen. The live feed from the recon drone cameras showed nothing but the dense, swirling vapor. "Negative, Saintus," one of the bridge officers replied, wiping sweat from his brow. "The supernova created too much interference. Our systems are still malfunctioning from the residual energy, and it could take 2 hours or more to fully restore functionality." Lila sighed softly, folding her arms. Her calm, commanding presence didn't falter despite the uncertainty. "Fine," she said, her voice steady. "Order all forces to keep searching the area. We remain on red alert until further notice. I want confirmation, make sure that beast is dead." "Understood, Saintus," the officer responded, turning back to his console to relay her orders. As the bridge crew worked diligently to piece together the situation, two familiar figures approached from the rear of the room, Naira and Lyra, the silver-haired twins. Both looked as composed as ever, their expressions serene despite the chaos around them. "Lila, we're going to sleep," Naira announced casually, her tone betraying no sense of urgency as she began walking toward the exit with Lyra following closely behind. Lila turned sharply to face them, her voice laced with disbelief. "Wait, you're leaving? Are you two seriously not worried about Rex?" Naira stopped and glanced over her shoulder, raising an eyebrow at the question. "Worried? About him?" she said, her voice calm but firm. "There's nothing to worry about." Lila frowned, clearly unconvinced. "How can you be so sure? We haven't seen or heard anything from him since the supernova. What if he's—" Naira cut her off with a small, knowing smirk. "He won." Lila blinked. "What? If Rex had lost, we'd know it," Naira continued, her tone confident and unwavering. "We'd feel it somehow. But since there's nothing, no strange sensations, no emptiness, it's safe to say the beast was killed. And knowing Rex, He's probably just chilling down there somewhere, taking his sweet time. Lyra nodded in agreement, her expression soft but resolute. My sister is right. There's no need to waste energy worrying about him. If he's not back yet, it just means he's fine. Without another word, Naira and Lyra turned and left the command bridge, leaving behind a room full of baffled officers and an increasingly frustrated Lila. The Saintess sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of her nose. Those two are impossible, she muttered under her breath, turning her attention back to the screen. Behind her, a young officer hesitated before speaking up. Saintess, do they really think he's just relaxing after that? I mean, he did summon a weapon that caused a literal supernova. Lila gave him a side glance, her voice curt. If you've seen Before the Angel, you'd know that's exactly the kind of thing he'd do. The officer blinked, unsure whether she was joking or serious. Lila turned back to the screen, her focus once again on the steam cloud. Keep searching, she said firmly, I want answers soon. The bridge crew nodded and returned to their work, but the lingering questions hung in the air like the thick steam outside. What had happened to the angel? And, more importantly, what kind of man could cause such chaos and then simply chill afterward? For now, all they could do was wait. So, are you going to tell me why you fought that Tier 4 beast, risking not only your life but also the lives of everyone who came to help you, instead of doing the smart thing and running away? Cleo's tone was sharp, accusatory, as her holographic form floated beside Rex. Her golden eyes glared at him, her wings glowing faintly, a sure sign that she was far from pleased. It's not like that thing could fly. Rex let out a small sigh, rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. Well, I didn't do it just out of anger or some reckless sense of pride, he said, lifting his arm. He extended two fingers, and a golden glow erupted from the depths of the ocean below. Two glowing objects shot up from the water, moving at incredible speed before coming to a halt in the air next to Rex. One was a destroyed, metallic spider-like machine, its legs bent and its central body cracked. The other was a shimmering, glowing orb, the beast's core, pulsating faintly with residual energy. I couldn't just let these two items go, Rex said, gesturing toward them. Originally, I was only after this one. He pointed at the mangled metallic spider and held it up for Cleo to see. Cleo's holographic eyes narrowed as she scanned the damaged machine. This is, she asked, her tone curious but cautious. I'm not entirely sure, Rex admitted while shaking his head, but it's the thing I saw right before the engines on the cruiser exploded, and I almost ended up as a very crispy barbecue. It's definitely connected to whatever happened here. He let the spider hover in front of Cleo so she could continue her analysis. Cleo's wings shifted slightly as she processed the information. I see, she murmured. Rex turned to the glowing orb, holding it up. And this, he said, his tone softening slightly, is the beast's core. It's for Wise. After what she's been through, she'll need it to recover. She absorbed the core of that giant worm back then, so I figure this one will work too. It should help her regenerate and heal those injuries. Cleo's gaze lingered on the orb for a moment before she spoke again. I see. Can I take the metallic spider for further inspection? She asked, her tone professional once more. Sure, Rex said with a shrug. Let's hope it has some information that can shed light on everything that happened here. With a casual motion, he tossed both items into the golden halo storage space, the shimmering portal swallowing them with a faint hum. Well then, Rex said, stretching his arms as he prepared to take off. Let's get the hell out of here. I've had enough salty water to last a lifetime, and I don't want to see or eat fish for at least a year. Understood, Cleo replied, though her tone shifted slightly, becoming colder, more serious. But Rex, there's something we need to talk about. What's going to happen once your energy runs out? Rex paused for a moment, his expression tightening. He gave her a small, knowing smirk but didn't meet her eyes. Yeah, I know, he said, his voice quieter now. Don't worry. Let's just get back to the carrier ASAP before I shut down. Without waiting for her reply, Rex flapped his wings with a surge of energy, launching himself out of the water. The ocean erupted behind him in a massive splash, the force of his takeoff breaking the sound barrier. The shockwave rippled through the water below as he shot into the air, a streak of silver and gold heading straight for the human carrier. Cleo's holographic form hovered beside him, her expression neutral, though there was a flicker of concern in her glowing eyes. Rex pushed forward at full speed, his silver aura flickering slightly as his energy reserves dwindled. His thoughts were focused on one thing only: getting to safety before his body gave out. "Don't let me down, Cleo," he muttered under his breath, the carrier looming closer with each beat of his wings. "I won't," Cleo replied, her voice soft but resolute, echoing quietly in his mind. For now, the immediate threat was over, but the weight of the battle and the unknown consequences of Rex's actions hung heavily in the air. The fight may have been won, but the real challenges were only beginning. After several minutes of flying, Rex finally reached the human carrier. His wings flared briefly as he descended onto the landing zone, his movements slower and more labored than usual. When his feet touched the metal deck, he took a deep breath, his silver aura flickering faintly before dimming. What are the twins doing here?" Rex asked, raising an eyebrow as he spotted Naira and Lyra standing near the edge of the landing zone, their silver hair glinting faintly in the carrier's lights. "I called them," Cleo replied, her voice quieter now, tinged with exhaustion. "They'll take care of the items. I've already left them instructions on what to do after we enter hypersleep mode." Rex tilted his head slightly. I see. Then, he slowly knelt down, his movements deliberate as if every step required effort. The golden halo behind him shimmered briefly before releasing the two items he had recovered, the mangled metallic spider and the glowing core of the slain beast. He held them out to the twins. "Take these," he said, his voice calm but strained. "Cleo already told you what to do, so I'll leave them in your care. Make sure everything goes smoothly from here on." The twins exchanged a brief glance before stepping forward to take the items. As Rex handed them over, his mecha-like armor began to crack and fall away. The metallic plates dissolved into streams of silver light, vanishing into the air as his wings began to disintegrate into glowing fragments. Rex let out a bitter laugh, his body visibly weakening as he sank further onto one knee. "Hey, I guess there's not much time left. Looks like I'm running on fumes here." He lowered himself fully onto the ground, lying flat on the airstrip with his hands resting on his chest. "I'll just stay here. You two go on and do what Cleo told you to do." He waved lazily at the twins, gesturing for them to leave. Lyra opened her mouth to say something, concern etched into her expression, but Naira placed a hand on her sister's shoulder and shook her head. Lyra hesitated, glancing back at Rex, before reluctantly swallowing her words and turning to leave with her sister. As their footsteps faded, Rex let out a tired sigh and stared up at the unfamiliar sky, the stars above obscured by faint clouds of smoke and steam from the recent battle. "So," he began, his voice quieter now, "what's going to happen to us, Cleo?" Cleo's holographic form appeared beside him, smaller now and dimmer, as if reflecting her own energy depletion. Her voice, too, carried a weariness Rex wasn't used to hearing. "Based on past experiences, we'll shut down entirely," she said. "Your systems will remain inactive until someone connects you to a power source and starts the recharging process. Once that happens, it'll take at least a few months, possibly up to a year, to reach even 1% of your energy." "A year?" Rex said, his tone incredulous, though sleep was quickly creeping into his voice. "Why so long? I thought we just needed to plug in and be good to go." Cleo sighed softly, her tone carrying the patience of someone explaining something for the 100th time. "There are several reasons," she said, "but the two most important are, first, that you pushed your body to operate at 500% of its designed capacity. Your systems weren't optimized for that level of strain, so there's substantial internal damage that needs time to repair, and second." She hesitated briefly before continuing. "To maintain that level of power and keep fighting, you used up all your energy reserves, and I mean everything. Even the emergency backup energy I had stored to save you in case of a complete shutdown." Rex chuckled weakly, the sound barely audible as his eyelids began to droop. "Ha ha ha. Sorry about that, honey," he said, his grin faint but genuine. "I guess I was too reckless this time." Cleo's holographic form hovered above him, her golden eyes softening as she gazed down at him. "Yes, you were," she said quietly. "But that's nothing new, is it?" Rex smiled faintly while his gaze shifted back to the sky. The distant hum of the carrier's engines filled the air, along with the faint sound of footsteps approaching from the far side of the deck. "Master," came a calm and familiar voice, breaking the silence, "we have brought your body, as you asked us." Rex tilted his head slightly, his silver eyes dimly reflecting the figures approaching him. His vision blurred slightly, but he could still make out the shapes of the twins, Naira and Lyra, standing beside what appeared to be a pod-like structure. Good work, girls," Cleo said, her voice barely audible, strained with exhaustion. "You can leave it there. You two know what to do after we go to sleep." "We understand, Master," the twins said in unison, their calm voices unwavering. Rex let out a deep breath and smirked faintly. "So, are we ready to sleep?" he asked, glancing at the faintly glowing pod where Cleo's frame rested. "Almost," Cleo replied, her voice faltering. "There's still something I need to do before that." Rex tilted his head in curiosity but didn't press. He watched as Cleo entered her physical body, which slowly powered up and stepped out of its resting pod. Her movements were unsteady, her golden robotic eyes flickering between brightness and dimness. She looked as though she were fighting every step, her legs wobbling beneath her like a newborn fawn. "Is this really necessary, Cleo?" Rex asked, but his question was lighthearted. As he watched her stagger toward him, he couldn't suppress a small laugh. "Ha ha ha. You look like a baby dear. Here, let me help you." Rex extended his enormous arm, his muscles faintly glowing with residual energy. He gently picked Cleo up, cradling her fragile body like a delicate doll, and placed her on his broad chest. "Is this better?" Rex asked, smiling warmly as he covered her with one of his hands, his palm large enough to shield her entirely. "Yes, it is," Cleo replied softly, curling into a fetal position against his chest. Her voice was so faint it was almost a whisper. Her head rested against him, and for a moment, the flickering in her golden eyes slowed, replaced by calm. "So," Rex began, his voice carrying a trace of amusement, "was it really necessary to sleep like this?" There was no immediate answer. "If you don't want to tell me, that's fine," Rex said after a pause. "I'll probably forget once I wake up anyway." Contrary to his expectations, Cleo's small voice finally broke the silence. "It's just, I was afraid." Rex's brow furrowed slightly. "Afraid of what?" "Afraid of returning to the darkness again," Cleo admitted, her voice uncharacteristically sweet and soft, almost childlike. It was rare for her to show vulnerability, and her words carried a weight that even Rex hadn't anticipated. Rex chuckled softly, his voice warm and soothing. "Well, this time you won't be going alone. I'll be with you." He gently patted her head with his massive finger, the gesture surprisingly tender for someone of his size. "Rex," Cleo said, her lips curving into a faint smile, "that was too corny." "Haha, yeah, it was," Rex replied, grinning, and with that, silence fell between them. Slowly, the faint glow of their energy dimmed until both of them shut down completely. Their bodies entered a deep vegetative sleep, akin to cryo-sleep, with all systems offline. They were perfectly still, but it wasn't death, it was a temporary state of preservation. "Naira," Lyra said, her voice soft as she looked at the now dormant Rex and Cleo, "it's time." Naira nodded, reaching out to gently pat her twin's head. "I know. And stop pouting, I'm still older than you." Lyra huffed and swatted Naira's hand away. "I'm the oldest, and you know it." "Haha, sure, whatever you say," Naira teased her with a playful smirk on her face. "But Dad always said I came out first." She reached over and pinched Lyra's cheek lightly. Lyra flinched, glaring at her sister. "Yeah, well, Dad also said I was named first, so technically, I'm older." She struggled to free herself from Naira's pinching attack. "Haha, you're such a nerd. Look at you getting worked up over something so silly," Naira said, releasing her twin and laughing. Lyra stuck her tongue out. "HMPH, says the one who acts like a child." Naira just grinned. Okay, let's stop fooling around. We've got work to do." She pulled a device from her backpack and placed it carefully near Rex's head. "Here are the batteries," Lyra said, passing them to her sister. "Thanks, cutie," Naira replied teasingly, inserting the 4 batteries into the device. The moment the device activated, a shimmering dome-like barrier formed around Rex and Cleo, its surface glowing faintly with golden light. The dome floated effortlessly into the air, lifting Rex's massive body and Cleo's smaller one inside it. "Wow," Lyra muttered, inspecting the dome curiously. "I didn't know this little thing could lift Rex's huge body so easily. How does it even work?" Naira shrugged, flexing her non-existent muscles with a mock-serious expression. "Who knows? Don't ask me. You're the brains, I'm the muscle." Lyra giggled, sticking out her tongue again. "Muscle? You? Naira, we're twins. Your body is as petite as mine. Don't blame me if you came out dumb instead of strong." What did you say, you little?" Naira exclaimed, raising her fist in mock anger. "Haha. Now you want to hit my precious head? Keep dreaming," Lyra said, jumping back and dodging her sister's playful swipes. "Stop running, you ugly little beast," Naira shouted, chasing her twin around the dome. Lyra laughed. "We're twins, you idiot, we look the same." Their playful antics came to an abrupt halt when a soft but unfamiliar voice spoke nearby. "Ho! This is fascinating." The twins froze, their cheerful expressions replaced with deadly seriousness. In an instant, they disappeared in a flash of red mist, reappearing next to the source of the voice. Their swords were already drawn, the cold steel pressed firmly against the neck of the newcomer. The figure froze, its face pale as he realized how close he was to death. "Who are you?" Naira said coldly, her voice low and threatening, "and what are you doing here?" Lyra narrowed her eyes, her blade steady. "You have 5 seconds to explain yourself. If you don't, you won't live to see the 6th. The stranger gulped, sweat dripping down their forehead. "Wait, I'm just here to." 4, Naira said, cutting them off, her tone unrelenting. The air grew tense as the barrier behind them pulsed faintly, protecting Rex and Cleo as they slept peacefully, oblivious to the new threat that had just arrived. Hold on, he means no harm," Professor Oscar shouted, running onto the carrier's landing zone from one of the nearby doors. The twins turned their heads sharply toward him, their crimson eyes glowing menacingly, their expressions cold and unrelenting. "Even if you're one of Lila's subordinates," they said in perfect unison, their voices low and threatening, "we won't let anyone get near our masters." Their blades pressed closer against the trembling man's neck, the slightest pressure drawing a thin line of red. The poor professor's face was pale, his eyes brimming with panic as he dared not move a muscle. "You have no enemies here," Oscar said calmly, raising both hands to show he was unarmed. His silver hair fluttered faintly in the wind, and his tone remained steady despite the tense atmosphere. "Everyone on this carrier is under Sir Rex's command. No one here would dare harm him." The twins didn't budge, their swords unwavering. "How do we know we can trust you?" they asked, their voices synchronized and icy. "It's clear to anyone who saw our master's state that now would be the perfect time to attack him. This is when he's most vulnerable." Their crimson eyes scanned every shadow, every corner of the landing zone, ready to strike at the first sign of danger. Oscar sighed, lowering his hands slightly but keeping his stance non-threatening. "I know it's hard to trust someone you've never seen before," he said. "But all I can offer is my word. The man you're threatening is not an enemy. He's just another professor, like me, a friend of mine who's dedicated his life to researching the lost history of humanity." He was so overwhelmed by excitement after watching Sir Rex's battle that he let his enthusiasm get the better of him. Oscar turned his gaze to the man still trembling on his knees. "Frankly, my friend, you were too reckless this time." The twins exchanged a glance, their glowing eyes meeting for a brief moment. After a tense pause, they both nodded silently. "Fine," they said in unison, stepping back and lowering their swords. The instant the pressure of the blades was gone, the professor let out a heavy sigh of relief, his body trembling as he collapsed onto his knees. "I thought I was going to die," he muttered, his voice shaky. Oscar walked over and helped him to his feet, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. "My friend, come this way," Oscar said with a faint smile. "You were far too reckless this time." The professor nodded, still pale and shaken, as he allowed Oscar to guide him away from the glowing dome where Rex and Cleo rested. He cast one last glance at the shimmering barrier, his curiosity still evident in his eyes. though the fear of another encounter with the twins kept him silent. As the two professors retreated a safe distance, the twins continued to stand guard near the dome, their crimson eyes scanning the area for any further threats. "That fool was lucky," Naira muttered, resting her sword on her shoulder. Lyra nodded, her own blade still in hand. "If he'd made even one wrong move." Naira smirked faintly. "Well, it's a good thing he didn't." Both sisters returned to their watchful stance, standing silently by the dome as the carrier's engines hummed softly in the background. The supernova's residual heat still lingered in the air, casting a faint haze over the scene. Inside the dome, Rex and Cleo slept peacefully, oblivious to the brief moment of danger that had just passed. The twins, however, remained vigilant. They would allow no harm to come to their masters. Meanwhile, on the command bridge, the tension among the officers was palpable. Everyone had watched the exchange between the twins and the professor through the ship's surveillance feed, and the bridge crew was abuzz with outrage. "Saintus! What those two creatures did is unacceptable," one officer shouted, slamming his fist on the console. "We should arrest them immediately." "I'm with him, Saintus," another officer chimed in. "They're treating this ship like it's theirs. We can't let them do as they please on one of humanity's vessels." The complaints kept coming, one after another, each voice rising louder than the last. The bridge crew was indignant, their frustration mounting at what they perceived as an insult to their authority. But Lila, seated calmly in her command chair, remained utterly unfazed. Her expression was neutral, her golden eyes scanning the situation on the monitors with quiet precision. Just as she was about to speak, one of the officers monitoring the sensors shouted, "Saintus! A large ship is exiting a wormhole directly above us." Lila's eyes narrowed slightly. "Identification?" she asked, her voice calm but commanding. The officer quickly typed into his console, his face turning pale as the results came in. "According to the database, the ID matches that of the Cleopatra." The entire bridge fell silent. "The Cleopatra?" Lila repeated, her tone neutral, but the subtle shift in her expression betrayed her interest. The officer quickly pulled the image onto the main screen. The entire bridge gasped as the massive vessel came into view. From above the planet's cloud cover, the Cleopatra descended gracefully. Its sleek, elegant design shimmered under the light of the nearby sun, its hull adorned with intricate golden patterns that marked it as a vessel of immense prestige. The ship dwarfed the human destroyers in both size and beauty, its presence alone radiating authority. Even those with only a rudimentary understanding of space warfare could tell that the Cleopatra was far superior to any vessel present in the fleet. "It seems," Lila began, her voice calm but carrying an edge of mockery, "that the ship has come for the very same twins you were all so eager to throw in jail." Her words cut through the silence like a blade, and several officers shifted uncomfortably in their seats. No one dared to argue. As the Cleopatra settled into position next to the human flagship, one of the officers spoke up, his voice trembling slightly. "Saintus, a transport ship has just launched from the Cleopatra. They're requesting permission to land on the carrier." "Permission granted," Lila said, standing from her command seat. Her brother and her personal female guard flanked her immediately as she made her way toward the exit. "They're likely here for our guests. I'll meet them myself." A few minutes later, the transport ship touched down on the carrier's landing zone. Its sleek design mirrored that of the Cleopatra, every inch of it gleaming with the same golden elegance. The cargo doors hissed open, and from within, a formation of Aegis royal guards marched out with military precision. The guards, clad in dazzling white and golden armor that shone like polished mirrors, moved with an air of authority. Their steps were synchronized, their presence commanding respect. They carried long energy pikes and sidearms. Their very existence is a testament to the Cleopatra's superiority. Without hesitation, they formed a protective circle around the energy dome where Rex and Cleo lay sleeping. Their movements were calculated and deliberate, each one standing at the ready to defend their precious cargo. Nearby, Lila, her guard, and her brother stopped a short distance from the twins. Lila's gray eyes locked onto them, her expression unreadable as the situation unfolded. Lyra glanced at Naira, her crimson eyes narrowing. "Naira, what should we do?" she whispered. Naira raised a hand, silencing her twin. "Stay here, I'll go see what she wants." Naira stepped forward, her movements measured and deliberate as she approached Lila. The air between them was heavy with tension, both sides radiating authority. When she was a few paces away, Naira stopped, her crimson eyes meeting Lila's gray gaze. Neither spoke at first. The silence between them was filled with unspoken challenges. Finally, Naira broke the silence. "What do you want, Saintess?" she asked, her voice calm but firm. Lila tilted her head slightly, her expression still neutral. "I want to ensure that your masters are safe and secure," she said, "and to understand the reason for the Cleopatra's sudden arrival." Naira's lips curled into a faint smirk. "The Cleopatra arrived because of us, of course. It's here to protect Rex and Cleo. Surely, that much is obvious." Lily raised an eyebrow. "And yet, it's clear the Cleopatra's forces don't fully trust us." Naira's smirk grew wider. "Can you blame them? Your officers were practically foaming at the mouth to arrest us just minutes ago." Lila let out a quiet sigh, her expression softening just slightly. "Fair enough," she admitted. "But understand this. We're all on the same side. We've fought together and bled together. Any hostility between us will only weaken the alliances we've worked so hard to build." Naira studied Lila for a moment, her crimson eyes narrowing slightly before she nodded. "Fine. As long as no one tries anything stupid, we won't have a problem." "Good," Lila replied, her tone firm. Naira turned to glance back at her sister and the Aegis guards. "But let me be clear," she added, her voice lowering to a dangerous tone. "If anyone so much as breathes wrong in Rex's direction, you'll have more than just us to deal with." Lila nodded, unbothered by the warning. "Understood." After the brief exchange with Lila, Naira returned to her sister, her expression calm but serious. "Let's get this over with. Start the transportation of Rex and Cleo," she said firmly. Lyra nodded, her demeanor more subdued as she gestured toward the floating dome. The Aegis royal guards immediately went to work, maintaining their protective formation around Rex and Cleo's sleeping forms as the transportation process began. Meanwhile, Lila stood quietly a short distance away, her hands clasped behind her back and her eyes closed. Her brother stepped closer, his brow furrowed with concern. "Sister," he began hesitantly, "do you really think it's wise to let them act so arrogant?" Lila let out a small, amused giggle. "My silly brother," she replied, her tone light but laced with subtle authority. "Do you honestly think anyone here could stand against them?" She opened her gray eyes, which, while blind to the physical world, saw something far deeper. Lila's unique vision allowed her to perceive the true essence of living beings, their power, their aura, their very nature. Most humans appeared faint and dim to her, their auras barely visible. A Tier 1 human might be a faint glow, while a being as powerful as Rex or the Tier 4 beast she had witnessed earlier blazed like small stars in her sight. And the twins. The twins shone brighter than any human soldier she had ever seen. Their combined presence was like two blazing flames, each one pulsing with the unmistakable energy of a Tier 2 being. Whether they were mid-level or even peak Tier 2, it was clear they were far beyond the capabilities of any normal soldier. But what truly intrigued her was the silhouette of pure white light that seemed to flicker within their auras, something more profound, more pure than she had ever seen. What was even stranger was the thread of light that connected this white silhouette to Rex's own radiant star-like aura. "I see things differently than you do, brother," Lila continued, her voice softer now, "and what I see tells me this. Picking a fight with them would be suicide. Besides," she closed her eyes again, her tone returning to its usual composed neutrality. "We don't have the firepower to take down the Cleopatra. Even if we did, remember, it was our side that showed hostility first." Her brother hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with her reasoning, but he said nothing. "Now then," Lila added, turning toward the doors of the command deck. "Let's head inside. It's starting to get cold out here." As the transport ship carrying Rex and Cleo departed from the cruiser's landing zone, Lila and her entourage made their way back into the warmth of the flagship. The tension from the earlier confrontation was fading, but the ripple effects of the encounter would linger. Meanwhile, far away, in a sprawling Nexum megacity illuminated by the soft glow of countless neon lights, the CEO of Nexum Dynamics stood near a massive glass wall in his private office. The cityscape stretched out before him, a breathtaking view of towering skyscrapers and shimmering lights against the backdrop of the night. He appeared relaxed, or at least, as relaxed as someone in his position could be. His humanoid octopus form stood tall, his skin an iridescent blue that reflected the ambient light. He held a glass of some expensive-looking liquor in one hand, swirling it absent-mindedly as he gazed out over the city. Kneeling before him was a woman, her head bowed as she performed a degrading service at his crotch. He showed no interest in her other than as a fleeting distraction, his focus entirely on the glowing cityscape before him. The silence in the room was broken by the sound of the office doors sliding open. A guard clad in pitch-black power armor stepped inside, his heavy boots clanking softly against the floor. He immediately brought a hand to his chest, bowing in respect. The CEO didn't bother turning around, nor did he show any concern for the situation he was caught in. His voice was cold, detached. "Is it done?" "My lord," the guard replied, his tone formal and steady, "we have confirmed the destruction of the cruiser where your wife was located. However," he hesitated briefly before continuing, "we have lost contact with our biological weapon." The CEO paused for a moment, his gaze still fixed on the skyline. He slowly raised the glass to his lips, taking a sip of the amber liquid. "I see," he said, his tone betraying neither anger nor surprise. "That weapon was experimental. I suppose it was always a risk to unleash it on such a chaotic battlefield." The guard remained silent, awaiting further instructions. Still, the executive continued, finally turning around to face the guard. His glowing yellow eyes locked onto the armored figure with an unsettling intensity. "I expect you to recover whatever remains of it. Whether it's data, tissue samples, or fragments of its core, I want everything." "Yes, my lord," the guard said, bowing his head further. The executive's gaze shifted briefly to the woman still kneeling before him, her movements faltering as the conversation continued. He let out a faint sigh of irritation. "And get her out of here," he added dismissively, gesturing toward her with his free hand. "She's served her purpose." "At once, my lord," the guard replied, signaling for another soldier outside the door to escort the woman out. As the door closed behind them, the executive turned back to the cityscape, his mind already racing with plans. The loss of the biological weapon was a setback, but it wasn't the end. If anything, this was just the beginning. The CEO sighed as he settled into the sleek, custom-made chair behind his enormous desk. The panoramic view of the glowing city behind him only added to the ominous ambiance of his high-tech office. With a flick of his wrist, a holographic keyboard materialized in front of him. His fingers moved swiftly, inputting a complex password that caused the air in the room to shimmer. 4D holographic images began constructing themselves, forming into the shapes of 4 individuals who now appeared as lifelike projections within the room. Each one carried an air of power. Their presence is undeniable despite being nothing more than digital renderings. "Gentlemen," the CEO began smoothly, swirling his glass of liquor before taking a casual sip. "While the operation to eliminate Sharon was a success on the surface, I cannot confidently say that she is truly dead." One of the holograms, a burly man with a scar running down his face, slammed his fist on what would have been Percival's desk. The sound of his rage reverberated through the holographic projection as though it were real. "What?" he bellowed. "Don't joke with me, Percival. We supported this plan of yours because you swore it was foolproof. What kind of excuse do you have now?" Percival, unfazed by the outburst, leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette with a flick of his gold-plated lighter. He exhaled a stream of smoke, his calm demeanor a sharp contrast to the seething hologram in front of him. "Oh, please," he said lazily, waving the cigarette like a conductor's baton. "Let's not make a big drama out of this. The alliance between me, you, and the 4 viceroys isn't so fragile that it'll crumble over one minor setback." "Minor setback," another hologram, this one a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a sharp suit, interjected, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "This isn't just some small inconvenience, Percival. Sharon is the only daughter of that old viceroy who happens to be a Tier 7 powerhouse. Do you have any idea what that means? We cannot afford even the slightest risk of failure." Percival smirked, his eyes narrowing as he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. "So what if he's a Tier 7 powerhouse?" he retorted, his voice low and sharp. "I'm also a Tier 7 powerhouse. If it comes to a clash, I'll show him that his age doesn't make him invincible. In a sudden display of petulance, Percival hurled his wine glass toward the middle-aged hologram. The glass passed harmlessly through the projection, shattering against the wall behind it. So what if you're a Tier 7 powerhouse, Percival? A new voice interjected sharply. This time, it was feminine, belonging to a woman in the third hologram. Her holographic form leaned forward, her tone scathing. Are you so drunk on your own power that you've lost all sense of reason? If you and that old man clash, our company's power will collapse. And do you think the other megacorps will sit idly by? They're sharks, Percival. Sharks are waiting for blood. If we show even a hint of weakness, they'll tear us apart. Percival raised his hands in mock surrender, though the smirk on his face never left. Oh, please forgive me, my lady, he said with exaggerated politeness. I was merely a bit agitated by the situation, but I'm calm now. He took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke in deliberate, swirling rings. Here's what we'll do. We'll send a recovery team to the crash site of the cruiser. They'll search for evidence, remnants of Sharon, DNA, anything we can use. If she's still alive, we'll make sure she doesn't stay that way for long. HMPH, you'd better fix your mistake, Percival, the middle-aged man snapped, his tone icy as his hologram began to flicker and fade. If this comes back to bite us, you'll be the one answering for it. The other two holograms nodded in agreement before disappearing as well, leaving the room silent, except for the fourth hologram. This one didn't carry the same air of cold authority as the others. The figure was a woman, her holographic form radiating a sickly warmth. Her voice was syrupy sweet, with an unsettling undertone that sent shivers down the spine. Don't listen to them, honey, she cooed, tilting her head slightly as her holographic hand reached toward Percival as if to stroke his cheek. They're just a bunch of annoying old men and grannies, always whining about this and that. Percival's smirk softened into something resembling a creepy, boyish grin. I know, Mom. Don't worry, he said, his voice disturbingly cheerful. I'll take care of it. I'll make you proud. The woman's hologram giggled, a sound that was as unsettling as it was out of place. Ah, that's my little Percy. Mommy's so proud of you already. Her tone turned almost sing-song. And guess what? Mommy's bringing you lots of love soon. I've even bought some new slaves for you to play with. Percival's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. I can't wait, Mommy. The woman's hologram blew him a kiss before fading away, leaving Percival alone in the dimly lit office. The cigarette in his hand burned down to its last embers as he leaned back in his chair, a dark chuckle escaping his lips. He tapped a few more commands into the holographic keyboard, sending orders to his subordinates to begin the recovery operation. His gaze shifted to the neon-lit city outside, his reflection in the glass twisted into a sinister smile. Sharon, he muttered to himself, his voice low and venomous, if you're still out there, I'll make sure you regret it. And with that, Percival leaned forward, ready to orchestrate the next move in his dark, twisted game. Meanwhile, Carlos, who had chosen to stay behind with the humans to oversee YS's treatment by their medical teams, wandered through the halls of the cruiser. Though the situation was tense, Carlos was always someone who could find a way to relax or, at least, appear to. After making sure Wise was stable, he decided to head toward the hangar bay to get a change of scenery. The sound of raucous laughter and lively chatter greeted him before he even reached the hangar doors. Pushing them open, he found the source of the noise, a group of pilots, engineers, and technicians gathered near one of the fighter maintenance areas. Among them, the Red Leader, the self-proclaimed ace of the Human Empire Fighter Squadron, was at the center of attention, holding a drink and basking in the glow of their admiration. Ha ha ha. And that's how I took down my 30th beast down there, the Red Leader said with a triumphant grin, raising his drink as the group around him erupted into cheers. I'm telling you guys, this time it was pretty hard, I even thought I was gonna die for a second there. Ha ha ha, there's no way that's true, Captain, one of the younger engineers chimed in, practically bouncing with excitement. There's no enemy out there who's a better pilot than you. You're the ace of the Human Empire Fighter Squad. Yeah, that's right, Captain, another pilot said, raising his own drink in a toast. You're our ace, the pride of the fleet. The red leader grinned even wider, puffing out his chest as the wave of compliments continued. His ego was soaring higher than his fighter ever could. Each cheer, each word of praise, seemed to add another layer of smugness to his expression. Carlos leaned against the doorway for a moment, watching the scene unfold with an amused smile. He could see exactly what kind of man the red leader was, confident, talented, and very aware of his own reputation. The sort of person who lived for praise and admiration. After a moment, Carlos decided to interrupt the celebration. Clearing his throat loudly, he stepped forward. "Ehem," he began, drawing the group's attention. "I see you guys are having fun. Mind if I join?" The laughter quieted down slightly as the group turned to look at him. The red leader raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of curiosity and mild annoyance at the interruption. "And who might you be?" the red leader asked, looking Carlos up and down. His tone wasn't hostile, but it carried the unmistakable air of someone sizing up a potential rival or an unwanted guest. Carlos smirked, shoving his hands into his pockets as he walked closer. "Name's Carlos," he said casually, glancing around at the group. "I'm with Rex's crew. You know, the guy who turned that Tier 4 beast into sushi and took down half the battlefield while you were busy dodging flying fish." The room fell silent for a moment, the red leader's confident smirk faltering slightly. The mention of Rex was enough to shift the atmosphere, and a few of the engineers exchanged awkward glances. The red leader cleared his throat, regaining his composure. "Ah, yes, that guy," he said, his tone dripping with forced nonchalance. "Well, I guess he did all right down there. But let's not forget, it was my squadron that kept the skies clear and gave your buddy a fighting chance." Carlos chuckled, shaking his head. "Oh, no doubt about it. You guys did great up there," he said, his tone light but teasing. "Still, I'd say Rex did most of the heavy lifting. I mean, fighting a Tier 4 beast head-on? That's a little different than playing tag with flying fish, don't you think?" The pilots and engineers stifled nervous laughter, unsure whether to side with Carlos or their captain. The red leader's face flushed slightly, but he forced a grin. "Well," the red leader said, his voice rising slightly as he tried to regain control of the conversation, "not everyone can be a lone wolf, running around and fighting monsters. Some of us have responsibilities, like leading a squadron and keeping everyone alive. That's the real challenge." Carlos raised an eyebrow, his smirk widening. "Responsibilities, huh? Is that what you call telling war stories and drinking with your fan club?" A ripple of laughter spread through the group at Carlos's jab, and the red leader's grin turned into a tight smile. "Well, we all have our ways of unwinding," he said, his tone a little sharper now. "But tell me, Carlos, what exactly do you do in Rex's crew? Or are you just here to hang around and make jokes?" Carlos shrugged, his tone as casual as ever. "Oh, you know. I dabble in this and that. Fix things. Build things. Keep people alive. Just a few minor responsibilities." He glanced at the red leader with a sly grin. "And sometimes, I drop by to keep the ace of the fleet from floating away on his own ego." The group erupted into laughter at that, and the red leader's face flushed redder than his fighter. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything, one of the engineers stepped in. "Come on, Captain, don't take it so seriously," the engineer said, patting him on the back. "We all know you're the best." Carlos chuckled, taking a seat nearby and grabbing a drink from the table. "Relax, Captain," he said, raising his glass in a mock toast. "I'm just messing with you. You did good out there, real good. But maybe save some of the bragging for after we've all had a chance to catch our breath, huh?" The red leader hesitated for a moment before letting out a grudging chuckle. "Fair enough," he said, though his tone was still a bit stiff. As the group returned to their drinks and banter, Carlos leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smirk on his face. He wasn't sure why, but there was something oddly entertaining about keeping people like the red leader in check. It was the little things that made these moments bearable while the bigger battles loomed on the horizon. After a few minutes of drinking, Carlos decided to break the laughter-filled lull. He leaned back in his chair, swirling his drink lazily before taking a sip. "So," he began, smirking slightly, "what do you guys do around here to pass the time? Anything fun, or is it all just sitting around and trying to look important?" The red leader let out a loud groan, slamming his glass down onto the table. "Fun? Hell, there's nothing fun to do here, and don't even start about girls, he exclaimed. They've got their own private quarters. They don't even breathe the same air as us anymore. Carlos raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the sudden outburst. Yeah, I remember when that happened, one of the younger engineers chimed in, nodding solemnly. Something about some pilots almost, trying to rape one of the female engineers. Carlos's smirk vanished, replaced with a grim expression. That's messed up, he muttered. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember hearing about that, the Red Leader added, scratching the back of his head uncomfortably. They say the saint saved her before anything could happen, and after that, one of the saintess's bodyguards. He winced and shifted awkwardly in his seat. Well, let's just say the guy impaled those bastards. Through the ass. Killed them right then and there. Carlos blinked. He trailed off, his lips twitching as he imagined the Red Leader's discomfort wasn't entirely hypothetical. One of the engineers let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head, and now, because of that, we're stuck in a permanent sausage party. It's just dudes, and more dudes. There are even rumors going around that some guys here have decided to, He glanced around and lowered his voice. Switch sides. The Red Leader spat out his drink, laughing so hard he nearly fell out of his chair. Carlos, on the other hand, leaned back and let out a long, exaggerated sigh. Don't worry about it, he said, waving his hand dismissively. It's the same everywhere. Even I'm surrounded by nothing but sausages back on my ship. The Red Leader perked up at that, his face lighting up. Oh, old man. So you're one of us. He threw his arm around Carlos's neck, pulling him into a dramatic hug as fake tears welled up in his eyes. The pain. The loneliness. Truly, we're all suffering in this cruel, sausage-filled universe. Carlos laughed, though his laugh was tinged with the bitter truth of his own words. Yep, he said with mock resignation, the universe has been really unfair to us. But before the group could dive deeper into their shared misery, a soft, feminine voice cut through the air like a melody. Hello, gentlemen. May I borrow him for a while? The voice frozen everyone in place. It wasn't just the tone. It was the sheer femininity behind it, a sound none of them had heard directed at them in far too long. All heads turned toward the source of the voice. Standing in the entrance to the hangar bay was a stunningly beautiful woman. She had a graceful, feminine charm that made her look both elegant and approachable, with long golden hair that shimmered under the hangar lights. Her alluring, well-developed figure seemed to defy the standard military uniforms, and atop her head were a pair of soft, cat-like ears that twitched ever so slightly. Her mere presence was like a critical hit to the brains of every single man in the room. Pilots, engineers, and mechanics alike stared at her in stunned silence, their mouths slightly agape. Oh, of course, ma'am, the Red Leader stammered, immediately releasing his hold on Carlos's neck and stepping back like a guilty child caught red-handed. You can take this. Traitor with you. Carlos blinked, glancing between the Red Leader and the woman before turning to her with a raised eyebrow. Traitor? The woman smiled gently, tilting her head slightly to the side. She hummed, her cat-like ears twitching as she gave an expression so cute yet mature that it practically short-circuited the younger engineers. The Red Leader and the rest of the men, however, were too busy trying to collect their thoughts to respond. They had been rendered completely speechless, their brains in overdrive trying to process the sheer presence of the woman before them. Carlos, however, simply squinted at her through his drunken haze. He staggered to his feet, wobbling slightly as he pointed a finger at her. Oh, Sharon, he exclaimed, his words slightly slurred. Fancy meeting you here. Sharon raised an eyebrow, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Carlos stumbled a step closer, nearly tripping over his own feet. Since when did you have a twin? Are twins a thing now? Is that, common or something? He attempted another step but failed miserably, his drunken state causing him to sway dangerously. Sharon stepped forward, steadying him with a single hand on his shoulder. Goodness, she said with a slight chuckle, her voice carrying a playful warmth. You're even drunker than I thought. Carlos waved her off weakly. I'm fine, he mumbled, though his swaying said otherwise. Behind them, the Red Leader and his group could only watch in stunned silence, their brains still rebooting from the impact of Sharon's presence. One of the younger engineers finally whispered, "She's real, right? Like, not a hallucination?" The red leader smacked him on the back of the head, though his own face was still bright red. "Shut up," he hissed, though his gaze hadn't left Sharon for even a second. Meanwhile, Sharon turned back toward the group, her golden hair flowing like liquid sunlight as she addressed them one last time. "Thank you for letting me borrow him," she said sweetly, flashing a polite smile that sent the younger engineers into cardiac arrest. Then, with one arm wrapped around Carlos to steady him, she began leading him toward the exit. "Let's get you some fresh air, Carlos," she said softly, her voice like a bomb to his spinning head. "Sure thing, Sharon twin," Carlos muttered, his words barely coherent. Behind them, the hangar bay erupted into murmurs and whispers. The legend of the Golden Goddess would no doubt spread far and wide among the crew by morning. As Sharon and Carlos stumbled down the corridor toward the elevator, Sharon glanced at the tipsy man leaning heavily on her for support. Despite her strength, she let out a playful huff. "Geez, Carlos, you're too heavy," she pouted, trying her best to keep him upright. "Who are you calling fat?" Carlos slurred, his words thick with drunkenness. He lazily waved his free arm, nearly losing his balance in the process. "It's not fat, it's cybernetics. I've lost so many limbs I can't even count them anymore, look." To prove his point, Carlos raised his left arm and shifted it into its minigun form with a series of metallic clicks and whirs. The barrel spun briefly before locking in place, a faint hum of energy radiating from the cybernetic implant. Sharon's green eyes widened slightly as she looked at the weaponized arm, impressed despite herself. "Huh," she mused, tilting her head curiously. "That's actually kind of cool. Maybe I should cut my arm off and get a cybernetic implant too. What do you think?" The moment the words left her mouth, Carlos stopped dead in his tracks. His drunken haze seemed to clear just enough for his face to twist into a mix of horror and disbelief. Without warning, he turned to Sharon, pushing her gently yet firmly against the wall. "Don't even think about it," he said, his voice low and serious. His right hand reached up, grabbing hers and raising it to eye level as if to inspect it. Sharon blinked, stunned by the sudden shift in his tone and demeanor. "See, Carlos?" His eyes locked onto hers, no longer clouded by alcohol but instead burning with an intensity that made her heart skip a beat. "You're perfect just the way you are," Carlos said firmly, his voice steady. "It'd be a crime against humanity if your perfect, natural beauty was ever damaged, do you understand?" Before she could respond, Carlos brought her hand to his lips. He pressed a slow, deliberate kiss to her knuckles before giving her hand a playful nip, his sharp brown eyes still locked onto hers. Sharon froze, her cat ears twitching and then drooping as her face flushed a deep red. She stared at him completely, at a loss for words. No one had ever treated her like this before, not as an object of status, not as a tool for power or influence, but as a woman, a desirable woman. For the first time in her life, Sharon felt vulnerable, but in a way that didn't scare her. She felt a warm flutter in her chest, an unfamiliar sensation that made her heart race. Carlos's gaze was unrelenting, filled with a raw and honest desire that left her unable to think, let alone speak. Carlos, noticing her reaction, smirked slightly. Without saying another word, he grabbed her hand and gently but firmly pulled her toward the elevator. Sharon, still confused and unsure of what was happening, followed him silently. The elevator ride was filled with a heavy, charged silence. Neither of them spoke, the air between them thick with unspoken emotions. Sharon's face remained flushed as she stole occasional glances at Carlos, who stood beside her with a calm, almost predatory confidence. When the elevator doors finally opened, Carlos wasted no time. He stepped out quickly, still holding Sharon's hand as he led her down the hallway to his assigned dorm. Once inside, the doors slid shut behind them with a soft hiss. Carlos let go of her hand and moved toward the small table in the corner of the room, but Sharon stayed by the entrance. She stood there awkwardly, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her uniform as her cat ears drooped slightly. Her usually confident demeanor had vanished, replaced by a shy, almost timid expression. Her green eyes darted around the room before finally settling on Carlos, who was now rummaging through a small storage compartment. "See, Carlos," she stammered, her voice soft and uncertain. Carlos turned to face her, leaning casually against the table as he looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah?" he said, his voice still carrying that relaxed, teasing tone. Sharon hesitated, her cheeks growing even redder. She looked down at her hands, playing with her fingers nervously. Her tail swayed slightly behind her, betraying her conflicted emotions. I. Carlos's smirk softened into a gentle smile as he straightened up and took a step toward her. "What is it, Sharon?" he asked, his voice kind but firm. Sharon's cat ears twitched as she glanced up at him, her green eyes shimmering with an unfamiliar vulnerability. "I don't understand what's happening." Carlos stopped a few steps away from her, tilting his head slightly as he crossed his arms. "What do you mean?" Sharon swallowed hard, her voice barely above a whisper. "No one's ever treated me like this before, not like you just did." Carlos's expression softened even further, and he let out a small chuckle. "Well," he said, scratching the back of his head, "maybe it's because no one else sees you the way I do." Sharon's eyes widened slightly, and her heart skipped another beat. Carlos took one last step forward, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "You're not just some fancy daughter of a big shot, Sharon," he said, his voice steady and sincere. "You're, well, beautiful, strong, and someone worth treating with respect." Sharon felt her knees weaken slightly, and her tail swished nervously behind her. She didn't know what to say and didn't even know if she could say anything. For the first time in her life, she felt seen. Not as someone's daughter or a prize to be won, but as herself. "Carlos," she whispered, her voice trembling. Carlos gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze before stepping back slightly, giving her some space. "Hey," he said with a small smile. "Relax. You're safe here, all right?" Sharon nodded slowly, her heart still racing as she looked up at him. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice barely audible. Carlos chuckled again, shaking his head as he moved toward the small couch in the corner. "No need to thank me," he said, flopping down onto the couch with a sigh. "Just don't go cutting off any limbs for cybernetic implants, okay? I wasn't kidding about that." Sharon let out a soft laugh, her tension easing slightly as she moved to sit on the edge of the bed. "All right," she said, her voice carrying a hint of her usual confidence. "I'll think about it." The room fell into a comfortable silence, the earlier tension replaced by a quiet understanding. For the first time in a long time, Sharon felt at ease, and she couldn't help but wonder if Carlos felt the same. Sharon sat on the edge of the bed, her golden hair framing her flushed face as she gazed at Carlos. He was sitting on the small couch, his brown eyes locked on hers. His gaze was unyielding, filled with a raw intensity that made her breath hitch. She tried to look away but found herself unable to resist the magnetic pull of his eyes. As her heart raced, she slowly reached for the zipper of her jacket, sliding it down with trembling fingers. The motion revealed the thin fabric of her t-shirt, which clung to her curves and accentuated her ample chest even more. Carlos's gaze darkened slightly, and she could see the shift in his demeanor. He stood up, moving toward her with deliberate, measured steps until he was standing just a few centimeters away. Sharon's hands moved instinctively, unbuttoning Carlos's pants with quiet determination. This time, there was no drunken haze, no confusion. Just mutual understanding and desire. They both knew exactly what was about to happen, and neither had any intention of stopping it. For the rest of the night, the small metallic room became their world. The faint hum of the ship's engines faded into the background as the two surrendered fully to each other. What happened between them was theirs alone. A private moment shared only by a man and a woman who, for that night, chose to lose themselves in one another. Hours later, Carlos lay sprawled on the bed, gasping for breath as though he had just run a marathon. Sharon rested on his arm, her golden hair in wild disarray, as if a storm had passed through the room. Her cheeks were still flushed, and her eyes sparkled with a newfound light. She gazed at him with a small, content smile on her lips. "That was wow," Sharon said softly, her voice laced with exhaustion and satisfaction. Carlos let out a low chuckle, turning his head to meet her gaze. "Hey, I know. I'm amazing, right?" he said with a cocky grin. "I felt like I was a young lad back in my teens again." Sharon giggled at his remark, the sound light and musical. "You're incorrigible," she said, playfully nudging his side. Hey, I just call it like it is, Carlos replied, still grinning. For a moment, the two of them lay there in silence, the air between them warm and peaceful. Sharon shifted slightly, her fingers brushing against his before she gently took his hand in hers. She intertwined their fingers, her thumb lightly stroking his calloused skin. The motion was hesitant at first, as though she was working up the courage to speak. Finally, she broke the silence, her voice soft but steady. Say, what do you think of our relationship? Carlos blinked, his grin fading as her words hung in the air. He turned his head to look at her, his expression thoughtful. Sharon's green eyes met his, and for the first time that night, there was a flicker of vulnerability in her gaze. It wasn't a question she had asked lightly, it carried weight, as if she had been holding it back for far too long. Carlos let out a small sigh, his free hand coming up to rest on his forehead as he thought. Well, he began, his tone softer than usual. That's a loaded question, isn't it? Sharon's ears twitched nervously, and she bit her bottom lip, her grip on his hand tightening slightly. I know, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. But, I need to know. Carlos turned onto his side, facing her fully as his eyes searched hers. For once, his usual cocky demeanor was gone, replaced by something more genuine. He reached out with his free hand, tucking a stray strand of her golden hair behind her ear. I think, he started, his voice steady but gentle, that what we have is complicated, but that doesn't mean it's not real. Sharon blinked, her heart skipping a beat at his words. Complicated how? Carlos chuckled softly, shaking his head. Well, for starters, we're from completely different worlds. You're a big shot, someone important, someone with a future already laid out for them. Me? I'm just a guy trying to survive, patching up machines and shooting things when I have to. Sharon frowned slightly, her ears drooping. That doesn't mean it can't work. Carlos smiled, his thumb brushing against her hand. No, it doesn't, he agreed. But it does mean we'll have to figure it out, together. Sharon's eyes widened slightly, and her cheeks flushed once more. Together? She echoed, her voice soft. Carlos nodded, his smile growing. Yeah, together, because, Sharon. He hesitated for a moment, as if weighing his words carefully. Then, with a small chuckle, he added, you're kind of stuck with me now. Sharon let out a laugh, her nervousness melting away as she rested her head on his chest. I guess I can live with that, she said, her voice teasing but affectionate. Carlos wrapped an arm around her, pulling her closer. Good, he said, his tone light again, because I'm too lazy to try and win you over all over again. Sharon giggled, her tail swishing lightly against the bed. For the first time in a long while, she felt truly at ease. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she knew she wouldn't be facing them alone. As Sharon rested in Carlos's arms, feeling the warmth of his presence, she found herself growing more at ease. The vulnerability she felt around him was terrifying but also freeing. It was a sensation she'd never experienced before, and so she decided it was time to come clean. Carlos, she said softly, her voice almost trembling. I really love you. You're really special to me, so I don't want to hide anything from you. Carlos shifted slightly, gazing at her with curious but gentle eyes. What is it? He asked, his tone calm but attentive. Sharon bit her lower lip, hesitating for a few seconds before finally speaking. I'm the daughter of one of Nexum Dynamics' viceroys, she said slowly, the weight of her confession hanging heavily in the air. Carlos raised an eyebrow but didn't seem particularly fazed. I see, he said, nodding slightly, but, what's a viceroy? Sharon blinked, caught off guard by the simplicity of his question. They're the high executives of the company, she explained. They're basically second only to the CEO. Ah, now that makes sense, Carlos said, rubbing the back of his head nonchalantly. I already knew you were a rich lady, so it's nothing new. Was that what was making you so uneasy? Because, honestly, it's not that big of a secret. Sharon stared at him, her golden eyes wide with disbelief. No, she said nervously, shaking her head. That's not all. She let out a heavy sigh, her gaze dropping to her lap as she fidgeted with her fingers. Finally, she gathered the courage to speak again. Since my father is a viceroy, I was chosen to marry the CEO of Nexum Dynamics. We've been married for 5 years already. Her voice grew quieter with each word, and she couldn't bring herself to look at Carlos. Carlos tilted his head slightly, blinking in mild surprise. "Oh," he said after a moment, scratching his cheek. But before he could say anything else, Sharon quickly added, her voice laced with panic, "Please don't misunderstand. I don't love him or anything. It was all my father's orders. It had nothing to do with me. Even though I was expected to give him an heir, but every time we..." She hesitated, her face flushing with shame. "Every time we did it, I always took a pill so I wouldn't get pregnant." Her voice cracked slightly, and her green eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. She felt the weight of her shame pressing down on her, but before she could spiral further, Carlos pulled her into a firm hug. "Hey," he said softly, his arms wrapping around her protectively, "it's okay." Sharon froze for a moment before burying her face in his chest, her tears finally spilling over. Carlos gently stroked her back, his voice steady as he continued, "To be honest with you, Sharon, I already found out who you were after a while. As you know, we're not exactly simple folks either." He paused, feeling a bit awkward as he prepared to share his own confession, and, "Well, I have something to confess too." Sharon tilted her head up slightly, her teary green eyes meeting his. "What is it?" she asked, her voice trembling. Carlos let out a nervous chuckle, scratching the back of his head. "Well," he began, "we've been at, let's call it, war, with Nexum Dynamics for years now. And, being completely honest with you, cucking the boss of our enemies felt way better than blowing up one of their supply convoys." He laughed awkwardly, his brown eyes glancing at her nervously to gauge her reaction. For a moment, Sharon just stared at him, her tears forgotten as her brain processed what he had just said. Then, to Carlos's surprise, a small laugh escaped her lips. "Oh, but don't misunderstand me," Carlos quickly added, his tone earnest. "I really like you, Sharon. The first time I spoke with you, I had no idea who you were. So, rest assured, I'm not using you or anything. This," he leaned down, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead, "this is real, for me." Sharon's heart swelled at his words, and she smiled softly as she wiped the remaining tears from her cheeks. "It's okay," she said quietly, her voice steadier now. "I trust you, Carlos." She nestled closer to him, her head resting against his chest as she intertwined her fingers with his. The warmth of his touch grounded her, and for the first time in years, she felt truly safe. But then Sharon's expression grew serious again, and she tightened her grip on his hand. "There's also something else I have to say," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Carlos's eyes narrowed slightly, his thumb brushing against her hand in a soothing gesture. "All right," he said gently, "take your time." Sharon hesitated for a moment, her cat ears drooping as she struggled to find the right words. Whatever she was about to say, Carlos could tell it was something that weighed heavily on her. He waited patiently, giving her the space she needed. Finally, she took a deep breath and looked up at him, her green eyes filled with a mix of fear and determination. "Carlos, there's something about the CEO that you need to know." "And what would that be?" Carlos asked, his playful tone gone, replaced by a steady seriousness. His brown eyes focused on Sharon, his expression unreadable but attentive. Sharon hesitated, biting her lower lip as her cat ears twitched nervously. Her green eyes darted down to their intertwined hands before she finally gathered the courage to speak. "The CEO," she began, her voice trembling slightly, "he pretty much wants to get rid of me." Carlos's eyebrows furrowed slightly, his grip on her hand tightening in silent support. "Why?" Sharon let out a shaky breath, glancing at Carlos before continuing, "Because he can't handle me. He likes his girls to be obedient, submissive, and, most importantly, head over heels in love with him. You know, the kind that worships the ground he walks on." She scoffed lightly, the bitterness in her voice clear. "But as you can probably guess, I'm none of those things. I'm me." Carlos raised an eyebrow but stayed quiet, letting her continue. "I've always defied him," Sharon admitted. "Every time I was forced to be around him, I made it as unbearable for him as possible. I'd escape to luxury cruisers or parties whenever I could, anything to avoid spending time with him. I think that's probably why." Her voice trailed off, but Carlos could see the unease in her eyes. "Why what?" he asked, his tone firm but patient. Sharon took a deep breath, steadying herself before speaking again. That's probably why he sent me on that cruise in the first place. It wasn't just to keep me out of his sight, it was to get rid of me permanently. Carlos's eyes widened slightly, his expression darkened as her words sank in. Are you saying? Sharon nodded slowly, her voice trembling. Yes, I think he orchestrated the attack. The explosion, the destruction of the cruiser. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't just bad luck. I think it was him. He wanted me dead, Carlos. The room fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the faint hum of the ship's systems. Carlos leaned back slightly, his mind racing as he processed what she had just told him. And you're only telling me this now? He asked after a moment, his tone calm but carrying an edge of frustration. Sharon winced, her ears drooping further. I didn't know for sure until recently, she admitted. I only started piecing it together after everything that happened. And she hesitated, her green eyes meeting his again. I was scared of what it would mean if I was right, and scared of how you'd react. Carlos let out a heavy sigh, running a hand through his bald head as he tried to calm himself. Damn it, Sharon, he muttered. This isn't just a family squabble or a corporate spat. If the CEO of Nexum Dynamics is willing to kill his own wife, that's not something we can ignore. I know, Sharon said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. But what can I do, Carlos? I can't go back to him. He'll kill me if I do. And if I stay here, I'll just put you in danger too. Carlos frowned, his eyes narrowing as he stared at her. Sharon, he said firmly, his voice steady. I'm already in danger just being who I am. Rex and I have been fighting against Nexum Dynamics for years. This isn't anything new for me. But if what you're saying is true, then we have a chance to do something about it. Sharon blinked, her eyes widening slightly. What do you mean? Carlos smirked faintly, a mischievous glint returning to his eyes. Think about it. You're not just some random person to the CEO. You're his wife. You've got information, connections, and leverage that no one else has. If we play this right, we can hit him where it really hurts. Sharon stared at him, her mind racing as his words sank in. For the first time, she felt a flicker of hope. Hope that she could do something about her situation instead of just running away. You really think we can? She asked hesitantly, her voice laced with both doubt and curiosity. Carlos grinned, his confidence contagious. Oh, I know we can. But we'll have to be smart about it. And more importantly, he reached out, cupping her cheek gently, you'll have to trust me. Sharon felt her heart skip a beat at his touch, her cheeks flushing slightly. She placed her hand over his, leaning into his warmth. I do, she said softly, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions swirling within her. I trust you, Carlos. Good, he said, leaning in to press a gentle kiss to her forehead. Then we've got work to do. On board the Cleopatra, the command bridge hummed with quiet activity, though it lacked its usual commanding presence. With Cleo and Rex in their sleeping phase, the responsibility for managing the ship fell entirely to the twins. While the crew carried out their duties with military precision, the atmosphere on the bridge was far from formal. Naira was sprawled out on the commanding seat, lying upside down with her head hanging off the edge and her legs propped up in the air. She twirled a strand of her silver hair idly, looking as though she hadn't a care in the world. Say, sis, what are we supposed to do while we wait for them to wake up? She asked lazily, her crimson eyes staring at the ceiling. Lyra stood nearby, diligently monitoring the ship's systems on a holographic display. She let out a long, defeated sigh, glancing at her carefree sister. Sis, you didn't read the notification again, did you? Naira grinned, flipping herself halfway around to dangle her hands off the sides of the seat. It's not like I don't want to read them, she said with exaggerated sweetness. I just love hearing my little, adorable twin read to me with her beautiful voice. She made a show of extending her hands toward Lyra and blowing dramatic kisses in her direction. Lyra rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. If you love my cute voice so much, maybe you should try reading for yourself, since we're twins, she shot back, her voice dripping with sarcasm. The only difference between us is that I'm smarter. With a huff, Lyra tossed a holographic display toward Naira's face. It floated in front of her, showing the detailed orders Cleo had left them. Bu. You're such a killjoy. Naira whined, waving her hands dramatically before reluctantly pulling the screen closer to read it. Her crimson eyes scanned the orders, her pout slowly fading into mild curiosity. After a moment, she closed the holographic screen and stretched her arms over her head. So Master wants us to attack Nexum Dynamics' defensive base on Nakor and grab the son of Carlos while we're at it. Then deliver him to the new human empire? Yup, Lyra replied casually, sipping from a blood pack with a satisfied look on her face. Those are the orders. Oh, and she mentioned leaving us a gift in the Cleopatra's armory. Naira's gaze shifted to her sister, her nose crinkling slightly. Sis, if you keep drinking that low-quality blood, your mouth is going to stink later, you know? HMPH. What would you know? Lyra shot back, holding up the blood pack as if to defend her choice. I drink these because Rex's blood is too precious. I save it for when I can savor it properly, unlike you, who gulps it down the moment you get a new supply. Naira let out a melodic laugh, stepping off the command chair in one fluid motion and vanishing in a blur. She reappeared behind Lyra in the blink of an eye, her crimson eyes glinting mischievously. Well, Naira said playfully, wrapping her arms around Lyra's waist from behind. That's what my little sister says, but do you think I haven't noticed what you do when you're drinking his blood? Lyra froze, her face turning a brilliant shade of red. What are you talking about? I don't do anything, she stammered, clearly flustered. Naira's grin widened, and she began lightly running her fingers over Lyra's abdomen, teasing her mercilessly. Oh, nothing, huh? Should I remind you of those little sighs, slight moans and dreamy looks you get when? Stop it, Lyra yelled, grabbing Naira's arms in a panic. In a sudden burst of strength, she tossed Naira toward the air with all her might, her silver hair flying wildly around her. Naira, however, was just as quick. She twisted in midair, freeing one of her hands and managing to land a swift, playful spank on Lyra's butt before being flung across the bridge. Kya, Lyra squeaked, her voice high and girlish as she jumped slightly, clutching her butt with an embarrassed and teary-eyed expression. She turned toward Naira, glaring daggers at her mischievous twin. Why you little. Naira burst out laughing, clutching her stomach as she floated midair, supported by her vampiric agility. Ha ha ha. Oh, come on, Lyra, you're so cute when you're flustered. Lyra stomped her foot, her cheeks still flushed. You're impossible, Naira. And yet, you love me, Naira teased, winking as she landed gracefully back on the floor. Now, let's go check out that gift Master left us in the armory. If it's as good as I think it is, we're going to have some fun on Nakor. Lyra huffed, crossing her arms but reluctantly following Naira toward the exit. Fine, she muttered, her butt irritably behind her. But don't think I'm letting you off the hook for that stunt. Naira giggled, throwing an arm around Lyra's shoulders. Ah, don't be mad, sis. Think of it this way, at least one of us knows how to have fun. As the twins bickered and teased each other, the rest of the crew on the bridge wisely kept their heads down, pretending not to notice the chaos. After all, the twins were not just their commanders, they were forces of nature, and no one dared to get between them. After several minutes of walking through the Cleopatra's sleek corridors, the twins finally arrived at the armory, a place that was, unsurprisingly, heavily guarded. The entrance was flanked by hulking automated sentry guns, their turrets scanning the area methodically. Inside the armory, the atmosphere was tense and silent, save for the faint hum of security systems. Among the more intimidating security measures was a Mauler juggernaut. Its massive frame stood motionless in standby mode, but the sheer presence of the machine radiated a sense of danger. On the ceiling, small white drone-like birds floated through the air, acting as mobile security cameras. The security system was advanced and lethal yet elegant. If even one of those seemingly harmless birds spotted an unregistered intruder, a silent alarm would immediately activate the Mauler juggernaut. The result? Absolute chaos. The twins strode confidently into the armory, their steps unhurried as if they were walking into a park instead of one of the most secure locations on the ship. One of the white birds immediately floated down toward them, its beady, mechanical eyes scanning them. After a few seconds, it drifted over to Lyra and landed on her head, perching comfortably like a smug little hat. Naira burst out laughing the moment she saw the bird. Hey, looks like they know who the real criminal is here, she teased, pointing at the bird sitting on Lyra's silver hair. Lyra rolled her eyes, her arms crossed as she huffed in annoyance. Tisk, 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 she said, shaking her finger in Nyra's face. You've got it all wrong, my dearest sister. Clearly, the bird knows you're the criminal, and it's sitting on my head to keep an eye on you. Nyra grinned at her sister, leaning in dramatically. You know what? That actually makes sense, she said, placing a hand over her heart in mock solemnity. What can I say? I'm just a bad girl. She struck an overly theatrical pose, her crimson eyes gleaming mischievously. Lyra sighed, her expression caught between exasperation and amusement. Yes, yes, you're the epitome of rebellion. Now let's hurry. I can't wait to see what Master left for us, she said while grabbing Nyra's arm and pulling her further into the armory. Inside the armory, rows upon rows of advanced weaponry and gear gleamed under the bright artificial lights. Everything was meticulously organized, from plasma rifles to explosive charges, melee weapons, and high-tech suits of armor. But at the center of the room, on a raised platform, was a sealed crate marked with Cleo's signature holographic seal. The twins approached the crate, their excitement evident. Nyra rubbed her hands together eagerly. Ooh, what do you think it is? A new set of weapons. Maybe some cool armor. Lyra crouched in front of the crate while examining the seal. Only one way to find out, she said, swiping her finger across the holographic interface. The seal glowed for a moment before dissipating with a soft hum. The crate hissed as it unlocked, the lid slowly sliding open to reveal its contents. Inside were two sleek, customized suits of combat armor, each designed with a perfect balance of beauty and lethality. The armor was black with crimson accents, adorned with faintly glowing runes that pulsed rhythmically like a heartbeat. Alongside the suits were matching weapons. Two scythe-like energy blades for Nyra and a set of dual plasma pistols for Lyra. Nyra's jaw dropped, her eyes practically sparkling as she reached out to touch the armor. Oh, look at this. It's beautiful, she exclaimed, lifting one of the scythes with ease. The blade extended with a crackle of energy, its edges glowing a menacing red. Lyra, on the other hand, carefully picked up one of the plasma pistols, testing its weight in her hand. This is incredible, she said softly, her usually calm demeanor replaced with genuine awe. Master really went all out this time. Nyra twirled the scythe experimentally, grinning as it hummed with deadly precision. I'm in love, she declared dramatically. This is so me. Lyra smirked before inspecting the armor more closely. It's more than just stylish, she noted. Look at these runes, they're not just for show. They're integrated with the armor's energy field. This is high-level tech, even for Cleo standards. Nyra glanced at the runs, her grin widening. Ha, figures Master would give us something this badass. She knows we're her favorites. Don't let the others hear you say that, Lyra quipped, though her tone was light. The twins quickly suited up, their movements synchronized as they donned their new gear. The armor fit perfectly, molding to their bodies like a second skin. The moment it activated, they felt a surge of power, faster reflexes, enhanced strength, and a heightened sense of awareness. Nyra struck a pose in her new armor, her scythes crossed in front of her. How do I look? She asked with a playful grin. Lyra rolled her eyes, adjusting her plasma pistols on their holsters. Like a show-off, she said, though there was a small smile on her lips. As the twins admired their new gear, the Mauler Juggernaut's sensors briefly flickered, as if acknowledging the twins' presence. One of the white birds chirped mechanically, its gaze fixed on them for a moment before resuming its patrol. So, Nakor, huh? Nyra said while spinning one of her scythes idly. It's been a while since we've had a good mission. I hope those Nexum Dynamics defenses put up a decent fight, since I'd hate for this new gear to go to waste. Lyra smirked, holstering her pistols. Don't get cocky, sis. If Master left us this, then she's expecting something big. Let's not disappoint her. Nyra nodded, her grin widening. Let's show them what the twins can do. With that, the two sisters strode out of the armory, their new armor gleaming under the lights as they prepared for the mission ahead. On the distant world of Nakor, Eric, the son of Carlos, was attending one of the prestigious military colleges. Despite the exorbitant tuition costs, Carlos's monthly pay, hovering near 2 million credits, had allowed him to secure a spot for his son in the institution. It was an opportunity that most humans could only dream of. But prestige didn't protect Eric from the harsh realities of the galaxy. Being human and lacking noble lineage meant that to most of the other students, Eric was little more than a slave, an insult to the seats they occupied. And in their eyes, a slave daring to walk among them as an equal was something they simply couldn't tolerate. Ha ha. What? That's all you've got? One of the students sneered, his voice dripping with mockery as he threw a brutal punch into Eric's face. The impact sent Eric sprawling onto the ground, blood trickling from his nose. The surrounding group of students burst into laughter, their cruel voices echoing through the courtyard. Ha ha ha, nice hit, man, another student jeered, holding up a hollow camera to record the scene. This is exactly how we should treat these slaves, put them back in their place. Tisk, it's always the same with this kind of trash, a girl said, sitting perched on another student's lap with an air of entitled superiority. She twisted a strand of her golden hair, smirking. Their moms were just blessed with good asses to be bred, and then they pop out this scum who thinks they can walk among us like they're equals. It's pathetic. Eric's bloodied face twitched at her words. Hearing someone speak so disrespectfully about his mother, about the family he held so dear, made his body tremble with suppressed rage. His fists clenched against the dirty ground, and he slowly tried to push himself back to his feet. Take it back, Eric muttered, his voice barely audible but filled with quiet defiance. The girl's cruel smirk widened as she glanced at him. Oh, I think the little slave is trying to say something, she mocked him, her tone dripping with fake curiosity. Another student chuckled darkly, leaning closer to Eric. Oh really? What was that, slave? Let me get closer so I can hear it. He crouched down, his face inches from Eric's. What did you say? Huh? Speak up. Or maybe my translator doesn't understand slave language. Eric's trembling intensified, and he raised his voice, louder this time. I said take it back. His sudden shout startled the crowd momentarily, but only for a second. The student's expression twisted into one of anger and amusement. Oh, so the slave thinks he can yell at me? He growled. Without hesitation, he threw another punch, this one even harder than the first. Eric's head snapped back, and he collapsed onto the ground again, his cheekbone throbbing with pain. Bad slave, the student sneered, kicking Eric in the ribs for good measure. Eric coughed as the air was knocked out of him, but he didn't cry out. The group around him erupted into laughter once more, their cruelty unrelenting. This little piece of trash actually thinks he can talk back to someone like me. Can you guys believe it? The student mocked Eric, spreading his arms theatrically as if putting on a show for the audience. Ha ha ha, I know, right? Another female student laughed, leaning against a nearby pillar. Little Eric here really takes after his dad. Don't you think so, cutie? The mocking laughter froze midair as a sudden voice, playful yet dripping with an edge of menace, cut through the air. Don't you think so, cutie? The voice repeated itself, coming from the staircase of the school building. All heads turned toward the source of the voice, and what they saw immediately silenced them. Standing at the top of the stairs were two figures, both undeniably striking and otherworldly in their presence. The first, a girl with flowing silver hair and glowing crimson eyes, leaned casually against the railing, her arms crossed as she surveyed the scene below. Her expression was playful, but there was a dangerous gleam in her eyes. Beside her stood an identical figure, her silver hair cascading down her back as she smirked at the group of students. She twirled a small, glowing knife between her fingers with casual ease, her crimson eyes locked onto the scene with unsettling focus. Their presence alone made the air grow heavier, and the students who had been laughing seconds ago now found themselves frozen, unsure of what to say or do. Naira tilted her head, her smirk widening as her glowing eyes scanned the bullies. Well, she said with her tone light and teasing. Seems like you all were having fun. But now you've gone and ruined our day. Tisk, isn't that right, Lyra? Who are you bitches? The pompous student snarled, his arrogance undeterred even by the presence of the twins. How dare you look down on a noble like me? Come down from there so I can play with you. His sneer was as full of entitlement as his words, earning an unimpressed glance from Naira. Naira raised her hand and peered at him through her fingers as though inspecting something minuscule. I don't know, she said, her voice playful and dripping with mockery. You're not my type, you know. Compared to the one I like, you're just a small ant. The student let out an exaggerated sigh, crossing his arms as if her words hadn't fazed him. Tisk. Another blind bitch who doesn't know greatness when she sees it, he said, his chest puffed out with misplaced confidence. Naira was about to respond, but the boy, emboldened by his own delusions, smirked and added, pretty sure the one you like is just a TRA. Before he could finish his sentence, the world spun, and the next thing he knew, he was on the ground. His mouth was forced wide open, a gun shoved deep inside it. His eyes bulged with terror as he looked up to see Lyra perched on top of him, her glowing crimson eyes burning with fury. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. The playful banter between the twins was gone, replaced by an oppressive, almost suffocating intensity. Lyra pressed the barrel of the gun further into his mouth, making him gag as her voice came out low and icy. Don't you dare compare yourself to my master again, she growled, her tone dripping with venom. If it weren't for the fact that we don't want to alert the guards, I would have blown your head off the moment you opened that filthy mouth of yours. The other students froze, their arrogance vanishing in the face of the silver-haired girl's wrath. The student beneath Lyra whimpered, his eyes filled with despair as he realized just how close he was to death. Naira, meanwhile, descended the stairs in a blur, clapping her hands in mock applause as she approached. Wow, sis, I've got to say, you really have it in you, she said with a wide grin, her tone exaggeratedly dramatic. I was starting to wonder if you were really my twin or not. Bravo, bravo. Lyra blinked, her sister's words breaking through the fog of her anger. Her glowing eyes dimmed slightly, and she looked down, realizing where she was and what she was doing. What? When? Who? Why? She stammered, her face flushing as she quickly tried to regain her composure. She scrambled to her feet, grabbing the student by his head and tossing him like a sack of garbage toward his friends. The impact sent them tumbling backward in a heap, groaning in pain. Pervert. Lyra snapped, her cheeks still red. What were you doing under me? Get out of here. Naira couldn't hold back her laughter. Oh, now you've really done it, sis, she said, walking over to one of the unconscious students and poking his limp body with her foot. You're way more dangerous than I am. Lyra whipped around, flustered and defensive. No, it wasn't me. I don't know what happened, she said while her crimson eyes darted around nervously. It's his fault. Who told him to badmouth Rex? He deserved it. Naira smiled knowingly, clearly enjoying her sister's embarrassment. Meanwhile, Eric, who had finally managed to get to his feet, stood a few steps away, staring at the twins in shock. He had seen a lot of things in his time at this cruel academy, but nothing like this. Who are you guys? Eric asked hesitantly, his voice filled with both confusion and awe. Naira clapped her hands together, turning her attention back to Eric with a bright smile. Ah, little Eric, she said cheerfully, as if they hadn't just turned the courtyard into a battlefield. I almost forgot about you, but it wasn't my fault. It was all my dumb sister's fault for causing such a mess. She pointed at Lyra, who groaned and covered her face with her hands. Are you assassins? Eric asked, taking a cautious step back. Who sent you? Even if you're wearing our school uniforms, I can tell you're not from here. Naira glanced down at the pristine academy uniform she was wearing, then back at Eric. Oh, you mean these? She said, plucking at the fabric. Yeah, that was my little sister's idea. Something about going undetected. She gestured dramatically to the chaos around them. But considering what she just did, I'd say it didn't work too well. Lyra sighed heavily, finally lowering her hands. Don't worry, she said, her tone calm and reassuring. We're not assassins. Actually, we are assassins, Naira chimed in with a mischievous grin, peeking out from behind her sister. Lyra spun around, glaring at her twin. Sis, please shut up. You're not helping. What? I'm just saying the truth, Naira said innocently, throwing her arms in the air. Then, with mock panic, she cried out, "Help! They're trying to silence me. Where's the police? I demand justice." Lyra let out a groan of frustration, her shoulders slumping in defeat. "I give up," she muttered. Naira giggled, clearly enjoying herself, before turning back to Eric with a playful wink. Lyra took a deep breath, stepping forward to address Eric directly. "Our master sent us to fetch you," she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. "We're here to take you to the new Human Empire flagship, where your father is waiting for you." Eric blinked, stunned by her words. "My dad?" "Yup," Naira chimed in, popping up beside Lyra with a grin. "So, are you coming with us, or do we have to cause more trouble to convince you?" Eric hesitated for a moment, glancing at the unconscious students scattered around the courtyard. Then he looked back at the twins, their crimson eyes glowing faintly in the sunlight. "All right," he said finally, his voice steady. "I'll come with you." Naira clapped her hands together again, beaming. "Great. Let's get out of here before the guards show up. I'd hate to have to explain this mess." With that, the twins flanked Eric and began leading him away from the scene, leaving the other students to pick themselves up and wonder what kind of storm they had just unleashed. "So, where are we going now?" Eric asked as he walked a few steps behind the twins, still trying to process the whirlwind of chaos that had just unfolded. "Well, right now we're heading to the parking lot," Lyra replied without looking back, her tone calm and focused. "From there, we'll take our car and drive you outside the city. Once we're there, another team will take care of you." "Another team?" Eric raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. "Yup," Naira said with a grin, glancing over her shoulder. "Another team, totally trustworthy and everything. You'll love them." Eric wasn't convinced, but before he could ask any follow-up questions, Naira suddenly broke into a sprint. "I'm driving this time," she shouted as she dashed toward the parking lot. When Eric and Lyra caught up, they found Naira standing proudly beside a sleek, futuristic supercar that looked like it belonged in the dreams of every gearhead in the galaxy. Its sharp, aerodynamic design gleamed under the sunlight, and its smooth black and red finish gave it an aura of power and elegance. Eric had never seen anything like it. "Wow," he breathed, his eyes wide as he admired the car. Is this yours?" "Yep, it is," Naira said, puffing out her chest proudly. "It was a gift from Rex for our 18th birthday. Isn't he the best?" She let out an exaggerated sigh, placing a hand dramatically over her heart. "Sadly, we don't get to use it much since we're always running around the galaxy on missions. Life is cruel for poor little us." She even pretended to wipe away a fake tear for added effect. Lyra rolled her eyes. "Anyway," she said, steering Eric toward the backseat, "get in. We need to leave before more problems find us." Eric hesitated for a moment before climbing into the back of the car. As he settled into the plush seats, he glanced around, marveling at the interior. Everything about the car was immaculate, from the glowing holographic dashboard to the luxurious leather upholstery. "This is the first time I've seen a supercar with 4 doors, Eric said, running his hand along the armrest. "Well, that's because this isn't just any supercar," Naira replied, sliding into the driver's seat with a smirk. "It was custom built by our master's personal assembly factory. This beauty is one of a kind, there's nothing else like it in the entire galaxy." "Whoa," Eric said while leaning forward slightly. "How fast can it g?" "Don't ask that." Lyra's voice cut through the air like a whip, startling Eric before he could finish his question. She was already strapping herself into the passenger seat, her expression filled with the quiet dread of someone who knew exactly what was about to happen. But it was too late. The damage had been done. Naira's crimson eyes gleamed with excitement, and a mischievous grin spread across her face. "Hoo-hoo, finally, someone who knows how to ask the right questions," she said while flipping a few switches on the dashboard. Eric noticed the car's internal systems coming to life with a low, menacing hum. Wait," Eric began, but Naira wasn't listening. "The best way to answer that question," Naira said, gripping the steering wheel, "is to show you." With that, she slammed her foot on the gas pedal, and the car roared to life like a caged beast. The tires screeched against the pavement, smoke billowing from the friction as the car launched forward at an unbelievable speed. In less than half a second, they had gone from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour, and Eric was thrown back into his seat, his eyes wide in shock. Holy! Eric barely managed to get the words out as the world outside became a blur of motion and color. Ha 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 ha! This is the best! Naira shouted with her voice filled with glee as she rolled down the driver's side window. The wind whipped through the car, turning her and Lyra's neatly styled hair into a wild, tangled mess. Naira, close the window! Lyra shouted over the deafening roar of the air, trying in vain to keep her hair under control. Why? It's more fun this way. Naira laughed while taking a sharp turn that made the tires squeal. She gripped the wheel like a professional racer. Her movements were smooth and precise despite the reckless speed. Eric, meanwhile, was clutching the edges of his seat for dear life. Is this even legal? He yelled, his voice barely audible over the wind and engine noise. Naira glanced at him in the rearview mirror, her grin widening. Probably not, she shouted back. Lyra groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. You're going to get us arrested. Relax, sis, Naira said, waving her free hand dismissively. By the time anyone even thinks about chasing us, we'll be halfway out of the city. As if to prove her point, she pressed down on the gas even harder, and the car surged forward with another burst of speed. Eric could feel the G-forces pulling at his body, and he swore he saw his life flash before his eyes. This is insane, Eric shouted, though there was a hint of exhilaration in his voice. Naira glanced back at him again, her crimson eyes sparkling. Insane. Nah. This is freedom, little Eric. Learn to love it. Despite himself, Eric couldn't help but laugh. The sheer absurdity of the situation, combined with Naira's infectious energy, made it impossible not to feel at least a little thrill. Lyra, however, was less amused. She grabbed onto the dashboard, her patience wearing thin. If you kill us before we even get to the rendezvous point, I'm going to haunt you for eternity, Naira. Naira let out a dramatic sigh, easing off the gas slightly. Fine, fine, I'll slow down a little, she said, though her smirk suggested she wasn't planning to follow that promise entirely. As the car sped through the city streets, Eric leaned back in his seat, his initial fear giving way to a strange sense of excitement. For the first time in what felt like forever, he wasn't just a powerless kid being beaten down by the world. He was with people who made him feel alive. Okay, he said, grinning despite himself. This might actually be kind of cool. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit, Naira said, punching the gas again and sending the car rocketing toward the city limits. Sis, take the slum exit, Lyra said firmly while pulling up the GPS display and quickly adjusting the route. Try to keep low. We don't want to make a big mess inside the city, our master will kick our asses again. PFF'd, Naira scoffed, flipping her silver hair over her shoulder as it whipped around wildly in the open air. What's the fun in that? It's not like anyone is going to try and stop us from going fast. Those laws were outlawed centuries ago. No one even walks on the roads anymore. Lyra opened her mouth to argue, but her eyes caught something flashing on the holographic dash. Her voice turned sharp. Hold on a second. The stealth satellite is picking up hostiles heading straight for us. She shouted, her tone tinged with panic. I told you to slow down. Naira rolled her eyes but pressed harder on the gas, making the car roar even louder as its speed climbed. It's not my fault. Speed has nothing to do with it. She snapped before glancing at her sister out of the corner of her eye. Wait, sis, did you delete the college's camera's footage before we left? Lyra froze, her expression blank for a second, as realization hit her like a brick. What cameras? She asked weakly with her voice trembling. Master always takes care of that. So we should be safe, right? Oh no. Naira grinned, her laughter echoing in the car. Ha ha ha. And you call yourself the smart one? Wow, sis, this is your fault, not mine. She teased before shouting, bloody. From the glove compartment, a small black and red robotic bat emerged with a faint hum, its wings flapping lazily as it hovered in midair. The AI drone was a part of Cleo's custom creations, specifically designed for the twins as their personal assistant. Its glowing crimson eyes blinked as it saluted the sisters. I am at your service, young masters, the robotic bat said in a smooth, polite voice. Activate Protocol Yellow, Lyra ordered quickly, her eyes glued to the holographic radar, which showed the hostiles rapidly closing in. Understood. Activating the Blood Legion, Bloody replied calmly, its small wings flapping faster as it sent out encrypted signals. A moment later, the AI announced, Blood Legion in standby. Sis. They're here already, Lyra shouted as the unmistakable sound of helicopters filled the air. The city guards' transport vehicles were closing in fast, their bright spotlights illuminating the speeding car. A robotic voice boomed from one of the helicopters. Less than attention, criminals. You are charged with minor abuse and kidnapping. Stop the vehicle immediately. This is your first and last warning. Greater than. Naira burst into laughter, her crimson eyes sparkling with amusement. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that, sis? We're kidnappers now. We're famous. She laughed out loud since she was clearly enjoying the adrenaline rush. This is not the time to be laughing. Lyra snapped, her face a mix of frustration and panic. Their patrol cars are catching up too. True to her words, several all-terrain patrol vehicles had joined the pursuit, their sirens blaring as they closed in on the twins' supercar. The helicopter's voice boomed again, more forcefully this time. Less than attention, criminals. Since you have refused to comply, we will now proceed to use force to stop you. Greater than. Inside the lead helicopter, the captain shouted orders at his crew. Shoot out the driver, he commanded, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the sleek supercar below. But don't damage the car. That thing's worth more than this whole squad combined. Captain, are you sure? There's still a kid in the backseat, one of the guards said hesitantly, glancing at Eric on the monitors. The captain scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. He's just a human. Nobody gives a crap about him anyway. Now stop questioning my orders and fire. Understood, sir. Lyra's head snapped toward her sister as the sound of the guards' mounted laser guns powering up reached her ears. Sis. They're about to shoot us. What? They can't do that. I'm literally the victim here. Eric shouted from the backseat, his voice high with panic. Naira glanced at him through the rearview mirror, her grin turning feral. Tisk. Grow a pair already, will you? Use your brain, kid. You're just a human, they don't give a shit about you. Sis, are the defenses ready? Naira yelled, her voice sharp as she pushed the car to an even higher speed. Of course they are. Who do you take me for? Lyra shot back, her fingers flying across the holographic dashboard. Just as the guards opened fire, the car's energy shield activated with a loud hum, creating a glowing barrier around the vehicle. The laser rounds harmlessly dissipated against the shield, leaving the car untouched. Sir, they have an energy shield, one of the guards in the helicopter reported. I can see that, genius, I'm not blind, the captain snapped, his frustration growing. Fine. All units, proceed with the ramming maneuver. I want that car immobilized. But, sir, I don't care. Just do it. Inside the car, Eric clutched the seat tightly, his knuckles white. Ramming? Are they serious? Naira grinned while her excitement was only growing as she weaved the car through the streets with precision. Ha ha ha. Let them try, she shouted. This car was made for stuff like this. Lyra sighed heavily, strapping herself in tighter. I swear, if we survive this, I'm going to kill you myself, she muttered. Don't be so dramatic, sis, Naira teased her while laughing as the patrol cars closed in. This is just getting fun. As the guards prepared to ram the car, Bloody's voice echoed from the dashboard. Young masters, shall I deploy the countermeasures? Naira's grin widened. Oh, definitely. Let's give them a little surprise. Deploying countermeasures, Bloody confirmed. From the back of the car, several small drones shot out, each one armed with electromagnetic pulses. As the drones zipped toward the approaching patrol vehicles, the guards barely had time to react before the EMPs went off, disabling their engines and causing the vehicles to screech to a halt. The captain slammed his fist against the controls as he watched his squad fall apart. Damn it. Naira let out a triumphant laugh, her silver hair flying wildly in the wind. I told you, sis, nobody can catch us. Lyra groaned, burying her face in her hands. I hate you sometimes, she muttered. Captain, are we just going to let them escape? The guard next to the captain asked nervously while glancing between his superior and the screen showing the sleek supercar speeding away. The captain's face twisted in anger while tightening his jaw. Of course not. Send a call to the frontier military camp and tell them to intercept those bastards, he shouted while slamming his fist down on the control panel. The guard hesitated, his expression full of unease. But sir, they're just common criminals. The military won't accept a request like this. And if they find out we lied, it could end badly for us. The captain turned to him with a sneer, his face red with frustration. I don't give a damn. Just tell them the suspects have military-grade drones and advanced armor. That should be enough to get them to mobilize. But sir, no buts, do as I say, or I'll have you written up for insubordination, the captain snapped, his eyes locked on the twins' car as it weaved through the streets, easily outmaneuvering his remaining forces. The guard swallowed hard, nodding reluctantly. Understood, Captain, he said while turning back to his terminal. His fingers flew across the controls as he opened a secure communications line. Making contact with the military now. The captain leaned forward, gripping the edge of the console tightly as he stared at the monitor displaying the car. His greed and frustration simmered just below the surface. I don't care what it takes, he muttered under his breath. I want that car, and those damn criminals stopped now. Meanwhile, inside the supercar, Naira was still laughing hysterically, the chaos outside only fueling her adrenaline rush. Haha. Did you see that, sis? They couldn't even touch us. She laughed, gripping the wheel tightly as she took another sharp turn. Stop gloating, Lyra snapped, her crimson eyes darting between the holographic radar and the rearview mirror. They're not done yet, and if you keep playing around, someone else will find out, and it will become harder to get away. Naira let out a playful scoff, her silver hair whipping around her face. Relax, sis, I've got this under control. Nobody's catching us today. From the backseat, Eric sat rigidly, clutching his seatbelt as he tried to keep up with the twins' banter. Not to interrupt or anything, he said nervously, but I think they're calling for backup. Are you sure we're going to be okay? Naira glanced at him in the rearview mirror, her crimson eyes sparkling with mischief. Don't worry, little Eric, she said with a grin. This isn't our first rodeo. Besides, we've got the best car in the galaxy. Let them bring backup, it'll just make things more fun. Fun, Eric exclaimed, his voice cracking slightly, you call this fun? Lyra shot her sister an annoyed glare. Stop teasing him, Naira, she said before turning to Eric. We'll be fine. Trust me, we've handled worse. But even as she said it, her fingers tightened on the dashboard, her eyes narrowing as a new blip appeared on the radar. It was larger and moving faster than the city guard vehicles. Sis, Lyra said, her tone suddenly tense. Naira glanced at the radar, her grin fading slightly. What's that? She asked, her playful demeanor shifting to something more serious. Lyra frowned, typing rapidly on the console. Looks like military-grade vehicles, she muttered, and they're coming from the direction of the frontier camp. Naira's eyebrows shot up. The military? Seriously? For us? Eric paled in the backseat. The military? Why would they call the military for a couple of? Don't ask stupid questions, Lyra snapped, cutting him off. She turned to Naira, her voice urgent. They must have lied about us. There's no way the military would mobilize for a couple of kidnappers. Naira's lips curled into a wicked grin. I guess we're more important than we thought. This isn't funny, Lyra shot back. We don't have the firepower to deal with a full-on military response, bloody. The small bat AI, still hovering near the dashboard, flapped its wings in acknowledgement. Yes, young masters? Activate Protocol Red, Lyra commanded, her voice firm. The AI's crimson eyes glowed brighter as it processed the command. Understood. Activating Protocol Red. Deploying reinforcements. Eric's eyes widened. Reinforcements? He asked, glancing around the car. What reinforcements? Naira's grin returned, wider than ever. Oh, you'll see, she said with her voice practically dripping with excitement. As they continued speeding toward the outskirts of the city, several black and red drones appeared on the horizon, flying in perfect formation. They moved like a swarm of predators, their sleek designs identical to the ones Eric had seen earlier. Blood Legion, Lyra said with a smirk, her confidence returning. Master always makes sure we're prepared for situations like this. The drones began to fan out, positioning themselves between the car and the incoming military vehicles. The twins' car holographically displayed the activation of the drone's defensive systems, and Bloody's voice echoed through the cabin. Blood Legion is fully operational, awaiting further orders. Let's give them something to remember us by, Naira said with a laugh, slamming the accelerator even harder. The car roared as it surged forward, leaving the city guards in the dust while the drones moved to intercept the military forces. Lyra sighed, shaking her head as she strapped herself in tighter. I swear, if Master hears about this, we're dead. Naira just laughed, her eyes blazing with excitement. Relax, sis, we're just getting started. Sir, we have the target in sight, one of the soldiers on a transport ship reported, his voice steady over the communicator. Good, the commander replied, his tone sharp and focused. Prepare the troops to jump out once we surround them. I want this operation done quickly and cleanly, no excuses. But before the commander could give additional orders, a panicked voice cut through the communications. Sir, not good. Transport number 5 is under fire. I repeat, transport number 5 is under fire. The commander's jaw tightened. Put it on the screen, he shouted, and a live feed of the unfolding chaos appeared on the main console. The image showed one of the transport ships trailing black smoke as several sleek, black and red drones swarmed it like vultures. The drones from the Blood Legion were systematically targeting the ship's engines, their weapons precise and unrelenting. Damn it, the commander hissed. The transports were basic troop carriers, not designed for heavy combat. Worse, they lacked shielding, making them easy prey for the advanced drones. Engines are hit. Engines are hit. A soldier on transport number 5 shouted as the ship's thrusters exploded, sending it into a spiraling descent. The commander watched grimly as the transport began to fall toward the slums below. Some of the soldiers aboard managed to jump out before the ship crashed, deploying emergency parachutes that saved their lives. Others weren't so lucky. Sir, what are your orders? A nearby officer asked with his voice tense. The commander clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the drones still circling like predators. This is a high command order, he said, his voice cold and authoritative. The enemy has called for reinforcements. They're heavily armed and possess advanced technology. All transport ships are to retreat immediately. I repeat, retreat and regroup. But, sir, enough, the commander snapped. Send the birds to engage and shoot down those drones. I want air support tracking the target vehicle at all times. Fighters, move in and neutralize those reinforcements. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, inside the twins' supercar, Lyra kept her gaze fixed on the holographic radar. A growing cluster of red flags indicated that enemy reinforcements were closing in. Sis, they're retreating, Lyra said cautiously, her crimson eyes narrowing as she analyzed the radar. That's not a good sign. They're regrouping for something bigger. But thankfully, we're almost at the city gates. Naira let out an amused chuckle, her confidence undeterred as she took a sharp turn, tires screeching against the pavement. Of course it's not a good sign, she said with a smirk. But when is it ever? Just leave it to me, I'll handle it. Turning her attention to the small robotic bat hovering near the dashboard, Naira gave her next command. Bloody, hack the gates. I don't trust the guards there to let us walk out of here without a fight. The AI's crimson eyes glowed brighter as it responded. Understood. Initiating hacking protocol. Estimated time to override. 5 minutes. On the bat's tiny screen, an infinite cascade of numbers and code began scrolling rapidly as it worked to infiltrate the city's gate control systems. At the slum city gates, chaos was already unfolding in the guard control room. What is happening? Who is opening the gates? The head guard shouted, storming into the control room with a look of pure frustration on his face. I don't know, sir, another guard stammered, his fingers flying over the control panel in a desperate attempt to regain control. I keep trying to close them, but it's not working, the system isn't responding. The head guard's face twisted in fury as he slammed his hand on the console. Idiots, do I have to do everything myself? He shoved the panicking guard aside and began typing furiously, his fingers slamming into the keys. But no matter what commands he entered, the gates continued to open. Alarms blared throughout the control room as the override signal from Bloody's hacking continued to dismantle their systems piece by piece. "It's like the entire system's been hijacked," the subordinate guard said, his voice rising in panic. "I know that, you moron," the head guard snapped, sweat dripping down his brow as he frantically tried to regain control. But the numbers on the screen made no sense to him. Lines of alien code flickered and disappeared faster than he could read them. Back in the car, Naira was grinning ear to ear as she floored the gas pedal, sending the car roaring down the final stretch toward the slum gates. "Bloody, how's the hack going?" she asked casually, her silver hair whipping around as she swerved past an abandoned vehicle in the road. "Hacking progress at 78%, Bloody reported, its voice calm and efficient. Estimated completion in 2 minutes. Lyra glanced nervously at the radar. The red blips marking the military reinforcements were getting closer. 2 minutes might be all we have, she muttered. "Naira, pick up the pace." Naira let out a laugh, her grin widening. "Oh, don't worry, I'm already going as fast as this baby can go without breaking the sound barrier." Eric, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up from the backseat, his voice tinged with both fear and amazement. "Are you guys always like this?" Naira glanced at him in the rearview mirror, her crimson eyes sparkling. "Like what? Amazing, yes." Lyra groaned, rolling her eyes. "Don't encourage her, Eric," she said that, though her tone was more exasperated than angry. As the car sped toward the gates, the city guards outside scrambled to deploy their forces, setting up barricades and checkpoints in a last-ditch effort to stop the twins. But even they couldn't ignore the ominous sound of the gates creaking open, the massive steel doors slowly sliding apart as Bloody completed its hack. "The gates are open," Bloody announced, its wings fluttering with satisfaction. "You are clear to proceed, young masters." "Perfect timing," Naira said with a grin, slamming her foot on the gas. The car shot forward like a rocket, barreling through the gates at breakneck speed. The guards at the barricades could only watch in stunned silence as the sleek vehicle disappeared into the distance, its taillights glowing like twin red comets. After several tense minutes of speeding through the planet's outskirts toward the rendezvous point where they were supposed to hand Eric over to the Human Empire envoy, Bloody, the ever-vigilant AI bat, delivered a grim update. "Warning. All combat drones dispatched from the Blood Legion have been destroyed," Bloody announced, its calm and robotic tone making the news no less foreboding. "Analysis suggests an 85% probability that the enemy deployed defense fighters to neutralize the drones. Current probability of hostile forces pursuing this vehicle, high." Lyra groaned, rubbing her temples in frustration. "Isn't this a little too extreme for a kidnapping case?" she said with her voice dripping with sarcasm as she reached into her holster and began prepping her handguns. "I mean, it's not like we abducted some high-ranking noble, he's just a regular human." Naira smirked but kept her eyes on the dirt road ahead, expertly maneuvering the car around bumps and potholes. "Oh, sis, you're so naive," she teased. "The only logical explanation. Corruption. High-ranking officials are probably on someone's payroll. That, or someone really doesn't like us." Lyra sighed, pulling up the satellite feed on the car's display. "Whatever the reason, we've got bigger problems now. Start slowing down, we're trapped." Naira's grin faltered. "Trapped? What do you mean, trapped?" "Look." Lyra zoomed in on the satellite image, revealing a sprawling military blockade stretching across several kilometers of their route. Dozens of armed vehicles, personnel, and barricades had been positioned in a coordinated effort to cut off their escape. "Ah, seriously?" Naira groaned, her frustration evident. "Next time, let's beg Master to give us strategy lessons or something. I feel so dumb right now." Lyra gave her sister a withering look. "It's not like Master hasn't tried to teach us strategy. You're the one who falls asleep every time." Naira clicked her tongue in annoyance but didn't respond. She began to slow the car, gradually easing off the gas as they approached the blockade. The silence between them was heavy, broken only by the distant hum of transport helicopters and the rumble of military engines. A few minutes later, the supercar came to a slow stop just meters away from the imposing military barricade. The moment the car halted, dozens of armed soldiers surged forward, surrounding it with weapons drawn. The blinding floodlights from the vehicles and helicopters bathed the scene in harsh light, casting eerie shadows. "This is the commander of the Planetary Defensive Force." A booming voice echoed from a nearby loudspeaker. "Turn off the vehicle and exit with your hands up, terrorists. Any sudden movements, and we will open fire." Naira, completely unfazed, burst into laughter from inside the car. "Did you hear that, sis? We're terrorists now." Her voice was light and melodic, carrying a playful tone that only served to infuriate the soldiers outside. The car doors slowly opened, and two figures emerged into the floodlights. Both wore college uniforms, their silver hair shimmering in the artificial glow. But what truly caught the soldiers' attention were the black and red face masks covering their lower faces, glowing ominously in the dark night. The twins stepped forward confidently, their hair swirling in the wind created by the hovering helicopters above. "Naira, stop teasing them," Lyra said in an exasperated tone, her eyes scanning the soldiers and their weapons. "I really don't want to get shot tonight." "On your knees, now. This is your first and last warning," the commander shouted, his voice trembling with anger and authority. Naira tilted her head slightly, her crimson eyes gleaming mischievously behind her mask. "Ha, I have a better idea," she said with her voice tone dripping with mockery. She raised her hand and made a dismissive gesture. "Why don't you all drop to your knees and praise me as your queen?" The commander's face turned beet red with rage. "What did you just say?" he roared, barely able to contain himself. "You heard me," Naira said, her voice singing and mocking. She made the gesture again, this time more exaggerated. "Kneel, peasants." The soldiers froze, momentarily stunned by her audacity. The commander, however, was not amused. "Shoot them. Do it now," he screamed, raising his hand to signal his troops. But before the words had fully left his mouth, his legs buckled beneath him as if an invisible force had struck him. His body dropped to the ground with a loud thud, and he found himself kneeling involuntarily. What the? The commander's eyes were wide with shock as he tried to process what had just happened. "Commander," one of the soldiers shouted, panic evident in his voice, "what's happening?" "What did you do to him?" another officer yelled, his laser rifle trembling in his hands as he aimed it at the twins. Lyra stepped forward, her movements calm and deliberate. She shook her head as if disappointed. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," she said, her voice smooth and taunting. "You're dumber than you look, and trust me, that's saying something." Naira clapped her hands together, her voice filled with faux excitement. "Oh, look at that, sis, they brought us toys to play with." She motioned toward the trembling officers, her crimson eyes sparkling with dangerous amusement. Lyra snapped her fingers, and in an instant, the remaining officers fell to their knees as well, their weapons clattering to the ground. The soldiers looked around in confusion and terror, unable to comprehend what was happening. Out of the darkness, a figure began to materialize. A blood-red sword appeared first, its glowing edges slicing through the shadows. Then came the figure wielding it, a humanoid clad in dark red armor, their cape billowing in the night wind. The figure's helmet had glowing crimson slits for eyes, giving it an otherworldly, menacing aura. The soldiers gasped in fear as the armored figure strode forward, its presence suffocating. Naira leaned toward Lyra and whispered playfully, "I love when you do that. You're way scarier than me." Ignoring her sister, Lyra crouched down next to the kneeling commander in a blur of movement, her crimson eyes locking onto his. "Now," she said softly, her voice almost sweet. "Can we take a moment to talk like civilized people? I think there's been a little misunderstanding." The commander tried to speak, but no words came out. The overwhelming presence of the armored figure and the calm, predatory gaze of the silver-haired girl crouched next to him robbed him of any sense of control. "You'll answer my questions, won't you?" Lyra asked, tilting her head slightly. Her tone was polite, but the unspoken threat behind her words was impossible to miss. The commander nodded weakly, sweat dripping down his face. "Good boy," Lyra said with a small, satisfied smile. Behind her, Naira grinned wickedly, clearly enjoying the spectacle. "Well then, this is all just a big misunderstanding," Lyra said innocently, her crimson eyes gleaming as she knelt casually in front of the commander. But the commander wasn't buying it. His face turned red with anger, and he shouted with all the authority he could muster. A misunderstanding? You call this nothing? Assaulting minors, kidnapping one, releasing military-grade drones in the middle of the city, and shooting down 2 of our transport ships. Is that nothing to you? Do you think we're blind? Naira couldn't hold it in. She burst into laughter, leaning lazily against the hood of their sleek supercar like she didn't have a care in the world. Haha, he's got you there, sis, she said between fits of giggles. I mean, technically, we did do all that stuff, right? Ha ha ha. Lyra whipped around to glare at her sister, her face flushed with frustration. Sis, you're not being helpful. With lightning speed, she darted over to Naira and delivered a sharp, resounding smack to her sister butt. Ouch! Naira yelped, bolting upright and rubbing her sore butt with both hands. Why would you do that? My poor butt's gonna be red for days. Serves you right, Lyra huffed, crossing her arms and pouting. That's what you get for always ruining my plans. The soldiers watched the exchange in stunned silence, their weapons still raised but their resolve clearly shaken. The commander, however, wasn't deterred. He sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Ha ha ha. Do you really think this childish act is enough to make me back down? He roared, his eyes blazing with defiance. You're nothing but a pair of clowns. Who cares if you've got me and my officers kneeling? We will never surrender to a couple of terrorists. The moment you kill me, every soldier on this planet will hunt you down. They'll chase you to the ends of the galaxy if they have to. Naira, still rubbing her sore backside, tilted her head curiously as she listened to the commander's outburst. Then her lips curled into a wicked grin, her playful demeanor giving way to something much darker. Oh, and what makes you think you can kill us? She asked, her voice low and dangerous. The commander's laugh was filled with manic defiance. Ha, you're just 2 bitches assassins that are too scared to show their faces. You might have gotten lucky so far, but numbers don't lie. We have you surrounded. My men will overwhelm you with sheer force, so go ahead, kill me. Let the hunt begin. Numbers? Naira's grin widened, and she stepped closer to the commander, her boots crunching softly against the dirt. What numbers? Before the commander could respond, Naira grabbed the back of his head with one hand, her grip like iron. Do you really think you're alone out here? She whispered mockingly, leaning in close before yanking his head upward, forcing him to look at the night sky. The commander's defiance faltered as his eyes widened in shock. High above, something massive was descending from the heavens, wreathed in fire. It was moving fast, its fiery silhouette cutting through the darkness like a comet. What? What is that? The commander stammered, his voice trembling for the first time. Naira's grin turned savage as she leaned down to whisper in his ear. That, dear commander, is the rest of our family coming to play, she said with a sinister chuckle. Lyra, who had been silently watching the scene unfold, stepped forward and crouched next to the commander again, her tone calm but laced with mock sympathy. You see, this is what happens when you underestimate us, she said, her crimson eyes glowing faintly. You thought we were just 2 kids with some toys. But now you'll see what real power looks like. The fiery object in the sky grew larger and brighter, its descent accompanied by a deafening roar. The soldiers around them began to panic, their disciplined formation crumbling as fear took hold. Commander, we've got an incoming unidentified object, one of the officers shouted into the chaos. It's coming straight for us. Hold your positions, the commander shouted, though his voice betrayed his growing unease. The soldiers aimed their weapons at the sky, their hands trembling as they waited for orders, but the fiery object wasn't slowing down. Instead, it accelerated, its glow intensifying until it was almost blinding. The twins stepped back casually, allowing the commander to collapse onto the ground as he craned his neck to watch the spectacle above. Bloody, status update, Lyra said calmly, her voice cutting through the noise like a blade. The small AI bat, still perched on Lyra's shoulder, chirped in response. The Cleopatra-class drop pod is on final approach. Estimated impact in 30 seconds. Recommended course of action. Maintain safe distance. Drop pod. The commander muttered, his voice shaking. What kind of lunatics are you people? Naira crouched next to him, her crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. Oh, you're about to find out, she said with a wink. Above, The fiery object suddenly flared even brighter as its thrusters activated, slowing its descent at the last possible moment. It slammed into the ground with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves through the area and kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. The soldiers stumbled while some fell to the ground as they struggled to maintain their footing. When the dust began to clear, the object revealed itself, a massive, heavily armored drop pod with the unmistakable insignia of the Cleopatra, the flagship of Cleo. The pod's doors hissed open, and out stepped several figures clad in sleek, black and red battle armor. Each one was armed to the teeth, their helmets glowing with the same crimson light as the twins' masks. The commander's face turned pale as he realized what he was up against. The underground, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Naira stood tall, crossing her arms as she surveyed the scene with a satisfied grin. "So, Commander," she said, her tone dripping with mockery. "Still think you have the numbers advantage?" Lyra tilted her head, her gaze icy as she added, "Or would you like to reconsider and talk this out like civilized people?" The commander gulped, his bravado finally crumbling under the weight of the twins' overwhelming show of force. He had no words left, only fear. The commander sat frozen, his face drained of color as his mind raced. He had encountered this kind of force before, the dreaded Aegis units, rumored to be unstoppable. During previous skirmishes with the underground city, his troops had been completely annihilated every single time. No matter how well prepared they were, the outcome was always the same, complete and utter defeat. And now, standing before him, were the very same types of units that had haunted the recovered footage from those disastrous encounters. While their colors were slightly different, there was no mistaking it, these were Aegis units. His lips trembled as he forced out a nervous laugh. Oh, so you're with the underground, huh? Well, now it all makes sense. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. He tried to steady his voice but failed miserably. This was indeed a total misunderstanding. You really should have told us that sooner. The twins glanced at each other, their expressions turning thoughtful. This smells like Emmy's doing, Lyra muttered, shuddering slightly. Naira's eyes narrowed, her usual playful smirk replaced with unease. Yeah, no doubt about it. Everyone thinks she's all composed and cute, but deep down. Naira trailed off, her voice tinged with dread as both twins visibly shuddered at a memory they didn't want to recall. Lyra cleared her throat and stepped forward, giving the commander a disarming smile that didn't quite reach her crimson eyes. Ehem, well, seeing that you're wise enough to want to talk things out peacefully, we're willing to engage in a diplomatic discussion, she said. Naira nodded in agreement, gesturing to the Blood Legion assassins surrounding the officers. The assassins, with eerie precision, stepped back and released their captives, allowing the officers to fall to the ground, gasping for air. Now then, Lyra said, crouching slightly to meet the commander's panicked eyes, let's clear up this little misunderstanding. Well, at least the parts that are a misunderstanding. Over the next few minutes, Lyra explained the entire situation of how Eric wasn't kidnapped but rather rescued from his tormentors at the college, and how the drones were deployed solely for defense when they were attacked by corrupt forces. By the end of her explanation, the commander's head was bobbing up and down so quickly it was a wonder it hadn't fallen off. Oh, I see now, so it was just a big misunderstanding, he said with his voice filled with exaggerated cheerfulness as he desperately tried to appease them. Don't worry about anything. We'll clear this up immediately, absolutely no problem at all. Naira chuckled, shaking her head as she leaned casually against the hood of the car. Wow, you're really good at bootlicking. I'll give you a solid 8 out of 10, she said with a smirk. The commander didn't dare respond, only offering a strained laugh as beads of sweat dripped down his face. Lyra straightened up and smiled sweetly. Since you're so cooperative, there is something else we need, she said. The commander's heart sank, but he kept his forced smile in place. Oh, of course, anything you need, just let me know. Well, Lyra began, her tone light but firm, there's going to be a conflict between us and the forces of certain corporations on this planet. We plan to take them out today. Naira chimed in without missing a beat, still focused on braiding her sister's hair. So, as our new friends, we'd really appreciate it if you disconnected all your communication devices for the next few hours. You know, to make sure you don't accidentally get dragged into a private little dispute. Lyra nodded, her expression becoming solemn. It would really break our hearts if something happened to you all because of a simple misunderstanding about a private matter. The commander gulped, feeling the full weight of their thinly veiled threat. Oh, of course. That makes sense. We wouldn't want to interfere in a small private conflict, he said hurriedly, his voice cracking slightly. But a thought suddenly struck him, and his brow furrowed. But what about the warships stationed outside the planet? What if they decide to send reinforcements? We won't be able to stop them. Lyra's smile widened, and she tilted her head in that unnervingly cute way that made her seem far more dangerous. Oh, them? She said sweetly. Don't worry about the warships. We've got some helpers out there who'll be keeping them busy for a little while. Naira giggled, finally finishing Lyra's hairstyle with a satisfied clap of her hands. Yup. By the time they realize what's happening, it'll already be too late for them to do anything about it, she said cheerfully. The commander's mind raced as he tried to process their words. These weren't just a couple of rogue kids with advanced tech. They had resources, allies, and a level of coordination that was terrifying to consider. Lyra crouched down again, her crimson eyes locking onto the commander's. So, can we count on you to stay out of our way? She asked, her voice soft but carrying the weight of an unspoken warning. The commander nodded vigorously, his fear palpable. Why yes, of course. We'll stay out of it, you have my word. Good, Lyra said with a satisfied smile, standing up and dusting off her skirt. It's always nice when people are reasonable. See, Naira added with a wink. Talking things out isn't so bad, is it? The commander didn't respond since he was too busy silently praying that whatever chaos the twins were about to unleash wouldn't come back to haunt him. After several hours of driving and dealing with obstacles, the twins finally arrived at the rendezvous point, a secluded clearing deep within the outskirts of the planet. A sleek shuttle bearing the insignia of the human empire was already parked there, its engines humming faintly as a group of uniformed envoys stood waiting near the ramp. One of the envoys, a tall, sharply dressed man with a perfectly groomed appearance, checked the time on his arm device as the twins' car screeched to a stop. He turned to face them with a faint scowl. I see you finally arrived, he said, his tone dripping with disapproval. Some hours late, it seems. Naira rolled her eyes as she hopped out of the driver's seat, her silver hair catching the moonlight as she stretched lazily. We know, she said, waving dismissively at the envoy. No need to be such an ass about it. We just had a little confrontation with the defensive forces. She smirked, brushing a strand of hair from her face. But don't worry, we sorted everything out. The envoy's frown deepened, clearly unimpressed. Before he could respond, Naira leaned against the hood of the car and added, Oh, and tell your boss to get ready. We're about to kick off the operation she promised to help us with. Her blunt words earned a sharp glare from the envoy, who adjusted his gloves with an air of irritation. Charming as always, Miss Naira, he said with his voice laced with sarcasm. I'll pass your message along. Rest assured, we humans always keep our word, unlike certain individuals who think arriving hours late is acceptable. Lyra stepped out of the car with a sigh, shaking her head at her sister. Naira, could you try not to antagonize everyone we meet, just once? She said with her voice, carrying a mix of exasperation and amusement. Why bother? Naira replied with a smirk while glancing at the envoy. He's already got a stick so far up his ass that nothing I say will make it worse. The envoy's face twisted with disgust, but he quickly composed himself. Enough of this nonsense, he snapped, clearly eager to move on. Where's the boy? At this, Eric nervously stepped out of the car's backseat, his eyes darting between the twins and the envoy. He looked like he had 1,000 questions but was too overwhelmed to ask any of them. Naira gave him a gentle nudge forward, her tone unusually playful. Go on, kid. Time to meet your new friends. The envoy's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Eric with his gaze cold and clinical. So this is the child, he said with a tone devoid of warmth. He doesn't look like much. Hey, Naira snapped, stepping between the envoy and Eric. Watch your mouth. That kid has been through hell. Show a little respect. The envoy raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by her sudden defensiveness. Respect? For a slave boy? Let's not overstate his importance, he said while turning to Lyra. You metahumans may have your eccentricities, but don't forget who you're dealing with. Lyra's expression darkened, her crimson eyes flashing dangerously. And you shouldn't forget who made this operation possible, she said coolly. Without us, you wouldn't even be on this planet right now. So maybe you should show a little respect. For a moment, the envoy seemed taken aback, but he quickly masked his surprise with a haughty sniff. Very well, he said curtly. The boy will be taken into our custody. I'll ensure he's delivered to a safe location as agreed. Eric glanced nervously at the twins, unsure of what to say. Naira walked toward Eric, her mischievous grin softening into something more genuine. Hey, don't worry, kid, she said, ruffling his hair. You're in good hands. Just stick with them, and you'll be fine. Are you sure? Eric asked hesitantly, his voice trembling. Lyra nodded, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Yes, we're sure. They'll take care of you. And if they don't? She glanced at the envoy, her eyes narrowing into a subtle but unmistakable threat. We'll know. The envoy cleared his throat, clearly eager to end the interaction. If you're done with your sentimental goodbyes, we'll be leaving now. We have more important matters to attend to. Yeah, take good care of him, or you'll have us to deal with, Naira said, waving him off. Now go. We've got our own plans to deal with. As the envoy led Eric toward the shuttle, Naira leaned back against the car, watching them board. Once the shuttle ramp closed and its engines began to hum louder, she turned to Lyra with a sly smile. So, what's next? Lyra checked her holo display, pulling up a map of the planet. A series of red dots marked their next targets, key facilities owned by Nexon Dynamics that they were about to dismantle. Next, Lyra said with a small, dangerous smile, we take the fight to them. Naira cracked her knuckles, her grin widening. Good, it's been too quiet lately. The twins climbed back into the car, their next destination already locked into the GPS. As the shuttle carrying Eric ascended into the atmosphere, the twins sped off into the night, leaving nothing but dust and chaos in their wake. Captain, we've got a call from the military. A city guard burst into the office of the captain of the city guards, panting as he delivered the news. The captain, a portly man with a greedy glint in his eyes, immediately perked up. Oh, they probably want to inform me that they've taken care of those pesky terrorists, he said with a smug grin, rubbing his hands together like a man counting his profits before they even arrived. Hurry, connect me with them. I want to ask if we can handle the cleanup. It was no secret among his subordinates what cleanup meant. The captain had been salivating over the thought of confiscating the sleek supercar the supposed terrorists were driving, surely a vehicle fit for someone like him in his deluded imagination. After a few clicks on the communication terminal, a holographic figure of the Military Defense Forces commander appeared before the captain. The commander stood stiffly, his posture sharp and his expression unreadable. Ah, Commander, nice to see you again, the captain said, practically oozing fake charm. So, did you apprehend the terrorists? The commander nodded curtly, his tone firm and professional. Yes, the situation has been handled. Oh, excellent, excellent. I knew you'd take care of it. The captain's grin widened as he leaned forward, practically licking his lips. And since I know you elite soldiers don't like to get bogged down with menial work, let me take the burden of the cleanup off your hands. The city guards will handle it, and you can move on to more important tasks. The greed in the captain's voice was so obvious that even the most clueless observer would notice it. His eyes practically glowed with avarice as he imagined his car shining in his personal garage. The commander let out a long audible sigh. For a moment, the silence stretched, and the captain's grin faltered slightly as he noticed the cold, unblinking expression on the commander's face. Then the commander spoke, his voice colder than ice and sharper than a blade. Captain of the guards, under the authority of military law, you are hereby under arrest for fabricating false information, wasting military resources, and mobilizing the defensive forces for personal motives. The captain's jaw dropped, his grin vanishing as panic began to set in. What are you talking about? I didn't lie in any of the information I gave. You must be mistaken. He stammered, his voice rising in desperation. Then his tone shifted, becoming accusatory. Now I get it. You're all in on it. You're working with those criminals. This is a conspiracy. I'll take this to the mayor. He spun around and began furiously punching buttons on his desk, attempting to contact the mayor, but the call wouldn't go through. Each failed attempt only made him more frantic. The commander watched him coldly, his expression unchanging. It's useless, he said flatly. Your corruption has already been reported to higher authorities. If I'm not mistaken, the military police should already be at your location. As if on cue, the doors to the captain's office burst open, and a squad of soldiers clad in black tactical armor stormed inside, their rifles trained on the captain. The captain froze, his face draining of color. Wait. What is the meaning of this? This is theft. Treason. I tell you, he shouted, his voice cracking as he backed away, his legs trembling uncontrollably. One of the soldiers stepped forward and grabbed him by the arm, dragging him toward the door as the captain continued to shout. Unhand me. This is a mistake, a terrible mistake. Do you hear me? I'm the captain of the city guards, you'll regret this. The commander's holographic form remained impassive, his voice firm as he issued his final order. Take him to the military prison. The captain's protests faded as he was dragged out of the office, his shouts echoing down the hall. Moments later, the sound of a transport ship taking off from the roof signaled the end of his career and likely his freedom. Back at the military command center, one of the commander's officers stepped forward, his face a mix of irritation and disbelief. Sir, are we really going to do what those criminals told us to do? The officer's tone was laced with disdain, and the others in the room murmured their agreement, their pride clearly bruised by the events that had just unfolded. The commander turned slowly to face his subordinate, his expression unreadable. Yes, he said simply. But, sir, the officer protested, his voice rising. They humiliated us. They manipulated us into doing their dirty work. We can't just. The commander cut him off with a sharp glare, his voice steely. Do you have any idea who or what those criminals are? The officer faltered, his indignation giving way to uncertainty. I know they're powerful, sir, but. The commander stepped closer, his tone low and grave. They're not just powerful. They're dwellers. Do you know what that means? The officer swallowed hard, his bravado crumbling. They're from the underground city, he muttered. Exactly, the commander said. And every time we've faced them, we've been wiped out. You've seen the footage. You've read the reports. These aren't enemies we can fight with numbers or firepower. If we had engaged them directly tonight, we would all be dead by now. The room fell silent, the weight of the commander's words sinking in. But, sir, another officer ventured hesitantly, if we comply with them now, what happens if they turn against us later? The commander's jaw tightened, and he looked out the window, his hands clasped behind his back. Then we pray they don't, he said quietly. The room remained silent after that, the officers exchanging uneasy glances as they returned to their stations. None of them dared to argue further, knowing full well that the commander's decision was the only thing keeping them alive. As the commander stared into the night sky, he couldn't help but feel a deep unease settle over him. Whatever the twins had planned, it was only the beginning, and he had the sinking feeling that the planet's troubles were far from over. Sister, we already have the perfect spot to watch the show. Naira grinned as she gazed out over the sprawling night city, perched casually on the edge of a skyscraper rooftop. In the distance, the towering base of Nexum Dynamics loomed, its bright lights and sleek architecture standing in stark contrast to the chaotic storm brewing in the sky above. Good, Lyra replied calmly, her crimson eyes focused on the holographic screen floating in front of her. She was seated cross-legged nearby, inputting commands with precision and speed. Let me contact Cleopatra's navigation AI to initiate the invasion. As Naira craned her neck to watch the sky, Lyra's fingers danced across her holographic interface. Everything is ready, sister, Lyra said after a moment, closing her screens. Now we'll follow everything we learned from Master's classes. She specifically told me to record this little skirmish, so behave yourself. With that, Lyra opened her backpack and retrieved several white, hand-sized metallic spheres. Without hesitation, she tossed them high into the air. The spheres shimmered as they ascended, transforming mid-flight into pristine white owlbots with glowing blue eyes and delicate metal feathers. Whoa, birdies! Naira's eyes lit up, And she practically squealed with delight as she started snapping pictures of the robotic owls on her holo watch. Why didn't Master ever show us these beauties before? Lyra couldn't help but smile faintly at her sister's antics as the owls spread their wings and gracefully soared toward Nexum Dynamics facilities. She probably thought you'd name them something stupid, she teased. HMPH. Nyra pouted but quickly went back to marveling at the owls. Lyra adjusted her focus to the live feeds from the owls' cameras, each view popping up on a separate holographic screen in front of her. Well, she began. I don't know all the details, but Master once told me that Lila gave her data on birds from humanity's ancestral cradle world. After that, she spent days crafting different bird models. She looked so excited. I guess birds are just her thing. Nyra shrugged, waving it off. Who cares about why? They're awesome. She suddenly leaned forward, pointing at the sky with glee. Oh, there they are. Look, Lyra. The drop pods. Let the storm of death begin, ha ha ha. From the sky, black and red Cleopatra-class drop pods streaked downward like meteors, their fiery descent lighting up the dark sky. They were aimed directly at Nexum Dynamics' main facilities, and their sheer speed and size created an ominous rumble across the city. Nyra laughed like a maniac, her silver hair whipping in the wind. The rain of doom falls upon our enemies, Nexum. But her gleeful watching didn't last long. HMPH, Lyra frowned, turning to her sister with an annoyed expression. Sister, close your eyes. You'll end up blind if you keep staring directly at the plasma entry trails. Why can't you ever follow safety measures? Before Nyra could respond, Lyra reached out and covered her sister's eyes with both hands, making sure they were tightly shut. What? Release me right now, Lyra, Nyra shouted, struggling to free herself. I want to see what happens next. Lyra sighed, already expecting this reaction. You'll thank me later, she muttered, extending her bloody tentacles from her back and using them to gently but firmly wrap around Nyra's body. Hey, you little pervert. My body and purity are reserved only for Rex, Nyra shrieked dramatically, her struggles intensifying as she twisted and turned in the tentacles. I'll tell Rex what you're doing, just wait. Lyra rolled her eyes. Oh, stop being so dramatic, she muttered, clearly used to Nyra's antics. As the twins bickered on the rooftop, the Nexum Dynamics facility below went into full defense mode. The massive corporate headquarters was surrounded by powerful energy shields that flickered to life the moment the drop pods were detected. Bright blue domes of energy enveloped the buildings, creating a protective barrier that glimmered ominously in the night. Let's see how long that lasts, Lyra murmured to herself as she glanced at her screens. Almost as if in response, 3 massive plasma beams rained down from the heavens, their golden light illuminating the dark sky like miniature suns. The beams struck the energy shields with immense force, creating a deafening boom that echoed across the city. The shields rippled violently as they absorbed the impact, but cracks immediately began to form, spreading like spiderwebs across their surface. Inside the Nexum Dynamics control room, alarms blared, and frantic operators shouted over each other. Shields at 65%. The plasma beams are too strong. Divert all power to the shield generators, we can't let them breach the perimeter. But their efforts were in vain. The plasma beams stopped abruptly, as if taunting the defenders, leaving the shields barely intact but visibly fractured. Then, with no further warning, the cracks spread wider and the shields shattered entirely in a cascade of light, leaving the facility exposed. Lyra smirked as she released Nyra from the tentacles, patting her sister's head as she stood. There, you're free now. And you're welcome. At least you won't need a new pair of eyes. Nyra pouted but quickly perked up as she looked down at the now exposed Nexum Dynamics facility. Ooh. Their shields are down, time for the main event. Yes, Lyra said while brushing her hands off and returning to her screens. Let's proceed. Master said to make this efficient, no playing around. Nyra grinned mischievously, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Efficient doesn't mean boring, let's give them a show they'll never forget. As the first wave of black and red Aegis soldiers began dropping from the pods into the heart of Nexum Dynamics defenses, the chaos truly began. The twins, watching from their rooftop vantage point, knew this night was going to be spectacular. War is a cruel beast, and while some view it as a game of numbers and statistics, others see it as a chance to win honor, fame, and credits. Yet for many, war is nothing more than a cage, especially for those under the yoke of the megacorporations. They weren't soldiers, they were ordinary citizens, everyday people you could find walking the streets, bound by contracts that left no room for escape. And in the wars of interest fought by the powerful, it was always these poor devils who paid the bitter price. Less than attention. All rank 6 and rank 5 personnel, report to the armories immediately. You are to arm yourselves and defend Nexum Dynamics assets. Any attempt to flee will be considered treason. Traitors will have their neural implants detonated. Move now. Greater than. The message repeated endlessly over the facility's loudspeakers, the cold, mechanical voice hammering the reality into the workers' minds. Among the turf of conscripted defenders was Gustav, a rank 5 office worker. He was a humanoid beast, a lionfolk whose body was mostly human-like, save for the golden fur that covered his skin and the majestic mane that framed his leonine face. Under ordinary circumstances, Gustav was a beacon of cheer and humor in the office, often cracking jokes to lighten the monotony of corporate life. But now, he stood in line with thousands of others, armed with a standard-issue laser rifle and dressed in combat armor that barely fit his frame. "Gustav, are you sure you'll be okay without a helmet?" one of his office friends asked nervously as he adjusted his own ill-fitting helmet. Gustav turned to him and gave a toothy grin, his sharp fangs glinting under the facility's cold lights. "Ha, don't worry about me," he said with forced bravado. "There's no helmet big enough to cover this beautiful mane of mine anyway." He struck an exaggerated pose, shaking his golden mane dramatically as if he were modeling for a holo ad. His friend chuckled weakly, trying to match Gustav's lightheartedness. "Ha ha ha. Sure, keep doing that, and maybe the enemy will spare you so they can mount your head on their walls as a trophy." The two shared a laugh, their voices strained with the weight of fear they didn't want to show. But their brief moment of levity shattered when the skies above them lit up like fire. With a deafening roar, one of the drop pods crashed down from the heavens, slamming into the exact spot where Gustav's friend had been standing. The impact was catastrophic. The ground shook violently, and the air was filled with the sound of twisting metal, crumbling concrete, and the wet crunch of bodies caught in the drop pod's descent. Those unlucky enough to be directly under the pod were reduced to nothing more than red smears, while those within its shockwave were flung like ragdolls. Gustav was among the latter. The force of the impact sent him hurtling through the air, his rifle ripped from his hands as he was thrown into a nearby wall. He hit the ground hard, the world around him spinning as his ears rang with a high-pitched whine. For several moments, he could barely move. His vision swam, and the distant sounds of gunfire and screams felt like they were coming from underwater. The acrid stench of smoke and burning metal filled his nostrils, mixing with the coppery tang of blood. Gustav forced himself onto his hands and knees, his golden fur now matted with dirt and debris. He blinked rapidly, trying to clear his vision. The scene around him was chaos incarnate. The once organized rows of conscripted workers had been obliterated, replaced by craters, scattered limbs, and panicked survivors running in every direction. The drop pod that had caused the destruction hissed as its doors began to open, releasing a cloud of steam and smoke. Through the fog, Gustav could make out the silhouettes of figures stepping out. They moved with precision, their black and red armor gleaming ominously under the facility's flickering lights. These weren't regular soldiers. They were Aegis units. "Oh no," Gustav whispered hoarsely, his voice trembling as fear clawed its way into his chest. He had heard stories of these monsters, unstoppable killing machines that could tear through entire battalions with ease. And now they were here, right in front of him. One of the Aegis units raised their weapon, a sleek plasma rifle that hummed with deadly energy, and once it was ready, it fired into the scattered workers. Screams erupted as beams of crimson light tore through the untrained defenders, leaving behind only smoldering corpses. Gustav dove instinctively, his heart pounding as he scrambled for cover behind a collapsed piece of machinery. His mind raced, his usual humor now replaced with sheer survival instinct. "What do I do? What do I do? Our retreat!" Someone shouted from nearby, their voice cracking with panic. "Fall back to the second line of defense." Gustav peeked out from his hiding spot, his eyes widening as he saw more drop pods descending from the sky. Each one landed with earth-shaking force, unleashing waves of Aegis units that moved with terrifying efficiency. The defenders' meager resistance crumbled almost instantly, their desperate attempts to fight back proving futile against the overwhelming firepower and skill of their attackers. "This isn't a fight," Gustav muttered to himself, his hands trembling as he clutched his head. "This is a massacre." The roar of engines drew his attention upward, and he spotted a squadron of Nexum Dynamics security drones swooping down to engage the invaders. The drones opened fire, their laser cannons lighting up the battlefield. But the Aegis units were ready. Several of them activated shimmering golden shields, deflecting the incoming fire with ease, while others returned fire with pinpoint accuracy, taking down the drones one by one. Gustav's breathing quickened as he watched the slaughter unfold. Around him, workers and low-ranking officers alike were either cut down where they stood or fleeing in blind panic. The once imposing facility was rapidly falling into enemy hands. A shadow loomed over him, and Gustav frozen. Slowly, he turned his head to see one of the Aegis soldiers standing just a few meters away, their crimson eyes glowing behind their helmet. The soldiers tilted their heads slightly, as if assessing whether Gustav was worth the effort of killing. Gustav's instincts screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to move. His body was paralyzed with fear as the Aegis unit raised its plasma rifle, the barrel pointed directly at his chest. Time seemed to slow. Gustav closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable. But the shot never came. Instead, he heard a voice, calm, commanding, and strangely feminine, "Hold your fire." Gustav's eyes snapped open. Standing just behind the Aegis unit was another figure, her silver hair flowing like liquid metal as she strode forward. Her crimson eyes locked onto Gustav, a faint smirk playing on her lips. "Leave this one alive," Naira said casually, her tone almost playful. "He's got such a nice mane, wouldn't want to ruin it." Gustav blinked, his heart still pounding as he stared at the enigmatic figure before him. For a moment, he wasn't sure if he had been spared or marked for something far worse. "So, what do we do with him, sis?" A second silver-haired figure emerged from the shadows, her crimson eyes glowing faintly as she stepped forward. She was identical to the first, her presence just as unnerving. The first girl tilted her head slightly, her smirk widening. "Well, this area is already under our control," she said, glancing around at the chaos they had left behind. "Let's use him as our messenger." Gustav, still trembling from the encounter, flinched as the first girl crouched down next to him, her unnervingly beautiful yet terrifying face only inches away. "So, little lion," she began, her voice sweet yet dripping with mockery, "let's make a deal. You take this device." She pressed a small, sleek communicator against his chest, "and deliver it to whoever's in charge of this place. That's all you have to do. In exchange." She leaned closer, her crimson eyes gleaming with sadistic amusement as her lips curled into a devilish smile. "Your reward will be, you get to keep your life. Aren't I merciful?" Gustav's heart pounded as he stared into her eyes, feeling as though she could see straight into his soul. Her tone was mocking, yet there was no mistaking the deadly seriousness behind her words. With a soft chuckle, she stood up, brushing off her pristine uniform as if she hadn't just threatened to kill him. "Well then, sis," she said, turning to her twin, "let's move on to the next zone. We need to hurry before the sun comes up. You know how easily we tan, and I don't want my perfect skin ruined." The other twin sighed dramatically, brushing her silvery hair over her shoulder. "I know, but don't worry. At this rate, we'll have this wrapped up in just a few hours. They're crumbling like wet paper." The two exchanged a knowing glance before turning on their heels and walking away, their conversation already shifting to casual banter as if the carnage around them were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Gustav remained frozen in place, his claws digging into the dirt as he watched the silver-haired devils disappear into the distance. Only when they were completely gone did he dare to move. He gasped for air, coughing as his lungs burned with the effort. Cough, cough. So those are the ones responsible for this massacre. His hands clenched into fists, his golden fur bristling with rage. "What do they think our lives are? Nothing, Fuick." His voice rose to a feral roar, echoing through the night as his pent-up fury burst forth. A deep primal indignation burned in his chest, and he felt something inside him stir, something that had been dormant for far too long. For the first time, Gustav felt a strange sense of pride ignite within him. Despite his fear, despite the humiliation he had endured under the gaze of those silver-haired devils, he couldn't let it end here. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet, his legs trembling but steady. He gripped the device they had placed on his chest, his claws leaving faint scratches on its sleek surface. "They think I'm just going to roll over and follow their orders," he muttered to himself, his sharp teeth bared in a snarl. His golden mane shimmered faintly in the dim light as he squared his shoulders. But as much as he wanted to fight back right now, he knew it wasn't the time. He needed to bide his time, gather his strength, and most importantly, he needed to survive. Gustav glanced at the device in his hand, his expression hardening. "Fine," he growled. "I'll do what they asked. But this isn't over. Not by a long shot." With renewed determination, Gustav began walking toward the central command tower of the Nexum Dynamics facility. The air was still thick with smoke and the distant sound of battle, but he didn't falter. The lion's pride had been wounded, but it wasn't broken. Something inside him had awakened, and if those silver-haired devils thought they could extinguish it, they were gravely mistaken. This wasn't the end. For Gustav, it was just the beginning. "Sir, we can't contact the city guards or the military defense forces," shouted one of the Nexum Dynamics soldiers, his voice trembling as he furiously tapped at the console. He tried once more to establish a connection, but the static that buzzed through the speakers was the only response he got. The person in charge of the facility was a rank 3 humanoid octopus known only as Overseer Harlix, leaned back in his chair, his tentacles coiling and uncoiling as his glowing yellow eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Harlix was no ordinary corporate officer. He was ruthless, cunning, and known for his unwavering loyalty to the Nexum Dynamics viceroy he served. A rank 3 officer was nothing to scoff at, and Harlix wore his authority like a second skin. I see," he mused, his voice smooth and cold, the tentacles on his face twitching as he spoke. "There could be only 2 reasons for this." "Sir, what do you mean?" one of the soldiers asked nervously, his curiosity momentarily overriding his fear. Harlix's golden eyes swiveled toward the soldier, making the man shift uncomfortably. "Either our communications are being jammed by this unknown enemy." Harlix paused, his tentacles curling as he considered the implications. And the other reason, sir?" the soldier pressed, though his voice was barely more than a whisper. Harlix's tentacles flared slightly, his expression darkening. "The other reason," he said slowly, "is that the city guards and military defense forces have betrayed us." His voice was sharp now, cold and cutting. The soldiers in the room exchanged uneasy glances. The idea of betrayal sent a ripple of dread through them, and the tension in the air thickened. "It doesn't matter which one it is," Harlix continued, his tone unshaken. "Right now, we need reinforcements. Contact the Allied forces orbiting the planet. If the ground forces can't help us, then we'll call in the big guns." "Understood, sir," one of the soldiers said, saluting before rushing off to relay the order. Harlix let out a slow breath as he poured himself a glass of an unknown, swirling purple liquid from a crystalline decanter. He swirled the glass idly, watching the liquid dance as he muttered, "This enemy. They think they can cripple Nexum Dynamics. Fools." After several minutes, the communication console crackled to life. A deep, authoritative voice came through, accompanied by faint background static. "This is the captain of the Harbinger-class battlecruiser under Nexum Dynamics command. State your purpose." The soldier manning the console straightened and spoke quickly, desperation leaking into his voice. "The Nexum Dynamics facilities on this planet are under attack by a powerful, unknown enemy. We are requesting air and land support immediately." The voice on the other end was calm but clearly strained. "We can provide limited assistance. We'll dispatch a few drop pods with ground troops and transport ships carrying tanks. However..." The captain paused, and the tension was palpable. "However what?" the soldier demanded, his voice rising in panic. "Air support is denied," the captain stated flatly. "What? Why not?" the soldier shouted, his tone teetering on the edge of hysteria. There was a pause, and when the captain spoke again, his voice was tinged with frustration and exhaustion. We're under attack ourselves. An unknown fleet has engaged us in orbit. Our fighters are already deployed defending the Harbinger and other vessels from enemy bombers. We cannot spare a single ship for air support. I suggest you prepare to hold the line on your own." The room fell silent, the soldier gripping the edge of the console as the captain's words sunk in. "Good luck down there," the captain added, his voice devoid of emotion. "Harbinger out." The communication line went dead with a sharp click, leaving the soldiers and officers in the room dumbfounded. One of the younger soldiers broke the silence. "They're under attack too. By who? What's even going on here?" he asked, his voice trembling. Another soldier slammed his fist on the console, his frustration boiling over. "Damn it. This was supposed to be a corporate backwater. Who the hell is hitting us this hard? First they jam our communications, then they take down the city guards, and now the military's useless." Harlix remained calm, though the faint twitch of his tentacles betrayed his rising irritation. "Enough," he said, his voice cutting through the rising panic like a blade. The soldiers fell silent immediately, their attention snapping back to him. "We don't need to understand the who or why right now. All that matters is surviving this night," Harlix said while rising from his seat and placing his drink on the desk. He loomed over the room, his golden eyes gleaming with resolve. "Send all remaining personnel to the defensive perimeters. Lock down the central facility and prepare the automated turbines. If the enemy thinks they can simply waltz into Nexum property, they are sorely mistaken." "But sir," one of the soldiers began hesitantly, "without air support, we're sitting ducks. The drop pods and tanks might not even make it to us in time." Harlix's tentacles twitched as he glared at the soldier. "Then we buy time," he said coldly. "This is not up for debate. Either fight, or be swept aside like the worthless vermin you are." The soldiers stiffened, saluting with shaky hands. "Yes, sir," they shouted in unison. As they scrambled to carry out his orders, Harlix leaned back in his chair, folding his tentacles across his chest. He gazed at the holographic map of the facility, where red markers indicating enemy movements were rapidly spreading. "Unknown fleet. Unknown invaders," he muttered to himself, his voice low and venomous. "Whoever you are, you've made a grave mistake challenging Nexum dynamics. You'll regret this before the night is through." But even as he said the words, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. For all his confidence, Harlix couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in his gut that this wasn't a fight they could win. Several minutes before the invasion of Nexum Dynamics facilities on the planet Nakor, the Allied fleet that had been stationed in orbit was already gone. The fleet, comprised of a coalition of corporations and military factions, had departed in haste after receiving critical intelligence from their scouts. Reports confirmed that one of the hive minds, those nightmarish biological swarms that controlled entire sectors of space, had temporarily vacated the neighboring sector. It was the opportunity they had been waiting for, a slim window to invade the planet Nerix that was now a hive mind stronghold. Fighting two hive mind swarms was tantamount to suicide, but against a single swarm, the odds were slightly less grim. And so, the Allied fleet made the jump without hesitation, leaving behind only a symbolic defense force to protect Nakor. That force consisted of a few frigates, a handful of destroyers, and a single Harbinger-class battlecruiser, the crown jewel of the remaining defense fleet. It was a paltry force meant to deter pirates and smaller opportunistic organizations, not a serious threat to any determined invader. On the bridge of the Harbinger, Captain Orlan Vallis leaned back in his chair, enjoying the serene view of Nakor's surface below. The dark blue oceans and shimmering cities created a calming backdrop, and for once, the captain felt a rare moment of peace. "Sir, do you think the Allied fleet will manage to take Nerix this time?" one of the junior officers asked, his tone curious but tinged with the faintest edge of doubt. Orlan chuckled, swirling the glass of dark amber liquid in his hand. "Hard to say. Fighting hive minds is always a gamble. One minute you think you're winning, and the next," he snapped his fingers, "you're overwhelmed. At least this time, we're lucky enough to avoid participating in that mess." The bridge crew laughed nervously, clearly relieved that they hadn't been called to join the assault. But the moment of peace didn't last long. "Sir, multiple wormholes detected near our position," the radar officer's voice cut through the laughter like a blade. Orlan turned his head lazily, his expression calm. Wormholes, you say? Ha! It's probably just traders or a convoy with mercenaries. Happens all the time around these parts, he said dismissively, taking another sip of his drink and gazing back at the planet. Sir, the radar officer pressed, his tone more urgent, the energy signatures coming from the wormholes are consistent with large vessels. These aren't small ships. The captain froze mid-sip. His instincts, honed from years of combat and countless near-death encounters, flared to life. He could feel it, danger was coming. He immediately set his glass down, his relaxed demeanor replaced by sharp, calculated focus. All hands to battle stations, Orlan spouted, rising from his chair. Activate shields to maximum and relay orders to all ships in the defense fleet. Tell them to arm weapons and prepare for engagement. The bridge erupted into motion as officers scrambled to execute his commands. Lights dimmed, and the alert sirens began to wail. The captain stood at the center of the chaos, his sharp eyes fixed on the holographic display of the wormholes projected above the main console. One by one, the wormholes began to disgorge ships, hulky, angular vessels with a design that was wholly unfamiliar. The first to emerge were 4 destroyers, their hulls black with sharp, jagged edges that gave them a predatory appearance. Following them was an enormous carrier, its size dwarfing anything in the remaining defense fleet. The ships bore no markings or insignias recognizable to the captain or his crew. Their credentials didn't match anything in the database, and the flag they flew, a black banner emblazoned with a single winged figure, was utterly alien. Unidentified vessels, the comms officer reported. No records of their design or flag in any known database. Orlan's jaw tightened. He had seen a lot in his career, but this was new. And new, in his experience, was rarely good. Open a channel, Orlan commanded, his voice steady but firm. Channel open, sir, the comms officer replied, his hands moving deftly over the controls. This is Captain Orlan Vallis of the Nexum Dynamics battlecruiser Harbinger. You are entering Nexum-controlled space without clearance. Identify yourselves immediately, or we will consider your presence an act of hostility. The bridge fell silent as they waited for a response. Seconds ticked by, each one stretching into an eternity. Finally, the comms console crackled to life, but what came through wasn't a response, it was a sound. A low, guttural hum echoed through the speakers, a noise that sent chills down the spines of everyone on the bridge. It was almost like a growl, deep and predatory. Sir. No verbal response. Just this, the comms officer said nervously, his hands trembling slightly as he adjusted the controls. The hum grew louder, more intense, until it became a deafening roar that forced several crew members to cover their ears. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the sound cut off, leaving only a cold silence. Orlan clenched his fists. They're toying with us, he muttered, his voice low and grim. Sir, the unidentified vessels are locking weapons on us, the radar officer shouted. Shields to full power. All ships, prepare to engage, Orlan shouted, his voice carrying the weight of a seasoned commander who had faced death more times than he cared to count. On the holographic display, the enemy ships began to fan out, their movements precise and methodical. The destroyers formed a protective perimeter around the carrier, while smaller ships, sleek, dart-like vessels began to pour out from the carrier's hangars. Enemy fighters inbound, the tactical officer reported. Orlan's mind raced as he calculated their odds. The destroyers and frigates in his fleet were no match for these alien ships, and the Harbinger could only hold its own for so long against an assault of this magnitude. Focus fire on their carrier, Orlan commanded. If we take out their flagship, the rest of their fleet might scatter. The Harbinger's main cannons roared to life, hurling massive plasma bolts toward the enemy carrier. The destroyers and frigates followed suit, unleashing their full arsenal in a desperate bid to cripple the invaders. Saintus, the enemy fleet has locked their cannons onto us. What are your orders? The officer in charge of the carrier's defenses was already redirecting power from the main reactor to feed the shield generators, his hands trembling slightly as he awaited her response. Lila, seated calmly in the captain's chair with her usual poise, let out a small, serene smile that somehow diffused the tension in the bridge. You already know what I'm going to say, she replied, her voice soft yet brimming with confidence. I trust in the capabilities of everyone here. Do as you see fit. Understood, Saintus. The officer saluted sharply, his chest puffing with renewed resolve. Powering up the experimental deflector. Countdown to activation. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Enemy fire incoming. Another officer shouted, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. The enemy fleet unleashed a salvo of long-range artillery, missiles, and plasma beams toward the human fleet's flagship carrier. The ammunition streaked across the void of space like a deadly rain of fire, colliding with the carrier's shimmering energy shields. It was both a dazzling and horrifying sight, like fireworks of destruction cascading across the shield's surface, lighting up the blackness of space. Energy shields at 64%, reported the officer in charge of defenses. At this rate, we can withstand 2 more full salvos, 3 if we're lucky. I recommend switching to an evasive combat stance. Static formation is too risky. The officer's suggestion carried weight. In traditional space warfare, static combat stance was preferred for its precision in tight formations, ideal for maintaining control over the battlefield. However, it also made ships easier targets for overwhelming firepower. By contrast, the evasive combat stance prioritized mobility and survival, but at the cost of accuracy and coordination. How long until the deflector is online? Lila asked, her calm voice cutting through the rising chatter like a melody. Unlike the officers, some of whom were visibly panicking, there wasn't a trace of fear in her tone. The experimental deflector is online, Saintus. The officer called out, standing straighter as he delivered the good news. Good, Lila said with a nod. Relay my orders to the destroyers. Switch to an evasive stance. Have them harass the enemy fleet, circling around their formation. We'll proceed to test the new experimental defense Professor Oscar provided us. Her voice was steady, decisive, and strangely reassuring. Even the most nervous officers seemed to regain their composure at her command. As if on cue, Professor Oscar stepped forward, his white lab coat flaring dramatically as he approached Lila's chair. His silver hair shimmered under the bridge's lights, and his excitement was palpable. Saintus, he said with a respectful bow, may I have the honor of giving the first activation order for this device? This is, after all, its grand debut in battle. His voice was brimming with anticipation, like a child about to unveil a prized invention at a science fair. Lila gave him a small smile and nodded. Go ahead, Professor. Oscar clapped his hands together, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. Officer, get your finger ready. When I give the signal, press the activation button. Yes, sir. The officer in charge of the device snapped to attention, his finger hovering over the control panel. Saintus, enemy main cannons are fully loaded. Another salvo is imminent, shouted one of the officers, his voice tense but controlled. Incoming missiles and long-range explosive rounds, another officer added, his fingers flying over his console as the enemy barrage closed in on the fleet. Oscar raised his hand dramatically. Now, activate the experimental deflector. He punctuated his command with a firm slap to the officer's back, urging him to press the button without hesitation. The officer complied, and the moment his finger hit the button, the experimental device roared to life. Seconds later, the enemy's barrage struck, not the shields, but something else. The incoming rounds and missiles collided with an invisible barrier that shimmered faintly in the darkness of space, as though reality itself had bent to deflect the attack. The missiles ricocheted wildly in random directions, detonating harmlessly away from the carrier. Their trajectories were warped by the deflector field. Only a fraction of the enemy fire managed to reach the carrier's shields, leaving the rest to careen uselessly into the void. Gasps of astonishment filled the bridge as the officers witnessed the device's power firsthand. Damage report, Lila asked, her voice calm and measured, breaking the stunned silence. Right away, Saintus. The officer in charge of defenses quickly scanned the readouts before delivering the news. Energy shields are at 63% and charging. Only minimal damage sustained. A collective cheer erupted across the bridge as officers and crew alike celebrated their survival. The experimental deflector had performed beyond expectations, turning what could have been a devastating blow into a mere scratch. Brilliant, Professor, Lila said with a nod of approval, her serene smile returning. "Once again, you've delivered exceptional results." Oscar beamed with pride, his excitement nearly bubbling over. "Ah, Saintess, it's merely the fruits of science and ingenuity, but to see it work so beautifully in live combat. Oh, this is a historic moment. I must document this in my logs." "Save the celebrations for later, Professor," Lila said gently, though her tone carried a hint of amusement. She turned her attention back to the battlefield. "Relay my gratitude to the destroyer captains for their swift maneuvering. Now, let's show our enemy that the new human empire is not to be underestimated." "Orders, Saintess?" one of the officers asked eagerly. "Begin counter-offensive maneuvers," Lila commanded, her voice steady yet firm. "Destroyers and frigates are to disrupt their formation. Target their battlecruiser with precision strikes. Let's remind them why we're not to be trifled with." As the human fleet moved to execute her orders, the bridge hummed with renewed determination. With the deflector now operational and the fleet switching to aggressive tactics, the tide of battle was beginning to turn. From her seat, Lila gazed at the enemy ships through the main viewport, her gray, sightless eyes seeming to see far beyond the physical. Her calm confidence was infectious, bolstering the morale of everyone around her. "Sir, not good," the officer at the radar console shouted, panic evident in his voice. "The enemy fleet that retreated a few moments ago is back, and their main cannons are aimed directly at us." Orlan Vallis, captain of the Harbinger-class battlecruiser, grimaced as he glanced at the command screen. Alarms blared throughout the bridge, red alerts flashing across every console. For a moment, he sat in silence, letting the weight of the situation settle over him. Then, to the surprise of his officers, he laughed with a sharp, bitter sound that echoed over the chaos. "Ha! So, it seems that our own damn strategy has finally come back to bite us in the ass." He slammed his hand onto the armrest of his chair, rising to his feet. His sharp, weathered eyes swept over the room, taking in the panicking crew. "Enough gawking. Get us out of here already. This battle is lost. I want coordinates for a retreat now," Orlan shouted, his voice cutting through the noise like a whip. "Sir, communications are being jammed," another officer called out, beads of sweat running down his face as he worked frantically at his console. And the wormhole crew isn't responding." "What? Put the wormhole device room on the main screen, now," Orlan commanded. The officer hesitated for only a second before pulling up the camera feed. The holographic display flickered, and the image of the wormhole device room filled the screen. The bridge fell deathly silent. The engineers and guards stationed in the wormhole room were sprawled across the floor, their lifeless bodies strewn about like discarded dolls. The walls were splattered with blood, and the wormhole device itself was eerily silent, its usual hum replaced by an ominous stillness. "What the hell?" Orlan muttered, his voice low and hollow. He could feel a cold dread creeping into his chest, but he shoved it aside. He didn't have time to process the horror. "Enemy fire is incoming. Brace for impact." The officer's shout snapped Orlan back to reality. He grabbed the edge of his console as the Harbinger shuddered violently. Explosive rounds smashed into the ship's energy shields, the bright flashes of impact lighting up the bridge. Some rounds missed the Harbinger entirely but struck the other ships in the fleet formation, turning them into fiery wrecks. "Shields at 47%. They won't hold much longer," the defense officer shouted, his hands flying over the controls as he rerouted power. "Divert all power to the engines and shields," Orlan ordered. "Forget about firing back. Take us out of here now. We'll flee until we're out of range and can initiate a warp jump." Orlan wasn't just any captain, he was a seasoned veteran who had survived more battles than he cared to count. He knew that if communications were being jammed and the wormhole device was offline, the jamming device couldn't have a massive range. If they could escape the enemy's range, they could regroup and survive. Running without looking back was the only option. But, sir," one of the junior officers protested, his voice shaking. "What about the soldiers and mechanized cavalry we sent to the planet, and the civilians down there? Are we just going to abandon them?" Orlan's expression hardened, his jaw clenching as he locked eyes with the officer. His voice, when he spoke, was cold and unyielding. "There's nothing we can do for them. They're already doomed." The officer flinched at those words. I won't die with them, Orlan continued, his tone growing sharper. He placed his hand on the laser pistol holstered at his side, letting the implication hang heavily in the air. And neither will anyone on this bridge. We are retreating. That's an order. And I will not tolerate insubordination. The bridge fell into a tense silence as everyone processed his words. The officer who had spoken up hesitated, his hands trembling as he looked between his console and his captain. Understood, sir, he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. Good, Orlan said, turning his attention back to the holographic map. Now get us out of here before those bastards turn us into space dust. As the Harbinger surged forward, its engines roaring with all the power they could muster, the rest of the fleet began to crumble. The smaller frigates and destroyers, unable to keep up or withstand the enemy's firepower, were picked off one by one. The enemy fleet pressed their advantage, their sleek, alien vessels swarming like predators sensing a wounded prey. The Harbinger's shields flickered as they absorbed another barrage of fire, the ship groaning under the strain. Shields at 29%, hull integrity is failing in multiple sections. Push the engines harder, Orlan shouted. We're almost out of this, keep going. But even as he gave the order, a sinking feeling settled in his gut. He knew the odds weren't in their favor. The enemy was relentless, and the Harbinger was running out of time. Sir, enemy fighters are closing in on our engines. Deploy countermeasures. Explosions rocked the ship as the bridge crew scrambled to carry out Orlan's commands. The captain gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the edge of the console as he stared at the map. The wormhole device was offline, the fleet was falling apart, and the enemy showed no signs of letting up. For the first time in years, Orlan Vallis felt truly cornered. But he wasn't about to give up. Not yet. All hands, he said, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. Prepare for an emergency warp as soon as we're out of range. I don't care if it burns the engines. Just get us the hell out of here. The Harbinger surged forward once more, a lone battlecruiser fighting desperately to escape the jaws of death. As if to mock the desperate retreat of the Harbinger, the human destroyers stopped firing at the battlecruiser entirely. Instead, their attention turned to the other ships of the Nexum Dynamics fleet, the frigates, corvettes, and smaller support ships that couldn't hope to stand against the sheer firepower of the human destroyers. One by one, the smaller ships were torn apart. Laser beams lanced through their thin armor, missiles obliterated their hulls, and the void of space became littered with the burning wreckage of what had once been Nexum's proud fleet. The destroyers moved with surgical precision, picking apart the fleet like predators cornering helpless prey. The Harbinger pushed forward with all its might, its shields flickering as it fled the carnage behind it. Orlan, gritting his teeth, forced himself to look away from the slaughter. He knew he couldn't save them. All he could do was run. Meanwhile, back on the planet. A few minutes earlier, as the Harbinger initiated its retreat, the twins were finding little to no resistance from Nexum Dynamics' planetary defenses. The corporate military had been woefully unprepared for this kind of assault. The only soldiers the twins had encountered were rank 6 and 5 militia with barely trained office workers and manual laborers, forced into combat by threats of death. Lyra lay sprawled across Naira's legs, gazing up at the starry sky. The two were atop a heavily damaged tank, its once imposing armor now riddled with scorch marks and clawed dents from the twins' earlier handiwork. Sis. Lyra began, her voice soft and contemplative. I know this is a battle and all, but doesn't it feel more like a massacre, like we're the villains here? She sighed deeply, her crimson eyes reflecting the glow of distant fires as she stared at the heavens. Naira, who was gently stroking her sister's silver hair, paused for a moment. She tilted her head, looking down at her twin with a playful yet thoughtful expression. And here I was wondering why you were being so quiet and pouty. Turns out it's because of this. She let out a light chuckle before ruffling Lyra's hair. Well, before I felt the same way, you know, Naira continued, a small smile on her face. But unlike you, I decided to actually ask someone about it. Lyra opened one eye, curious. Who did you ask? She murmured, closing her eyes again as Naira's hand continued to pat her head. Who else? Naira replied with a grin. I asked Master, of course. Who better to answer these kinds of questions than someone who's been alive for 1,000 years? Well, 8,000 and something. I kind of lost track of her actual age. Despite Naira's usual mischievous demeanor, there was a rare sincerity in her voice. While she often acted like the carefree, reckless one of the pair, Lyra knew better. Under the playful facade, Naira was incredibly sharp, observant, and thoughtful. She just preferred to hide it, letting people assume she was the more muscle-brained twin. It was a mask only a handful of people could see through: Cleo, Amelia, and Lyra herself. Even Rex didn't know the full extent of her cunning. "And what did Master say?" Lyra asked, her tone tinged with curiosity as she watched a frigate plummet from the sky, its burning wreckage trailing smoke. She paid it little mind since it was falling far from the city. Naira scrunched her face in a mock, thinking, pose, tapping her finger against her temple dramatically. Well, I don't remember all of it exactly. You know how Master is. She tends to go on these really long lectures," Naira teased, sticking her tongue out playfully. "Stop stalling, Naira," Lyra pouted, though there was no real annoyance in her voice. Naira laughed before finally answering. Fine. She told me that in this galaxy, there's no such thing as good or evil, only perspective. Everyone is gray, she said. And that means everyone is the villain in someone else's story and the hero in their own. It's just how things are." Lyra remained quiet, her crimson eyes gazing at the stars as she processed her sister's words. "And," Naira added, her voice growing softer, "she also said that we shouldn't let it bother us too much. She said the biggest enemies for long-lived races aren't battles or wars. It's the mental toll. Obsessing over guilt, morality, or how others see us. It's a quick way to lose yourself, and once you lose yourself." Naira trailed off, her playful tone fading into something quieter, almost somber. "You're no longer you," she finished. For a moment, the twins sat in silence. The sounds of distant explosions and gunfire were faint in the background, a stark contrast to the serenity of their conversation. "That sounds like something Master would say," Lyra finally murmured, a small smile tugging at her lips. Naira grinned. "Right? She's annoyingly wise sometimes." The two shared a quiet laugh, the tension from earlier melting away as they enjoyed the moment of peace. But it didn't last long. "Warning, Bloody," the twins' AI companion, chimed in, its voice cutting through the stillness. "Scanners detect incoming enemy reinforcements. Large armored units are approaching from the northeast." Naira's crimson eyes lit up with excitement as she stood, carefully lowering Lyra from her lap. "Finally, I was starting to get bored." Lyra sighed, brushing dirt off her uniform as she stood. "You're hopeless, Naira. Can't you ever take anything seriously?" Naira smirked, crafting her blood-red twin blades. "What's the fun in that, sis? Besides, you can handle the serious stuff. I'll just do what I'm best at, kicking ass." Lyra rolled her eyes but couldn't hide the faint smile on her face as she summoned her own weapons. "Let's just get this over with. We've still got a long night ahead of us." The twins leapt from the tank, their crimson eyes glowing brightly in the dark as they charged toward the approaching reinforcements. The battlefield was theirs, and tonight, they were unstoppable. Meanwhile, the reinforcements from the fleet had already made their way into the facilities of Nexum Dynamics. It was a respectable force for this kind of operation, consisting of roughly 300 infantry and 20 hover tanks, a well-rounded detachment equipped to handle most threats. The soldiers moved with precision, their boots crunching against the debris-laden ground as they fanned out to secure the area. "Sergeant, is there any word from the battlecruiser?" one of the soldiers asked, his voice tinged with unease. The sergeant, a seasoned veteran with a scar running across his jaw, shook his head as he scanned the horizon. "Still nothing. Communications are likely jammed, nothing we haven't dealt with before." He gestured sharply with his hand, signaling the squad to spread out further. "Doesn't matter. Mission remains the same. We're here to repel the invaders and regroup with the defense forces." "Sir," another soldier called out, crouching beside a scanner device. A holographic screen lit up, displaying blips of movement approaching from the east. The scanners picking up multiple contacts heading this way. The sergeant leaned over, scrutinizing the data. His brow furrowed. "Have we identified them yet?" The soldier shook his head. "Not yet, sir. There's no match in the Nexum Dynamics database, but given the circumstances, The soldier never finished his sentence. A searing, precise laser shot pierced the air and struck him squarely in the head, disintegrating it in an instant. What remained of his helmet and skull clattered to the ground, followed by the lifeless body that slumped forward, still clutching the scanner. Blood splattered across the holographic display, the glowing dots now smeared with blue. Enemy contact on the east, the sergeant shouted out, his voice cutting through the sudden chaos, "Take cover." He dove behind a pile of debris as more laser fire erupted, the precision of the shots indicating a highly skilled enemy. The other soldiers scrambled for cover, overturning crates, ducking behind metal barriers, and positioning themselves near the wreckage of damaged machinery. "Where's the fire coming from?" one of the soldiers shouted, his hands shaking as he readied his rifle. "East sector. They've got snipers," another soldier yelled back, blind firing over a pile of rubble. The sergeant activated his communication unit, shouting orders. "Tanks, form a defensive line, and light up the eastern approach. Infantry, hold positions and suppress those snipers. Watch for flanking." The hover tanks hummed to life, their engines emitting a low whine as they floated above the ground. Their cannons swiveled toward the east, and a moment later, the air filled with the deafening roar of explosive shells being fired. Bright orange projectiles streaked across the battlefield, detonating in a fiery cascade that lit up the night. The infantry opened fire as well, unleashing a barrage of suppressive laser fire into the darkness. The once quiet facility was now a cacophony of explosions, gunfire, and shouted orders, the air thick with the acrid smell of burning metal and scorched earth. But the enemy wasn't so easily deterred. From the shadows of the eastern sector, two figures emerged while moving with an unnatural grace and speed that sent a chill down the sergeant's spine. "Sir, what the hell are those things?" one of the soldiers muttered, his voice trembling as he pointed at the approaching figures. It didn't take long for the sergeant to realize these weren't ordinary invaders, they were unlike anything he had ever encountered. The first figure, a young woman with long, silvery hair that shimmered like liquid moonlight, moved with an almost playful demeanor. Her crimson eyes glowed faintly in the dark, and she twirled two blood-red blades in her hands as if this were nothing more than a game. The second figure was identical to the first but carried herself with a colder, more calculated air. Her movements were precise, efficient, and deadly. Unlike her twin, she wielded a pair of sleek handguns, their barrels glowing faintly with energy. "Sis, do you think they even realize what's happening yet?" Naira called out, her voice carrying a playful lilt as she spun one of her blades and lazily deflected a stray metallic shot that had come dangerously close. Lyra sighed, reloading her pistols with a flick of her wrist. "I doubt it. Look at them, they're still clinging to hope like it'll save them." The sergeant grated his teeth. "Those two. They're experimental subjects." He spat the word like a curse. "Damn it, all units, focus fire on the two hostiles, do not let them close the distance." The soldiers obeyed immediately, redirecting their fire toward the twins. Laser bolts and metallic rounds streaked through the air, a wall of destruction aimed at the approaching threats. But the twins moved like ghosts. Naira laughed as she darted forward, her movements like a blur. Her blades danced through the air, slicing through incoming projectiles with ease. One moment she was deflecting fire, the next, she was upon a group of soldiers, her crimson blades carving through their ranks with terrifying precision. Lyra followed close behind, her pistols spitting out rapid bursts of energy that found their marks with deadly accuracy. Each shot was a kill, each movement calculated to perfection. She moved methodically, eliminating threats with an almost mechanical efficiency. "Fall back! Fall back!" the sergeant shouted out, but his voice was drowned out by the chaos. The hover tanks tried to intervene, their cannons swiveling to target the twins. One tank fired, sending a massive explosive round hurtling toward Lyra. She didn't even flinch. With a flick of her wrist, she redirected the explosive round midair using one of her pistol's energy waves, sending it crashing into another tank and obliterating it in a fiery explosion. Naira vaulted onto one of the remaining tanks, landing gracefully on its turret. She kneeled down, peering into the tank's cockpit with a devilish grin. "Knock, knock," she sang before driving one of her blades through the reinforced glass. A muffled scream came from within, followed by silence as the tank powered down. The sergeant watched in horror as his forces were systematically dismantled. It wasn't a battle, it wasn't even a massacre. It was an execution. What are they? He whispered, his hands trembling as he clutched his rifle. Naira turned her crimson gaze toward him, as if sensing his fear. She smiled with a playful, almost innocent smile that sent a shiver down his spine. "Guess we'll leave you alive for now," she called out, her tone dripping with mockery. "Someone needs to tell the rest of your friends what's coming." Lyra stepped beside her sister, her expression colder but no less terrifying. "Let's finish this quickly. The longer we stay, the more annoying this gets." The sergeant glared at Naira, his slimy face tentacles writhing in anger. "Ha, damn monsters, do you seriously think you're all that smart? That we can't do anything to you? You're not fighting some backwater company. You're up against a megacorporation. Your arrogance will be your doom." He spat on the ground, the glob landing just inches from Naira's boots. Naira tilted her head, unimpressed, as she casually wiped the blue blood off her crimson blade. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, her voice dripping with mockery. "Are you trying to intimidate me? Because, and forgive me if I'm wrong, your small army just got annihilated by a handful of snipers and little old me. So, not exactly screaming, unstoppable power, over here." Before the sergeant could retort, Lyra's voice cut through like a whip. "Sis, duck." Without hesitation, Lyra lunged, tackling Naira to the ground just as a massive mecha suit crashed into the space they had been standing in. The impact sent debris flying in every direction. 4 more mechas landed behind it with a thunderous boom, accompanied by squads of militia soldiers armed to the teeth. The mecha suits were monstrous, towering 3 meters tall with gleaming black and silver armor. Tentacle-like appendages writhed menacingly from their backs, and their hands ended in claws that looked like they could rip a tank in half. A voice echoed from the lead mech, smooth and dripping with condescension. Well, it seems we've finally found the little parasites causing all this chaos on my turf." Naira and Lyra turned to see the pilot of the lead machine stepping forward, his arms crossed behind his back as if he had all the time in the world. Harlix, the infamous enforcer of Nexum Dynamics, surveyed the twins with a cold smile. "Sis," Lyra muttered, helping Naira to her feet, "this guy. He's different. Stronger than the rest. Probably their ace in the hole." Naira rolled her eyes and brushed the dirt off her jacket. "Stronger? Smarter? Whatever, if they were hiding all this time and needed a sneak attack to make an entrance, it just means they're cowards." She jabbed a finger at Harlix's mech, her voice ringing out. "Come on, Tin Can. Show me what you've got." Harlix let out a slow, mocking laugh. "Oh, the irony. You're calling us cowards? Didn't your little squad drop in on us like thieves in the night? Or did you forget about those sneaky little pods you came in?" Naira's face twisted into an offended scowl. "Pods? Pods? I didn't come here in a stupid drop pod, you overgrown vending machine. I walked. WALKED. She raised her middle finger at him. "Take that, and shove it up your shiny metal. Vulgar," Harlix interrupted, his tone dripping with mock disapproval. "This is why I hate dealing with savages. You there," he gestured lazily to one of the mechs with a clawed hand. "Take care of them for me. I've got better things to do than waste my time on this circus." The mech stepped forward, its tentacles snapping ominously as it closed the distance. The ground trembled beneath its weight, each step pounding like a drumbeat of doom. Naira cracked her neck and grinned, gripping her blade tighter. "Oh, this is going to be fun." But before the machine could reach them, the ground began to quake violently. Small rocks bounced across the battlefield. Then, without warning, a section of the wall behind the twins exploded in a cloud of dust and rubble. From the debris emerged a massive Mauler juggernaut, its monstrous frame tearing through the wall like it was paper. The massive machine rammed into the advancing machine with a deafening roar, sending it flying backward. The unlucky soldiers behind it scattered like bowling pins as the mech slammed into them, sparks and twisted metal flying everywhere. Naira watched the chaos unfold, her grin widening. Well, looks like the cavalry's here." Lyra sighed, wiping dust off her face. "You're impossible, you know that?" "Yeah, but you love me anyway," Naira shot back with a wink, already gearing up for the next round of chaos. Harlex's voice boomed over the battlefield, tinged with annoyance. So, you've brought toys of your own. Fine, let's play. Less than several enemies detected. Threat level raised to tier 2, middle. Enemy capabilities are superior to this unit. Proceeding to activate overload. Engaging hostiles. Greater than. The mechanized voice of the Mauler boomed across the battlefield, deep and cold, like the final verdict of a merciless executioner. Its towering frame, bristling with weaponry, loomed over the trembling militia. These weren't hardened soldiers, they were just ordinary office workers, forcibly conscripted into Nexum Dynamics ranks. And now, staring down the barrel of an enraged Mauler juggernaut, their knees buckled with terror. The Mauler, of course, didn't care. Fear meant nothing to it. From its hulking shoulders, twin missile pods unfolded with a series of metallic clicks, locking into position. Then, without hesitation, it unleashed a storm of rockets. The battlefield erupted into chaos as missiles rained down on both the Nexum mecha units and the hapless militia. This bastard. Dodge, now. Engage it from all sides, Harlex shouted, his usually calm tone cracking with urgency as he maneuvered his own mech away from the incoming barrage. Understood, sir, the remaining mecha pilots shouted back, scattering in different directions to evade the relentless onslaught. The militia, however, wasn't as fortunate, or so it seemed. Amidst the chaos, one figure moved with startling agility. Gustav, a lion-like humanoid with muscles that bulged like steel cables, darted through the carnage, dodging missile impacts with animalistic grace. When he saw a missile heading straight for him, he let out a deafening roar, grabbed a nearby militia soldier with one massive hand-like claw, and hurled them straight at the missile. The projectile detonated midair, the explosion lighting up Gustav's wild grin. "Did you see that, sis?" Naira's voice rang out, cutting through the chaos as she grabbed Lyra by the shoulders and shook her violently. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, like twin golden stars burning with ambition. "I need one of those missile-launching things, I swear. My dream of becoming the Queen of Destruction is finally within reach." "Naira. Stop shaking me," Lyra yelled, struggling to regain her balance. "We need to get out of here, or we're going to get stepped on by our own damn Mauler." She pointed frantically toward the raging battle between the Juggernaut and the Nexum mecha units, but Naira was too busy gawking at the carnage to let go. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of predatory, yellowish eyes gleamed from the shadows, watching the sisters with a terrifying patience. The figure crept closer, step by step, unnoticed amidst the din of battle. Meanwhile, the Mauler juggernaut continued its rampage, unstoppable in its overload state. "Surrounded," Harlex shouted, his voice cracking through the communications. "Don't let it break free, Squad 1, attack from range, Squad 2, aim for the joints." The Nexum mecha units attempted to close in, their tentacle-like appendages writhing as they tried to ensnare the behemoth. But fighting a Mauler in overload mode was akin to wrestling a rabid bull during mating season. It was suicide, plain and simple. Less than feel the power of the Kael'zars, greater than the Mauler's voice thundered across the battlefield, and its plasma cannons, mounted on its forearms, finally reached full charge. Instead of the usual massive plasma blasts, the Mauler unleashed a barrage of smaller, rapid-fire plasma bolts, turning the battlefield into a deadly storm of golden fire. Each plasma bolt zipped through the air, striking mecha units and militia soldiers alike. "Sir, help." One of the Nexum mecha pilots didn't finish his plea. The Mauler smashed its massive cannon into the mech, slamming it into the ground with the force of a falling star. The pilot's communications went silent as the Mauler raised its foot and stomped down, flattening the wreckage. Less than enemy neutralized, ensuring complete termination, greater than. With mechanical precision, the Mauler's foot came down again, grinding the remains of the mecha suit into the dirt. Sparks and shredded metal flew everywhere. The Juggernaut had no sense of mercy, no hesitation, only relentless efficiency. This brutal overkill wasn't entirely unintentional. It was the result of what Cleo had dubbed the Rex virus. Despite her efforts to patch the Juggernaut's programming, Rex kept sneaking into her code and improving it with his own bizarre, sadistic tweaks. The Maulers weren't just ruthless, they were petty, vindictive machines, and Rex loved every second of it. Would you stop messing with my work? Cleo had yelled at him more than once. But, true to form, Rex had only grinned and said, I'm not messing. I'm making it perfect. The battlefield shook as the Mauler turned its attention to another mecha unit, its plasma bolts shredding through the air. Harlix cursed under his breath, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. Damn it, he muttered, gripping the controls of his own machine. And somewhere in the dust and chaos, the yellow eyes drew closer to Naira and Lyra, the hunter preparing to strike. You saw that, sis, that was really cool, but don't get the wrong idea, Naira said, finally letting go of Lyra's arm and walking ahead, her eyes still glued to the battlefield. Rex is still way cooler than that. She stretched her arms wide, as if trying to take in all the carnage, her face lit up with the same giddy excitement as a kid at a fireworks show. Lyra, however, wasn't amused. She dusted herself off and was just about to retort when a deafening lion's roar shattered the moment. Lyra turned toward the sound, but before she could even react, a massive shape lunged out of nowhere and tackled her to the ground. The impact sent her tumbling across the dirt like a ragdoll before she crashed into the remains of a destroyed hover tank. What, sister? Naira's voice cracked with anger, her playful grin instantly replaced by a fiery scowl. How dare you do that to my sister? With a sudden burst of speed, Naira bolted toward the attacker. Her fist was already cocked back, glowing faintly with a crimson aura. The sheer force behind it was no joke since she'd shattered reinforced steel windows with that punch before. But as her fist came down, it stopped, like it had hit a wall of air. What? Naira gasped, her crimson eyes wide with shock. She stared down at the massive paw that had effortlessly caught her punch. This was the first time anyone, aside from Rex and his girls, that had stopped her attack. And this didn't make sense. Haha, what's wrong? Lost your nerve already? The voice was deep, guttural, and carried a mocking edge. The lion man, Gustav, grinned wickedly, his glowing yellow eyes locked onto Naira's. Weren't you just so full of yourself an hour ago? Naira's breath hitched as recognition dawned on her. You're that cub. Her voice trailed off, disbelief flooding her tone. The memory flashed through her mind since just an hour ago, she had spared a young lion-like creature, dismissing it as weak and unworthy of her attention. Now, standing before her, was no cub. Gustav's frame was twice the size it had been before, his muscles rippling with unnatural power. Yeah, I remember you too, Gustav sneered. Then, with a deafening roar, he grabbed Naira by the arm and swung her into the ground like a hammer slamming into an anvil. The ground cracked beneath the force of the impact, chunks of dirt and rock flying outward as Naira let out a grunt of pain. You're gonna regret that, Naira shouted, summoning her crimson blade with a flash of red light. She swung it upward, aiming for Gustav's face, but the lion only laughed. He released her arm and, in a lightning-fast movement, grabbed her by the ankle instead. Nice try, Gustav growled. Then, with a roar, he spun her like a weightless doll and hurled her through the air. Naira crashed into the crumbling debris of the collapsed wall, her impact sending another wave of dust and rubble into the sky. Is that all you've got? Gustav shouted, his voice dripping with disdain as he flexed his claws. Where's that arrogant smirk from before, huh? Pathetic. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, loud and guttural, as if he were drunk on his newfound power. But then, he felt it. Something sharp buried itself into his back. Damn fleabag. Lyra's voice rang out, furious and raw. Gustav whipped around just in time to see Lyra standing defiantly, her twin pistols drawn and aimed at him. Her hands were steady, her violet eyes burning with anger. Stay away from my sister, she shouted, pulling the triggers. The weapons Cleo had designed for her were no ordinary pistols. Their specialized, high-velocity piercing rounds weren't just for show, they could punch through armor strong enough to hold back Tier 3 low-class threats. The bullets tore through the air, leaving streaks of light in their wake as they struck Gustav. The lion roared in pain, staggering back as sparks flew from his chest and shoulders where the rounds had landed. He growled, glaring at Lyra, but the damage was real. Blood seeped from his wounds, staining his golden fur as he gritted his teeth. Looks like the fleabag's not so tough after all, Lyra said, her voice trembling slightly but still holding its edge. Gustav's eyes narrowed, and his claws twitched. "You'll pay for that," he snarled, his voice low and menacing. But Lyra wasn't backing down. She readied her pistols again, her breathing steady. "You want some more? Come and get it, furball." Meanwhile, Naira began to pull herself out of the debris, shaking off the dust and rubble with an irritated growl. Her crimson blade glinted dangerously in the dim light. "Sis," she muttered, her eyes glowing with fury as she locked onto Gustav. "Let me handle this." Gustav snarled, his grin returning despite his injuries. "Come on, then. Let's see if you can actually hit me this time, little monster." The battlefield fell silent for a moment, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. And then, with a roar that shook the very ground, the fight began anew. Gustav charged toward Naira like a rabid beast, his claws tearing into the earth with every leap. But Naira wasn't scared. She dropped her favorite crimson blade with an almost casual disdain, her crimson eyes gleaming with dangerous playfulness. From her belt, she grabbed a small black orb and hurled it into the air just as Gustav lunged to strike her. Naira, meanwhile, used Gustav's own momentum against him, grabbing his massive claw mid-swing and using it to launch herself high into the air. Her agility was unmatched as she twisted gracefully mid-flight, and the black orb Naira had thrown moments earlier began to transform. With a metallic sound, it unfolded into a 2-meter-long scythe that shimmered ominously in the light. Naira grabbed the weapon with both hands and swung it downward in a deadly arc, aiming to cut through Gustav. But the beast's instincts screamed danger, and he dodged just in time, the scythe narrowly missing him by inches. "Ha ha ha. What's wrong, little kitty?" Naira taunted, her laughter echoing like a predator toying with its prey. "Not so brave anymore. Why are you running? Come on, let's play." Naira charged forward, her movements like a deadly dance as she swung the scythe with a lethal elegance that was almost hypnotic. Each slash created arcs of crimson light, forcing Gustav to stay on the defensive. He roared in frustration, backing further into the chaotic battlefield where the Mauler and Nexum's mecha suits were locked in their own devastating clash. With stray bullets, laser beams, and explosions erupting all around them, Naira's scythe swings became less precise as she focused on dodging the incoming chaos. Gustav, noticing her slight hesitation, smirked and bared his teeth. "What's wrong, devil?" Gustav growled, his voice dripping with malice. "Not so tough anymore." As if on cue, a stray laser beam blasted the ground near Naira, forcing her to leap into the air to avoid it. Gustav seized the opportunity, lunging forward with lightning speed. His jaws clamped down near Naira's shoulder, teeth sinking deep into her flesh. "Ah!" Naira screamed in pain as blood poured from the wound. "Let go of me, you damn mongrel!" she yelled, her voice a mixture of fury and agony. Her hand shot to the laser handgun strapped to her thigh. In a flash, she aimed it at Gustav's abdomen, but he was quicker. He released her shoulder just as she fired, dodging the shot with an almost mocking agility. Naira staggered back, clutching her shoulder. Her breathing was ragged, and her crimson blood dripped onto the ground, staining the dirt. Panic flashed across her face as she realized something was wrong. "Wait, why am I not healing?" she muttered, her voice trembling. Her wounds, which normally were quick to close, remained open, the blood flow stubbornly refusing to stop. Gustav stood a short distance away, his face twisted into a cruel grin. His mouth was smeared with Naira's blood, making his already fearsome appearance even more grotesque. "Ha ha ha. This is all you've got?" Gustav taunted her, his voice laced with mockery. "Where's that arrogant smile from before? Look at you now, bleeding like a scared little brat." Naira's eyes burned with humiliation and fury as she struggled to steady herself. Before she could respond, gunshots rang out, aimed directly at Gustav. But the lion's instincts kicked in, and he dodged the bullets with a feline grace. "Sister, let me see the injury," Lyra's voice rang out as she rushed to Naira's side. Without waiting for permission, she tore open the clothes around Naira's wound. Fuck, Lyra, could you be gentler? That really hurts," Naira complained, her crimson eyes brimming with tears. "Oh, stop whining, you'll be fine," Lyra muttered, inspecting the wound. Her expression darkened. "But it looks like his saliva is slowing down your healing ability somehow." She tossed a blood pack to Naira, keeping her gaze locked on Gustav in case he made a sudden move. What? Ew. I don't want that stray dog's saliva inside me, Naira cried, her voice laced with disgust. You know what? Let me bleed it out. I'll just bleed until all that nasty saliva is gone. She groaned dramatically, then added with a crazed grin, the only saliva allowed in me is Rex's. Lyra's face turned beet red as she slapped her forehead. Would you stop shouting stuff like that, you idiot? She smacked Naira on the head. Anyway, this isn't the time for your nonsense. That beast's ability is dangerous, especially if it bites a vital area. We need to suit up. With that, Lyra pulled a hand-sized ruby from her jacket. Tisk. Fine, Naira grumbled, still pouting. She reached for a matching ruby from her belt. But this little kitty is going to pay for infecting me. The sisters crushed the rubies in unison, and within seconds, a swarm of crimson nanomaterial poured out of the shattered stones. The liquid-like substance crawled across their bodies, forming sleek, armored power suits that pulsed with energy. Naira flexed her hands, feeling the surge of strength triple her physical abilities. Now this is what I'm talking about, she said with a wicked grin. Let's hunt that mangy mutt. I want his head mounted on my wall. Her scythe, once a simple black blade, transformed into a long crimson sword crackling with energy. Naira darted forward, faster than before, closing the gap between herself and Gustav in seconds. She swung the blade with terrifying precision, aiming directly for his head. Gustav, sensing the danger, managed to dodge at the last second, but not entirely. The blade's edge grazed his face, slicing clean through his left eye. Raargh, Gustav roared in agony, clutching the side of his face as blood gushed from the wound. Gotcha, kitty, Naira said, her grin widening. She licked a stray drop of her own blood from her lip, her eyes burning with a sadistic glee. Let's see how tough you are now, half-blind. Lyra stepped up beside her, her twin pistols gleaming under the light. Don't get cocky, sis. This isn't over yet. The sisters faced Gustav, who snarled like a cornered animal, blood dripping from his ruined eye. The battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment, the air heavy with tension. Inside the sleek, high-tech observation room of Nexum's facilities, one of the lead scientists adjusted his glasses as he delivered his report. Lord Harlix, the vaccine was a success. The experimental subject is engaging 2 Tier 2 low targets in combat and holding its own. Harlix, who stood at a safe vantage point away from the chaos of the battlefield, turned his attention from the titanic clash between the Mauler and his mecha forces to the footage now displayed on his holographic tablet. He studied Gustav's movements with a critical eye, the sound of battle outside fading into the background. Harlix hummed thoughtfully, his metallic fingers drumming against the side of his armored mech. While the results are promising, it's far from ready for deployment. The subject is unstable. It uses its own allies as shields. That kind of unpredictability is too risky for widespread use in our forces. He closed the footage with a sharp flick of his hand and turned his gaze back to the scientist. Continue monitoring the experimental subject. Every scrap of data will be invaluable in creating a more refined vaccine, one that's controllable. Before the scientist could respond, a spear crackling with electricity came hurtling toward Harlix. With a screech of metal and sparks flying, one of his mech's tentacles snapped up just in time to block the projectile, though the force of the impact left the appendage visibly damaged. What do we have here? Harlix said with his voice calm yet tinged with curiosity as he turned to face the new arrivals. His glowing yellow eyes locked onto the figure who had thrown the spear, a man whose weapon flew back into his hand through a chain of crackling lightning. Harlix's gaze sharpened. Only 2 of you? He mused aloud, tilting his head in mock disappointment. The spear wielder stood tall, his aura crackling with the raw power of a storm. His weapon, now firmly in his grip again, glowed faintly with arcs of electricity that danced along its length. The other figure beside him was a stark contrast, a woman with flowing blonde hair that whipped wildly in the strong winds around them. She stood poised and serene, her eyes closed, as if she had no need to see the battlefield to fully perceive it. Harlix's lips curled into a smirk. Ah, I see now. Humans. That explains the abilities. Fascinating creatures, your kind. You always manage to defy logic. pulling powers from the brink of death itself. I've spent years experimenting on your species, trying to unlock the secrets of your abilities, but they always end up breaking. His voice rose with excitement, his words dripping with dark amusement. Now, to have not one but two specimens with awakened abilities standing right before me. Oh, the possibilities, his metallic claws clinked together as if in anticipation. Surrender to me now, and I promise I'll make the experience painless, he said while taking a step closer, his towering mech exuding an aura of dominance. The woman opened her eyes for the first time, piercing gray orbs burning with an icy fury that seemed to freeze the air around her. Her expression twisted into one of pure disgust. Brother, she said, her voice calm yet seething with barely restrained rage, we must take this creature alive. The suffering he has inflicted on our kind. It's unforgivable. He deserves to be tortured until his wretched existence reaches its natural end. The man nodded, gripping his spear tighter. Understood, sister, leave him to me. Harlix chuckled, tilting his head. Oh, you think you can capture me? What makes you think? He didn't get to finish. In an instant, the spear wielder surged forward, the ground beneath him cracking from the sheer force of his leap. Lightning exploded from his spear as he thrust it toward Harlix's mech with blinding speed. Harlix reacted quickly, his remaining tentacles snapping up to deflect the attack. Sparks flew as lightning met reinforced metal, and the sheer power of the clash sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The woman, meanwhile, raised her hands, and the winds around her began to howl. The air itself seemed to bend to her will, swirling into a deadly vortex that lashed out at Harlix's mech. Pieces of debris and sharp fragments of metal were pulled into the storm, striking the mech with brutal force. Harlix growled, the playful edge in his tone replaced by irritation. Ah, I see. You're not ordinary awakened. Interesting, but if you think you can. A deafening crack interrupted him as the spear wielder struck again, this time piercing one of the mech's lower limbs. Electricity surged through the appendage, causing it to spasm uncontrollably before it collapsed under its own weight. Harlix stumbled but quickly regained his balance, his machine compensating for the damage. Impressive, he admitted, his tone now cold and calculating. But this is far from over. He unleashed a barrage of missiles from hidden compartments in his mech, targeting both the siblings at once. The woman, with a flick of her wrist, redirected the missiles with a powerful gust of wind, sending them spiraling harmlessly into the distance. The spear wielder closed the distance again, his weapon glowing brighter with every step. Harlix readied his remaining tentacles to intercept, but before they could strike, the woman's wind wrapped around her brother like a protective shield, propelling him faster than Harlix could react. With a roar, the man drove his spear into the mech's chest, the weapon embedding itself deep into its core. Lightning erupted from the point of impact, causing Harlix's systems to flicker as alarms blared inside the cockpit. You've underestimated us, the woman said, her voice cutting through the chaos, and now, you'll pay for your sins. But even as the mech sputtered and smoked, Harlix's laughter echoed ominously. Do you think this is the end? You're far more entertaining than I expected. Let's see how far you can push me. With a sickening hiss, the mech began to transform, its damaged parts breaking away to reveal a sleeker, deadlier form beneath. Harlix's new form stood in stark contrast to the towering bulk of his earlier mecha. It was sleek, streamlined, and deceptively simple in appearance, looking no more imposing than the standard power armor sold on the high-end black market. Yet, despite its lack of heavy weaponry or overwhelming size, the air around him seemed to hum with an unnatural energy. Harlix's confidence was palpable, almost oppressive. This feels better, Harlix said, flexing his armored fingers and admiring his reflection in the glossy surface of his forearm. A beautiful design, wouldn't you agree? One of its kind. I poured everything into this armor, all my research, all my experiments. He turned his glowing yellow eyes toward the siblings, his voice brimming with sinister pride. You humans were my greatest inspiration. While I can't replicate some of your peculiar abilities, I've integrated the principles behind them into my technology. You should feel honored. You're about to witness perfection in motion. Before anyone could react, Harlix vanished in a flash of light. Brother, behind you, Lila's voice rang out, sharp and urgent. But it was too late. Harlix reappeared behind her brother, his fist already glowing with a fiery heat. With a thunderous boom, the moment his fist connected, a powerful explosion engulfed him, sending the brother hurtling through the air like a comet. The impact shook the ground, flames licking at the battlefield as Lila's brother crashed into the dirt. Fortunately, the swirling air surrounding his body cushioned the blow, dispersing the flames before they could consume him. He staggered back to his feet, panting but alive. Harlex's laughter echoed across the battlefield, cold and unhinged. Fascinating. So, you can defend against instant combustion. Impressive. But let's see if your precious air can shield you from this. Two long, metallic whips unfurled from Harlex's forearms with a mechanical snap. Electricity coursed through them, crackling like a storm in the night. The whips hissed and sparked, eerily reminiscent of Lila's brother's own lightning-charged spear. In another flash, Harlex teleported again. This time, he appeared directly in front of Lila, his electrified whips lashing out toward her like striking vipers. But before they could make contact, a massive white arm materialized beside her, seemingly out of thin air. The enormous limb caught the whips effortlessly, its sheer size dwarfing the sleekness of Harlex's armor. Harlex's yellow eyes widened for a moment before narrowing in curiosity. Ha ha ha. What is this? A double ability user? Not just aerokinesis, but something entirely else. Tell me, my dear, what is your second power? His voice carried an almost manic excitement, as if he were unraveling the mysteries of the universe. Lila said nothing, her piercing gray eyes burning with fury. Before Harlex could push further, her brother reappeared behind him, moving like a bolt of lightning. His spear crackled with energy, and with every ounce of his strength, he drove it toward Harlex's back, aiming to pierce straight through him. But Harlex vanished again, teleporting out of harm's way at the very last second. "TCH, it seems no one has manners these days," Harlex said, reappearing a few meters away. He straightened his armor mockingly, brushing off invisible dust. "Didn't your parents teach you to wait your turn? I was having a conversation with the lady." His tone was laced with sarcasm as he turned his gaze back to Lila's brother. "This is why humans are only good as slaves. You lack the most basic decorum. Even commoners show more respect." The siblings exchanged a glance. Lila's brother growled under his breath, gripping his spear so tightly that electricity sparked from his fingertips. Harlex cocked his head, as if pondering something, and then let out a mock sigh. "Well, if I can't have a civilized discussion with the lady over there, I suppose I'll just have to kill you first. After all, your interruptions are becoming most tiresome." With that, he teleported again, faster this time, his whips crackling as he closed the gap. His target was clear. Lila's brother. The siblings braced themselves, but Harlex's speed was unlike anything they'd encountered before. Lila's brother barely had time to raise his spear when Harlex appeared directly in front of him, his electrified whips arcing downward like a thunderbolt. But just as they were about to strike, the white arm reappeared, shielding him at the last second. Harlex's laughter echoed again, this time more deranged. "Ah, there it is again. That magnificent power. Tell me, is it an extension of you, or something else?" He lashed out with his other whip, but the arm blocked that strike too, its sheer size and strength completely nullifying his attacks. Lila stepped forward, her voice like ice. "You want answers, Harlex? Come and take them. But it'll cost you more than you're willing to pay." Her brother steadied himself, stepping into position beside her. The air around them began to shift and crackle, their combined powers surging to new heights. Harlex's grin widened. "Oh, how delightful. Show me, humans, show me the full extent of your pathetic resistance." The ground trembled beneath their feet as the three combatants prepared to clash once more, the storm of their battle threatening to consume everything around them. While the main forces were locked in a chaotic clash outside, the Twin Legion had already infiltrated the heart of the Nexum facility. The defenders, who had once stood proud with their advanced training and weapons, fell like leaves in a storm. The Twin Legion's superior armament and shielding, combined with their programmed battlefield expertise, made them an unstoppable force. Among Tier 1 units, they were unmatched, a nightmare of precision and efficiency. Leading the charge was a newly developed prototype, the Tyrant-class heavy infantry, a masterpiece of Khalazar engineering. Towering over the standard Aegis units, This colossal war machine was the pinnacle of battlefield dominance. Its armor gleamed a cold, polished silver, reinforced to shrug off even the heaviest projectiles. Equipped with heavy plasma blasters capable of vaporizing multiple enemies in a single burst, energy shields that could absorb tremendous punishment, and melee disruptor blades that could slice through reinforced steel, it was both a juggernaut and a tactician. The Tyrant wasn't just a brute. Unlike the standard Aegis units, it was imbued with advanced tactical algorithms, making it not only a relentless killing machine but also a highly competent battlefield commander. It could adapt, strategize, and lead its squads with chilling precision. In the hierarchy of Khalazar forces, it replaced the elite royal guards, now serving as both protector and officer to their generals. Its voice boomed across the comm channels, cold and devoid of any semblance of humanity. Less than squads 4 and 5 hold positions and secure the first 5 floors. Do not allow any breaches. Remaining squads, continue advancing. Our objective is total purge of all personnel within the facility. Show no mercy. Greater than. The squads moved with terrifying synchronicity, their boots pounding against the steel floors as they swept through corridors, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Defenders scrambled to regroup, but it was futile. Plasma bolts tore through cover like paper, and the advanced targeting systems of the Aegis Legion ensured no shot was wasted. Their energy shields absorbed return fire with ease, glowing momentarily with faint pulses of light before resetting to full capacity. There was no room for compromise or hesitation. The Tyrant-class unit itself was a sight to behold on the battlefield. Leading from the front, it unleashed a torrent of destruction, its heavy plasma blaster obliterating entire groups of Nexum defenders with each pull of the trigger. When enemies attempted to close the distance, its disruptor blade ignited, humming with deadly energy as it carved through anything in its path. One defender, desperate and panicked, throwed a grenade toward the advancing behemoth. The explosion was deafening, filling the hallway with fire and shrapnel. But as the smoke cleared, the Tyrant emerged unscathed, its energy shield flickering briefly before stabilizing. It turned its glowing red visor toward the attacker and raised its plasma blaster, firing a single shot. The defender didn't even have time to scream. The Tyrant's cold, mechanical voice echoed through the facility's communications. Less than enemy resistance is minimal. Continue advance. Do not relent. Greater than. Unlike many of Cleo's creations, this Tyrant unit had escaped the chaotic touch of the infamous Rex virus. Designed and deployed just before Rex had time to work his peculiar brand of programming magic, it remained a pure Khalazar killing machine, perfectly functional, utterly ruthless, and devoid of anything resembling mercy or empathy. It was a monster in every sense of the word. Inside the Nexum facility, the defenders' morale was breaking. They were outmatched on every front. The Blood Legion was relentless, a hurricane of death that tore through their ranks with calculated efficiency. Desperate cries echoed through the communications. Fall back to the main research lab, we need reinforcements. But there were no reinforcements. Outside, the Nexum forces were struggling just to survive against the Mauler and the other Khalazar forces. Inside, the Twin Legion advanced like a machine-driven tide, clearing room after room with brutal precision. In one corridor, a group of Nexum defenders attempted to mount a last stand. They barricaded themselves behind overturned desks and crates, aiming their weapons at the advancing Legion. The Tyrant-class unit stepped forward, its disruptor blade humming to life. "Hold the line," one of the defenders shouted, his voice trembling. "We can stop it." The Tyrant tilted its head slightly, as if observing the barricade with cold curiosity. Then, with a single swing of its blade, it cut through the makeshift cover and the defenders behind it. Their screams were brief, lost in the sound of the blade's deadly hum. Behind the Tyrant, the Blood Legion swept in to finish the job, their plasma rifles firing with mechanical precision. The corridor was silent once more, save for the crackle of burning debris. Less than all resistance in Sector 3 neutralized, moving to next objective, greater than. The Tyrant led its forces deeper into the facility. Nexum's once proud defenses were crumbling, and the experimental research stored within the lab was now at risk. But the Tyrant didn't care. It didn't feel pride or satisfaction. It didn't feel anything. It was a machine of war, designed for one purpose, to destroy. And it was doing its job perfectly. While the chaos raged inside the Nexum facility, the battlefield outside had descended into pure anarchy. The militia forces, ragged and desperate, were still attempting to hold back a squad of the Blood Legion. But calling it a fight would be generous since it was more like a massacre. The Blood Legion moved like shadows, their crimson armor gleaming under the dying light of the battle. Their attacks were precise, ruthless, and devastating, leaving the militia scrambling and hopelessly outclassed. At the north sector, the massive mauler had begun to show signs of wear. The once imposing juggernaut bore the scars of battle, its armor dented and scorched in several places. Though none of the damage was critical yet, the Nexum mecha units had adopted a strategy that threatened to push it to the brink. Their approach was painfully simple but devastatingly effective: hit and run. They darted in and out of range, landing precise strikes on the mauler's weaker spots before retreating just as the mauler prepared to retaliate. Like a pack of wolves bringing down a bear, they aimed to bleed the mauler dry, chipping away at its armor bit by bit. While the mauler's sheer power allowed it to crush anything within range, its slow movements made it vulnerable to this relentless assault. The battlefield shook with every step the mauler took, but its movements were growing sluggish, and even its plasma bolts were firing less frequently. The pilots of the Nexum mechas were proving why they were elites, coordinated, disciplined, and ruthlessly efficient. But the northern chaos paled in comparison to the carnage unfolding nearby, where Naira and Lyra were still locked in a brutal fight against Gustav. "Sister, what the hell is wrong with this fleabag? Why is he getting stronger?" Naira growled while dodging one of Gustav's massive claws. She spun midair and delivered a powerful kick to his side, but instead of sending him flying, the impact merely caused her to recoil. "How would I know? I'm not a damn veterinarian," Lyra shouted back, her voice strained as she continued firing round after round at Gustav, but none of her shots managed to hit him. His movements were erratic but unnervingly precise, his animalistic reflexes enabling him to dodge each bullet. Frustrated but focused, Lyra shifted her strategy. She began firing deliberately wide, forcing Gustav to react and trying to create openings for her sister to land a decisive blow. But Gustav wasn't just dodging. His roars grew louder, more feral, reverberating across the battlefield. The sharp intelligence that once glimmered in his yellow eyes was gone, replaced by an unrelenting bloodlust. He no longer resembled the lion-like humanoid they'd faced earlier. He was a beast now, driven only by primal instincts to kill and destroy. "What the hell is wrong with him?" Naira shouted while barely dodging another of Gustav's swipes. Her voice was tinged with both anger and concern. "Did he lose his mind because we kicked his butt the first time we met?" Naira stopped holding back. She abandoned her usual tactic of conserving her blood reserves and unleashed the full power of her abilities. Blood-red tentacles sprouted from her body, writhing in the air like living weapons. Each one lashed out at Gustav with blinding speed, forcing him to backpedal slightly. A faint, crimson mist surrounded Naira, solidifying into shields whenever Gustav tried to land a blow. This technique was one she and Lyra had learned from the Blood Clan assassins who now served under their command. It was devastatingly effective but came with a steep price. The blood mist and tentacles consumed vast amounts of energy, and even experienced Blood Clan warriors risked death if they pushed themselves too far. "Naira, are you insane? You can't keep this up for long," Lyra yelled, her eyes darting between her sister and Gustav as she tried to keep pace with the chaotic fight. Naira grinned while her crimson eyes glowing with wild energy. "Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. This bastard isn't going to make a fool out of us." Gustav let out another bone-shaking roar, his claws raking through the air as he charged Naira. Despite her enhanced abilities, she struggled to push him back. His raw strength was overwhelming, and his strikes came faster and harder with every passing moment. "What's wrong with him?" Naira shouted as she dodged another claw swipe. "Is he getting stronger just to piss me off?" "He's probably using some kind of drug," Lyra replied while sprinting to avoid being crushed by one of the mauler's massive metallic feet as it stumbled nearby. "It's got to be experimental. There's no way he's naturally like this. The way he's acting. Losing his mind has to be a side effect." Naira growled in frustration, her tentacles lashing out wildly, but Gustav managed to dodge most of them, closing the distance between them again. Ah! This is all a mess. When Master wakes up, she's going to beat us again. Naira's voice cracked with a mix of anger and dread as she realized how out of hand the situation had become. She could already imagine Cleo's furious face as she surveyed the aftermath of the battle. The blood loss, the destruction, the damage of the Mauler while fighting against the mecha units. Gustav is going berserk. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down her spine. Sis, focus. We can't screw this up more than it already is. Lyra shouted while trying to keep her sister's attention on the fight as Gustav lunged toward them again, his roar splitting the air. As the Mauler continued its slow, staggering rampage, the twin sisters knew they were running out of time. If the battlefield didn't break first, they would. But Naira wasn't about to let that happen. All right, Fleabag, she growled, her tentacles coiling tighter as the crimson mist around her thickened. If you're not going to go down quietly, then we'll see who runs out of strength first. On top of one of the Nexum facility rooftops, the battle between Harlix and Lila's brother raged with unrelenting ferocity. The steel structure beneath them groaned under the weight of their clash, the air crackling with energy and the smell of scorched metal. Harlix fought with almost mechanical precision, his attacks coming in relentless waves. From medium range, his electrified whips lashed out like serpents, sparking and hissing as they tore through the air. When he closed the distance, which he did often, thanks to his teleportation, he switched to his devastating fists. Each punch was an explosion waiting to happen, causing bursts of fire and shockwaves upon impact. Lila's brother dodged with all the agility his powers could muster, his spear flashing with electricity as he parried and counterattacked. But Harlix's teleportation made it nearly impossible to keep him at bay. Every time he created a bit of distance, Harlix would disappear in a blink and reappear right in his face, forcing him back into close combat where Harlix had the upper hand. Come now, is this all you've got? Harlix taunted, his voice dripping with mockery as he swung his electrified whip. It cracked through the air like thunder, narrowly missing Lila's brother, who ducked just in time. You're quick, I'll give you that. Harlix continued mocking him with a wicked grin spreading across his face. But how long can you keep running? Sooner or later, your little tricks will run out, and then, well, let's just say you'll have the honor of becoming my next experiment. Lila's brother gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. His spear glowed brightly as he channeled more energy into it, the air around him crackling with lightning. He lunged forward, thrusting the spear directly at Harlix's chest. But before the attack could land, Harlix vanished. Too slow, Harlix's voice echoed from behind him. Before he could react, Harlix's fist connected with his back. The impact triggered a fiery explosion that sent Lila's brother flying across the rooftop. He landed hard, rolling several times before stopping near the edge. The only thing that saved him from being incinerated was the protective air current that surrounded him, cushioning the worst of the blow. Brother, Lila's voice rang out, sharp and panicked. Harlix turned to her, his glowing yellow eyes narrowing as his grin widened. Don't worry, dear. You'll be next. Though I must admit, I'm far more interested in you. That second ability of yours, the way that arm materialized earlier, so fascinating. Is it a projection, a construct, or something deeper? Lila said nothing, her piercing gray eyes locked on Harlix. Her hair whipped wildly in the wind as she raised her hands, the air around her beginning to swirl. Ah, still giving me the silent treatment, Harlix chuckled. That's fine. I'll extract the answers myself after I'm done dissecting your brother, of course. Lila's brother pushed himself up, clutching his spear tightly as he stumbled back to his feet. You're not touching her, you bastard, he snarled, even though blood was dripping from his lip. Harlix tilted his head, almost amused. Oh, how noble, and foolish. He raised his whips again, the electrified tendrils sparking with lethal energy. In a flash, he teleported behind Lila's brother once more, the whips cracking through the air as they struck toward him. But this time, Lila was ready. The massive white arm materialized again, intercepting the whip mid-strike. Its sheer size and strength were enough to stop the attack cold, the tendrils sparking uselessly against its surface. Harlix's grin faltered for a moment, his yellow eyes narrowing as he studied the arm. Ah, there it is again. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Before he could analyze further, Lila's brother surged forward, his spear arcing with lightning as he thrust it toward Harlex's exposed side. But Harlex teleported away once more, reappearing a few meters away with an annoyed sigh. You two are becoming quite the nuisance. He flexed his fingers, his fists glowing faintly as he prepared another attack. After saying that, he teleported directly in front of Lila's brother, his fist cocked back and glowing with fiery energy. No! Lila shouted while the wind around her howled as she unleashed a powerful gust. The force of the wind was enough to knock Harlex slightly off balance, causing his punch to graze her brother's shoulder instead of hitting him square in the chest. Even so, the impact was enough to send him sprawling again, another explosion rocking the rooftop. Harlex turned toward Lila, his grin returning. Oh, I see, you care for him, don't you? Adorable. His voice dripped with condescension. But caring only makes you weaker. Perhaps I'll let you watch as I break him apart, piece by piece. Lila's expression darkened, her gray eyes glowing with fury. The wind around her intensified, and the faint outline of another white arm began to take shape beside her. Enough talking, she said coldly. If you're so fascinated by my abilities, let me give you a closer look. For the first time, Harlex's grin faded slightly. Haha, that's it, show me more of your ability. Let me witness all of it, Harlex shouted, his voice echoing with maniacal glee. His electrified whips snapped through the air, his glowing yellow eyes fixated on Lila like a predator savoring its prey. Lila's expression shifted. The fiery determination in her eyes hardened into something deeper, colder. Her beautiful gray eyes began to glow faintly, captivating and otherworldly, as if they held an ancient power beyond comprehension. Her voice, usually calm and composed, carried a weight that made even her brother freeze. Brother, stay back, she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. You're no match for him. I'll handle this myself. But, her brother began, his spear trembling slightly in his grip. Stay back, she repeated with her voice tone as sharp as steel. She stepped forward with a steady grace, the two massive white arms hovering beside her like silent guardians, their faint glow pulsing with the rhythm of her steps. Harlex's grin widened with his fascination growing by the second. Ah, that's more like it, he exclaimed with his voice filled with twisted excitement. The potential of your race truly is magnificent. Have you ever wondered, dear girl, why your kind is so fragile? Lila continued walking toward him, her eyes locked on his. Why didn't nature gift your species anything to defend itself? Harlex continued, his tone shifting to mockery. No powerful claws, no tough hide, not even fur to fight the cold. You're not built to survive. No fangs. No strength. And yet. He chuckled, his voice low and sinister. Yet, you humans are extraordinary. Do you know why? Lila remained silent, her pace unbroken. I've found the truth of your kind, Harlex declared while throwing his arms wide. Inside your very code, there is a lock, a hidden potential buried deep within you. And do you know what the key is? Near-death experiences. When you're pushed to the brink, when your body and mind are moments from destruction, that's when your abilities awaken. It's divine, really. He extended his hand toward her, his expression a mixture of greed and admiration. Come with me, child of humanity. Together, we could uncover all the secrets of your kind. Imagine it, the full potential of humanity unlocked. I promise it won't be painful. Lila stopped her tracks. For a moment, she closed her eyes, tuning out the sounds of the battlefield and Harlex's voice. She stood still, as if lost in her own memories. She remembered the day Rex had saved her and her brother. They had been on the verge of death, hunted and abandoned, their lives slipping away. Her brother had awakened his abilities in the heat of desperation, a phenomenon so many humans had experienced before. But hers had been different. Years ago, when Rex had transported them to the underground city, she had been just a little girl. The new environment, a world of endless artificial light and cold, suffocating darkness that had crushed her spirit. No sun, no stars. No sky. Only darkness and cold, metallic silence. She had spent her days crying, hiding her tears from her brother, who was doing his best to keep her safe. When the lights of the city's homes were extinguished at night, plunging the streets into total darkness since back before the city had implemented public lighting, she would sit alone, sobbing quietly. And every night, as the darkness surrounded her, she would close her eyes and pray. In her mind, she would picture Rex. Not as the man he was, but as the glowing figure of pure white light she had seen when he saved them. That image had burned itself into her memories, a figure of hope, warmth, and protection. She clung to it with every fiber of her being, repeating the same prayers every night while tears streamed down her face. And then, one night, she fell asleep mid-prayer. When she awoke, she found herself in a place she couldn't explain. It was a garden of pure white, glowing softly with an ethereal light. The trees, the flowers, the grass, even the decorations around her were luminous and pristine, as if the world itself had been sculpted from starlight. "Where am I?" Lila whispered while standing and brushing herself off. She looked around, her voice trembling with both awe and fear. "Is anyone here? Hello?" A soft, melodious voice responded, carrying a warmth that soothed her immediately. "Hello, child of Gaia." Lila froze, her heart racing with fear, since even though the voice was beautiful, she hadn't seen anyone nearby. She spun around, her small hands clutching her chest. When she turned, her breath caught in her throat. Before her stood a woman of indescribable beauty, radiant and otherworldly. She wore a flowing white dress that seemed to shimmer with the light of the stars, her long silver hair cascading down her back like liquid moonlight. Her eyes were the same shade of gray as Lila's, but they seemed infinite, like a deep ocean of wisdom and peace. Her skin glowed faintly, the same pure white as the garden around her. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely audible. The woman smiled, her expression gentle. "Do not be afraid, little one. I am here because you called me." "I called you?" Lila stammered, confused. "Yes," the woman said softly, kneeling down so that her face was level with Lila's. "You prayed, night after night, for something more, for hope, for light, and here I am." Lila stared at her, tears forming in her eyes. "Am I dead?" The woman laughed softly, shaking her head. "No, child. You are alive. More alive than you've ever been." She reached out, her glowing hand resting gently on Lila's head. "But you have a gift, little one. A gift that will bloom when the time is right. And when it does, you must use it to protect those you hold dear." "I have a gift." "What gift?" "I have nothing, you know, I'm just an orphan, the same as my brother. I have nothing like that." Lila's innocent blue eyes stared up at the lady in white, confusion etched into her young face. The lady in white chuckled softly, her voice like the chiming of distant bells. She reached out and placed her glowing hand on Lila's cheek, caressing it gently. "It's not a material thing, my dear. This gift is something the creations of Gaia have in many forms. But your kind doesn't yet understand how to use it." Her silvery gray eyes locked onto Lila's, as if peering into the very depths of her soul. Lila tilted her head, her childlike curiosity unshaken. "But if I don't know how to use it, then what's the point of having it?" The lady in white let out another laugh, shaking her head with a smile that was equal parts maternal and mischievous. "Ah, the wisdom of a child. Always so direct. Let me explain it this way. Gaia, the Great Mother, has already given you two gifts, ones you'll understand in time. But as your aunt, I feel it's only fair that I offer you something of my own, don't you think?" Lila blinked, confused. "My aunt? I don't have an aunt." The lady's smile grew wider, though it now carried a playful, devilish edge. "Not in the way you think, child. Let's just say I'm a distant relative." She stepped closer, her glowing white dress shimmering like a starry night sky. "But there's a catch. You see, the rules say we cannot interfere with the creations of Gaia. We're supposed to maintain order in things. Yet, here I am, breaking several of those rules just by talking to you." She winked mischievously. "So what's a few more broken rules between family?" The glowing woman's smile twisted into a sly grin as she raised a single finger, tapping it lightly against her chin. "How about this? In exchange for your soul, I'll give you another gift. Something special. Something unique." Lila's eyes widened. She took a step back, clutching her small hands to her chest. "My soul? What's that? Can I really sell it to get a gift?" Her innocent gaze was so pure, so earnest, that the lady in white found herself flustered for a moment. The radiant woman cleared her throat, shifting uncomfortably under Lila's unfiltered curiosity. Ehem. Yes, you can. And best of all, it's not something you'll even miss or feel like you've lost. So what do you say? Lila tilted her head, her brow furrowing in deep thought. Well, can I sell the gift you give me to get money? The lady in white blinked, caught off guard by the question. Then she laughed with a bright, musical sound that filled the glowing garden around them. Ha ha ha. No, silly child. You can't sell it, it'll become a part of you. She reached out and ruffled Lila's hair playfully. Lila frowned, her small hands balling into fists. Then I don't want it. Her eyes burned with determination, surprising for someone so young. What I need right now is money to feed my younger brother. If I can't sell it, then it's useless to me. The lady in white froze, her mischievous grin replaced by an expression of surprise and admiration. After a moment, she chuckled softly, shaking her head. Ah, you humans. Even in your darkest moments, you still find ways to surprise me. She crouched down to Lila's level, her glowing eyes meeting the child's unwavering gaze. Listen to me, little one. While it's true you can't sell this gift, it can help you provide for your brother. With this power, earning money will be trivial. Your hardships won't last forever. I can promise you that. Lila thought about it for a moment, then nodded firmly. If that's the case, then I'll do it. The lady in white smiled warmly, standing back up. Well then, it's a deal. She placed a single glowing finger on Lila's forehead, and a small, radiant spark emerged from within her, floating gently into the lady's hand. The spark shimmered like a fragment of a star before being absorbed into the lady's body. And now, for my gift. The lady placed both her glowing hands over Lila's eyes. A faint, ethereal light spread across the child's face as the woman spoke softly. This will change you, child of Gaia. It is a part of me now, and through it, you'll see the world as I do. When the light faded, Lila blinked, opening her eyes. Her once blue iris had transformed into a stunning shade of gray, shimmering like molten silver. But then panic set in. I can't see, Lila cried, stumbling backward. Everything's gone, I'm blind. The lady in white stepped forward, her voice calm and soothing. Fear not, child. You're not blind. Your eyes are no longer meant to see the world as it is. They are now attuned to something greater. You will see the creatures of higher planes, those who exist beyond the physical realm. This is my gift to you. Lila's breathing slowed, though tears still welled in her eyes. But, why? What am I supposed to do with this? The lady smiled softly, brushing a strand of silver hair behind her ear. You'll understand in time. And when you see my son again, be sure to tell him I said hello. Lila frozen, her small hands trembling. Your son? But, how will I know who he is? The woman laughed gently as her form began to fade, her glowing body dissolving into the light around them. What a silly question. You'll know the moment you see him. Or better yet, he's the one you've always prayed to. With those final words, the lady in white vanished completely, leaving Lila alone in the radiant garden. When Lila awoke the next day, her eyes were gray, just as they had been in the dream, but she couldn't see. She panicked, screaming for her brother, and when he heard her, he rushed to her side, dragging Professor Oscar with him, but no matter what the professor tried, her sight wouldn't return. And yet, as the years passed, Lila began to realize that she wasn't blind, at least, not in the way she had thought. Her new eyes saw what others couldn't. They revealed truths hidden beyond the physical world, glimpses of the divine and the monstrous alike. Through trial, error, and perseverance, she learned to control the gift the lady in white had given her. She also came to understand the other two gifts Gaia had bestowed upon her, just as the lady had said. These abilities, combined with her unwavering faith and determination, made her a beacon of hope for humanity. In time, she became known as the saintess of the human race, the one who carried the light of Gaia and stood as humanity's shield. Your promises mean nothing to me, Harlex, Lila said with her voice calm but firm. I've seen the light, and you. You're nothing but a shadow pretending to understand it. The two massive white arms beside her began to shift, their shapes becoming more defined and more solid. The air around her hummed with energy, as if the entire battlefield had begun to bend to her will. Harlex's grin wavered slightly, his curiosity tinged with something else, unease. "Let me show you," Lila said with her voice sharp as a blade, "the strength humanity doesn't need you to understand." "Well then, show me your capabilities," Harlex shouted with his voice tinged with manic glee as he vanished in a flash of light, reappearing directly behind Lila. His electrified fists crackled with deadly energy, aimed squarely at her back. But before he could strike, the two glowing white hands materialized beside her with blinding speed. They moved as though alive, their massive fingers clamping down on Harlex's arms with a crushing grip. What? Harlex's confidence faltered as he struggled against the ethereal hands that now hoisted him into the air like a ragdoll. He twisted and writhed, but the hand's grip was unyielding. For the first time in years, he felt powerless. How did you know where I was going to appear?" Lila turned her head slightly, her glowing gray eyes gazing in his direction. Her expression was calm, serene even, as though she had already anticipated every move he would make. "This is fascinating," Harlex exclaimed, his tone shifting back to his usual manic excitement despite his predicament. "Do you have clairvoyance, precognition? Oh, you're the best specimen I've ever found. I want to dissect you already." He laughed, his voice echoing across the battlefield like a madman on the verge of an epiphany. But then something shifted. Harlex tried to teleport again, but nothing happened. His body shimmered faintly for a moment, as though trying to blink out of existence, but he remained firmly in place, suspended by the glowing hands. What is this?" he muttered, his excitement rapidly giving way to confusion. He concentrated harder, but his teleportation still refused to activate. His voice grew louder, more frantic. "What's going on? Why can't I teleport? I still have energy to do it. This shouldn't be happening. What is this sorcery?" For the first time in years, Harlex felt a cold sensation creeping into his chest. Fear. Lila remained silent, her calm demeanor unshaken. The glowing hands lifted Harlex higher into the air, their grip tightening. The once confident Nexum commander now dangled helplessly, his arms pinned and sparks flying from his armor as the ethereal grip disrupted the flow of energy within it. "You don't understand, do you?" Lila finally said with her voice soft yet carrying an edge sharp enough to cut steel. She took a single step forward, her gray eyes glowing faintly as the air around her seemed to hum with an unseen power. "You're not fighting a mere human, Harlex. You're fighting someone who exists beyond your comprehension. You can teleport across the battlefield, but in my eyes, you're always exactly where you're meant to be." Harlex's glowing yellow eyes narrowed as he snarled. You dare talk down to me? I am Harlex. I have transcended mere mortal limitations. You're nothing more than a toy to me, a lab rat. Release me at once." But Lila ignored his outburst. She raised her hand, and the glowing arms responded instantly, slamming Harlex into the ground with enough force to crater the rooftop. His armor screeched in protest as cracks began to spread along its surface. Harlex groaned, stunned by the impact, but his pride refused to let him show weakness. "You think this is enough to stop me?" he spat, his voice venomous. "All." Before he could finish, one of the glowing hands pressed down against his chest, pinning him in place. The weight was immense, as though an entire mountain had been placed on him. For the first time, Harlex felt the cracks in his composure deepening. "What are you?" he whispered, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Lila took another step forward, the wind around her swirling in a steady rhythm as if responding to her presence. "You said earlier that my race is fragile," she began, her tone measured and deliberate. "That we have no claws, no fangs, no natural armor to defend ourselves. And you're right. Humans are fragile. We are weak, but that's why we're strong." Her words carried a weight that made Harlex pause, his struggling momentarily ceasing. "Unlike you, Harlex," she continued, her glowing eyes locking onto his, "we don't rely on our bodies alone. We adapt. We endure. And when the world pushes us to the brink, we rise higher than you can imagine." The glowing hands lifted Harlex again, holding him aloft as if presenting him to the heavens. Lila's voice grew colder, sharper. "You think you've unlocked the secrets of humanity, but you've missed the most important one. We are more than the sum of our parts. You are not fighting a weapon. You're fighting a soul." The weight of her words made Harlex's mind race. For the first time, his endless arrogance began to crack. You're lying, he hissed, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. Lila raised her hand once more, and the glowing arms began to compress around him. Sparks erupted from his armor as the pressure increased, and for the first time, Harlix screamed, not out of anger but out of desperation. "Stop this," he shouted, thrashing wildly. "You don't understand what you're doing, all." "You'll do nothing," Lila interrupted, her tone cutting through his words like a blade. She took another step forward, now standing just a few feet away from him. "You've spent your life experimenting on others, treating them as tools for your own gain. But now, it's your turn to be helpless. Tell me, Harlix, how does it feel?" The glowing hands raised him higher once again, the light emanating from them intensifying. Harlix's struggles weakened as his energy reserves were drained, his once mighty confidence now a flickering shadow of what it had been. Wait, he gasped, his voice trembling. "We can work together. You don't have to do this. I can help you understand your power, Lila's gray eyes narrowed, her expression unchanging. "You've already said enough." With a final gesture, the glowing hands slammed Harlix into the ground once more, this time with a force that shattered the rooftop beneath him. The air filled with the sound of crumbling metal and stone as Harlix's broken form lay still, sparks flickering from his damaged armor. The battlefield fell silent for a moment as the wind around Lila calmed. She stood over him, her glowing eyes dimming slightly as she took a deep breath. "This is what happens," she said softly, more to herself than to him, "when you underestimate the strength of humanity. Here I am talking about souls when I don't even have one," Lila whispered to herself, her voice laced with a quiet bitterness. She let out a heavy sigh, the glow in her gray eyes fading as exhaustion overtook her. "Sister, are you all right?" her brother called out, running toward her the moment he saw her swaying on her feet. He reached her just as she began to falter, her body leaning dangerously to the side. "I'm fine," Lila said softly, though her voice betrayed her weariness. "I just used too much mental energy. I'll just take a little nap." Her words trailed off while she collapsed into her brother's arms, unconscious, before she hit the ground. Her brother held her carefully, his face filled with concern. This was why the Templars always ensured a female knight accompanied Lila at all times to watch over her when the strain of her abilities became too great. But for now, she was safe in his arms, resting after what had been a monumental effort to defeat Harlix. Meanwhile, outside the facility, the chaotic battle between the massive Mauler and Nexum's elite mecha suits was finally reaching its conclusion. The Mauler, battered but unbroken, had sustained visible damage across its colossal frame. Scorch marks blackened its hull, and parts of its armor had begun to crack under the relentless assault of the mecha pilots. But despite their best efforts, the mechas had failed to deliver a critical blow. The reason was simple: the Mauler was a machine, cold and relentless, incapable of fatigue or hesitation. The mecha pilots, for all their skill and superior mobility, were still organic beings. Their reflexes dulled, their breathing labored, and their stamina dwindled as the fight dragged on. One by one, their evasive maneuvers grew slower, their attacks less precise, until finally, the Mauler's plasma cannons landed decisive strikes. With a thunderous blast, the last of the Nexum mechas fell. The Mauler stood victorious, its massive frame looming over the battlefield like an unstoppable juggernaut. Though damaged, it was far from defeated. It let out a mechanized roar, signaling the end of its hunt. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight between Gustav and the twins was also nearing its conclusion. Gustav had proven to be a formidable opponent, his raw strength and ferocity pushing the twins to their limits, but his inability to heal had become his downfall. Every wound the twins inflicted on him, every slash, every bullet, slowly chipped away at his combat capabilities. Blood dripped from his tattered body, pooling around his feet as he panted heavily, his once pristine golden fur now matted and stained red. The twins, on the other hand, had a distinct advantage: Cleo's blood pills. These pills, no larger than marbles, were small miracles of science. Each one contained a full liter of compressed blood, harvested from donors after rigorous health screenings in the underground city. Once swallowed, the pill's protective coating dissolved in the stomach, instantly releasing its contents and replenishing the user's energy and healing abilities. At first, the twins had struggled to adapt to the sensation of drinking so much blood so quickly, but with time and training, they had grown used to it. Now, in long battles like this one, the pills were indispensable. "Sis, I've run out of pills. Gimme some of yours," Naira shouted while panting heavily as she dodged another of Gustav's furious swipes. Lyra's eyes narrowed in irritation. "No way. This is why I told you to stop using that blood mist technique so recklessly, but do you ever listen to me?" No. Despite her protests, Lyra sighed and tossed a few pills to her sister. Naira caught them mid-air with a grin. "Hey, stop your bitching, will ya? I've almost got that flea bag handled. Just a couple more hits, and he's done for." She pointed toward Gustav, who stood in the distance, his body covered in deep gashes and cuts, blood dripping from his wounds. His missing eye had clearly thrown off his balance and reflexes, making him increasingly vulnerable. "Well then," Lyra snapped, pointing her gun toward Gustav, "why don't you go suck his blood instead of stealing mine?" "Like hell, I will," Naira shot back, popping a pill into her mouth. Her crimson eyes flared briefly as the blood surged through her system, restoring her strength. She jabbed a finger at her sister. "The only manly blood I'll ever have inside me is Rex's. I'm not a cheater like you." Lyra's face turned crimson as she blushed furiously. What? How am I a cheater?" she shouted, her voice cracking slightly. "Even I only drink blood from female donors, I have standards." Naira smirked mischievously. "Yeah, sure. Standards, whatever you say, sis." The two of them began bickering loudly, completely ignoring the half-dead lion man in front of them. Gustav, bloodied and enraged, growled deep in his throat as he watched the twins argue. His single eye twitched with barely contained fury. "Can you two bitches shut up already?" he roared, his voice shaking the ground beneath them. The twins turned to him, both blinking in surprise as if they had forgotten he was there. "Oh, you're still alive?" Naira said casually, twirling her crimson blade. "Impressive," Lyra added with a smirk. "I thought you'd have bled out by now." Gustav let out another roar, louder and more feral, before charging at them in a final, desperate attack. "You've got this, sister, I'll cheer for you." From a safe spot, Lyra called out with a mischievous grin, making an exaggerated leap backward to put as much distance as possible between herself and the charging Gustav. "HMPH. What safe distance? You're clearly running awa." Naira's words were cut off as Gustav barreled into her, his massive frame slamming into her with the force of a freight train. The bloody mist surrounding her absorbed much of the impact, dulling the force of the charge, but it wasn't enough to stop her from being sent flying across the battlefield. As she tumbled through the air, her crimson eyes glared in frustration. Using her tentacles to anchor herself mid-air, she retaliated. The blood-red tendrils shot forward, piercing through Gustav's leg and shoulder like crimson spears. "Gotcha, you overgrown furball," she snarled while the tentacles anchored Gustav to her as they crashed together, smashing into debris and rolling across the ground in a chaotic whirlwind of claws, blood, and rubble. When they finally came to a stop, Naira groaned, pulling herself to her feet. Gustav wasn't far, still tangled in her tentacles, but he struggled against their hold, his injured leg and shoulder dripping with blood. "Ha! Did you like that, stupid flea bag?" Naira taunted, her blood-streaked grin defiant. She summoned her crimson blades and slashed at his chest in a quick arc. The strike landed at point-blank range, carving another deep wound across his torso. Blood sprayed, staining the ground beneath them. "Tisk, you're too damn hard," Naira growled in frustration. Her blade had cut through his skin, but not deep enough to cause serious damage. It was like trying to carve through solid stone. Gustav let out a guttural roar, his eye blazing with primal rage. Despite his injuries, he lunged at her with renewed ferocity. Naira tried to dodge, but with her tentacles still impaling him, his movements dragged her along, forcing her into close quarters. His massive claws tore into her, landing several devastating hits that sent her staggering back. "Now, sis, throw him up," Lyra shouted from a safe distance, her voice cutting through the chaos. Naira grated her teeth. "Fine, but you owe me for this one." With a loud, defiant yell, she poured all her remaining strength into her tentacles. They coiled tightly around Gustav's limbs, straining as she lifted him into the air. Her muscles burned, and veins popped along her arms as she forced the beast upward. "Take him," Naira shouted, lifting Gustav high into the sky with a powerful heave. Lyra turned to the freshly arrived 4th Blood Legion squad, their crimson armor gleaming as they marched into position, plasma rifles already raised. These squad, having just finished massacring the last of Nexum's resistance forces, moved with military precision, their steps synchronized as they encircled the battlefield. "Squad 4th, open fire," Lyra commanded, her voice sharp and resolute. The Blood Legion wasted no time. A fraction of a second later, their plasma rifles unleashed a devastating volley, golden bolts of energy streaking upward and slamming into Gustav midair. The sky lit up in a dazzling display of gold and crimson, each plasma blast tearing into the beast's already ravaged body. From below, Naira watched the spectacle unfold, her chest heaving as she struggled to maintain the hold with her tentacles. The plasma blasts didn't just burn into Gustav, they were starting to tear through her tentacles as well. "Damn it," Naira hissed as she felt her grip weakening. The tentacles, charred and mangled by friendly fire, began to disintegrate. "I can't hold him anymore. Stop firing." At her command, the squad ceased fire instantly, their rifles humming softly as the barrels cooled. Gustav, now scorched and bloodied beyond recognition, plummeted back to the ground, disappearing into a massive dust cloud upon impact. The Blood Legion soldiers advanced methodically, forming a tight perimeter around the cloud. Their plasma rifles were raised, glowing faintly as they prepared for any sign of movement. As the dust began to settle, Lyra rushed to Naira's side, slinging one of her sister's arms over her shoulder to help her stand. "Are you all right, sister?" Lyra asked with concern flickering in her voice. "Of course I'm not," Naira snapped, her voice a mixture of exhaustion and irritation. "Did you see how that damn flea bag threw me around? I was sure I was going to die." Lyra smirked slightly, adjusting her grip to better support her sister. "Oh, please. You've been in worse scrapes. I mean, there was that time you—" "Don't remind me," Naira interrupted with a groan, leaning on her sister as they slowly approached the encirclement. Both of them stared at the dust cloud, waiting for it to dissipate. The Blood Legion soldiers didn't move an inch, their disciplined ranks tightening as they prepared for a final confrontation. Their glowing visors reflected the slowly clearing dust, and the faint hum of their weapons filled the tense air. "Do you think it's over?" Lyra asked, her voice low. Naira wiped the blood off her lip, a savage grin spreading across her face. "If it's not, I'm going to make sure it is." The last remnants of the dust cloud began to clear, revealing a battered and bloodied Gustav, barely able to stand. His golden fur was scorched black in places, his muscles twitching involuntarily as he struggled to remain upright. Despite his condition, his single remaining eye burned with defiance. "That bastard's still standing," Naira muttered, her grin fading into a scowl. "He doesn't know when to quit." Lyra tightened her grip on her pistols, her crimson eyes narrowing. "Then we'll finish him now." Gustav let out one last roar, his voice filled with primal fury as he prepared for a desperate final charge. The twins locked eyes for a brief moment, exchanging a wordless nod that spoke of trust, understanding, and just a hint of sibling exasperation. Naira, now visibly calmer after their intense battle, walked toward the broken Gustav, her bloodied tentacles retracting into her body. The crimson mist around her dissipated, leaving only her striking crimson eyes and a face that bore an almost serene expression. The beast, Gustav, was barely holding on to consciousness. His remaining yellow eye flickered weakly, his chest rising and falling in shallow, ragged breaths. Blood pooled around him, staining the ground in a crimson river. "Well," Naira began, her voice unusually soft, "seeing as how hard you trashed me around, I have to admit, you've earned my respect." She knelt down and sat cross-legged in front of Gustav, casually resting her elbow on her knee as she stared at his eye. "You're a beast of pride and strength. I'll give you that. So, is there something you want to say? You know, any last words?" Gustav let out a low, guttural growl, summoning the last of his strength to speak. His voice was hoarse and cracked, but his words carried the weight of his stubborn pride. "I have nothing to say. To a devil, he rasped before coughing up blood and spitting it defiantly onto the ground near Naira's feet. Naira tilted her head, her crimson eyes narrowing slightly. "A devil?" she repeated, her voice calm but curious. "I'm not a devil, you know. I'm just a normal member of the Blood Clan." She gave him a faint smile, almost playful in its innocence. She gestured to the battlefield around them, at the bodies, the rubble, and the destruction that still smoldered from the chaos. "Besides, is all this really so unusual these days? Even you used your allies as shields to survive. Did you forget that already?" Gustav's jaw tightened as though he wanted to argue, but his body betrayed him. His remaining strength was fading fast, and his vision was turning black. Naira sighed as she leaned forward slightly, her gaze softening. I guess you can't talk anymore, huh? That's too bad. It'd be a shame for someone like you, a beast with this much fight in you, to just die in a place like this." She tapped her chin thoughtfully before grinning. "You know what, I've decided. I'll save your life, but in exchange, you'll belong to us." Her voice turned light and playful, almost as if she were joking, but there was no mistaking the sharp edge of dominance in her tone. "Be sure to say thanks when you wake up." Those were the last words Gustav heard before his consciousness finally slipped away, his body going limp against the rubble. Naira stood up, brushing the dust off her clothes with a small huff. "Ha! How I wish those online novels about the Blood Clan were real." Lyra, who had been watching from nearby, raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? What stories?" she asked with her voice tinged with curiosity. Naira waved a hand dismissively. "You know, those popular ones where they say we can turn people into Blood Clan members by biting their necks and pouring a little of our blood into them. Simple, clean, and effective." She started gesturing enthusiastically as she continued, like, "Imagine if we could just bite him, give him some of our blood, and boom. Instant Blood Clan member. I read all these stories when I was bored and stuck with nothing to do." Lyra frowned slightly. "And how do you know it doesn't work?"